Chapter 251, Return and Strengthening. Xu Jing tilted his head, watching the beam of light approach. His eyes narrowed. He intuitively felt that accepting this 9-sided crystal would bring him indescribable benefits.
But it might also bring him some unknown troubles. But thinking of the system, he was no longer so worried. After all, his soul was his foundation in this world, and it was precisely under the protection of the system. Anyway,
now that all the tasks are completed, I can choose to return at any time. His body will be decomposed and converted into its original source. Xu Jing figured it out instantly. He didn't dodge, but stood still, staring at the approaching beam of light. Soon,
the 9-sided crystal became illusory, sinking inch by inch from above his head. At the same time, a message rushed into his mind. But at this moment, the system hidden in his soul was like a long, lurking giant beast.
It suddenly released a light like a huge mouth and sucked the crystallized 9-sided crystal into it. Snap! A crisp sound echoed in Xu Jing's mind. He could clearly see a tiny crack appear on the surface of the 9-sided crystal. Broken.
Before he could react, there was another series of crackling sounds. The entire crystal shattered into countless fragments. Then, pulled back by the system's light. Boom! In an instant,
the calamity that had just ended in the sky reappeared. This time it was even more spectacular. Thick clouds stretched for an unknown number of miles. Above him, a pair of blue vortexes like giant eyes appeared, locking onto him. System, you damn it!
Xu Jing looked at the heavenly tribulation. His eyelids twitched. Waves of palpitations washed over him. That 9-sided crystal was clearly his. Not only did the system swallow it all, but it also made him take the blame.
At least you should leave some soup for me. He felt extremely helpless this time. The heavens were truly angry. It seemed that the fight would continue until death. Return! Xu Jing didn't dare to stay. He immediately made a wise choice.
The system interface suddenly trembled, and instantly his entire body turned into a ball of white light. Almost simultaneously, countless thick lightning bolts rained down from the sky, exploding countless towering water columns on the sea surface.
But all this Xu Jing had long since disappeared. The giant blue eye in the sky moved back and forth, yet still found nothing. Finally it gradually dimmed and dissipated along with the calamity clouds, in a city who knows how many miles away.
Yan Chixia, who was walking on the street, suddenly stopped, a look of disappointment on his face. After accepting Xu Jing's cause and effect, a close connection developed between the two.
This connection often gave him the illusion that the senior was like his own biological father and mother. But at this moment he could no longer sense it. He knew in his heart that the senior had definitely passed the tribulation.
As for whether he succeeded or failed, he didn't know. Judging from the senior's confidence and strength, he definitely won't fail. Will he leave here after he succeeds? Yan Chixia pondered for a moment, then sighed and strode forward.
He suddenly felt a heavy pressure on him. At that moment all the tree people and tree spirits also sensed the situation. Some of them had caused unrest. He needed to calm them down quickly. Pingyuan City, Yingfu Inn. It was getting light.
Xu Jing opened his eyes from his deep sleep and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the beams. One moment he was a peerless powerhouse capable of destroying the heavens and earth with a wave of his hand. In the blink of an eye,
he fell from the clouds and became immortal. At this moment he was filled with a feeling of emptiness. After a while, Xu Jing shook his head vigorously, discarding his chaotic thoughts and sorting out his gains.
The first thing he saw was the information that entered his mind along with the 9-sided crystal. After reading it, he finally understood what the crystal represented. In short, that is the immortal position in the world of a Chinese ghost story.
It represents one of the complete rules of heaven and earth. As long as he accepted that thing, he would become a true immortal in that world, wielding a portion of the authority of heaven and earth. He would be able to communicate with heaven and earth.
And his spirit would be strengthened. He would eventually comprehend those rules and embark on the path of the true great way. However, before understanding the corresponding rules,
the price of accepting the crystallization is to be trapped in that world and serve the world tirelessly. So that's how it is. After Xu Jing understood, he felt a pity. Looking at the crystal, it should have been integrated into the soul.
Perhaps it could have been taken away directly upon returning. But now, it had been eaten by the system. Not even a bite was left. But he soon stopped worrying. Time was running out. He couldn't stay here for long.
He immediately climbed out of bed and summoned the system host. Xu Jing Health, 102, Skills, Glazed Flame Phoenix Mysterious Classic Low C Plus and 10,000 Combinations Level 1 Level 6 Abilities. First Order Xuanhuan Low Level C Clear.
Order Physique Lekka's Outer Armor King Kong Level 1, Level 3 Physical Buzz Zombie Black Zombie Buzz Alien Queen. Origin Point, 26480. After seeing over 120,000 origin points, Xu Jing's heart skipped a beat. With so many origin points,
all of his abilities and techniques, including his outer armor, could be upgraded at will. He took a deep breath. He had already made plans for how to improve before returning. While the outer armor improves the fastest, it's not the armor itself.
Summoning it requires consuming origin points. The stronger it is, the more it consumes. Furthermore, as long as there were enough origin points, the outer armor could be upgraded at any time when needed. There was no need for any process.
It was almost instantly upgraded, so he didn't consider it for the time being. As for abilities, both evolve synchronously with the main cultivation method. If the cultivation method can be improved, there's no need to strengthen abilities separately.
Xu Jing's gaze shifted, first focusing on the Xuanhuan. A strong body is the key to his control of demonic power. As the thought moved, the familiar feeling of strengthening the body came instantly. Same formula, same results.
His body was in a constant cycle of expansion and contraction, and the routes of the qi and blood in his body were changing little by little. Soon, Xuanhuan reached the 7th level of the first stage, and his physical strength also rose by 1 level.
Continue, seeing the plus sign for the upgrade still there. Xu Jing clicked it again without a second thought. A single level of the first level Xuanhuan only added 500 essence points. For him right now, it was a no-brainer.
He carefully sensed the ever-improving circulation of qi and blood within his body, immersing himself in it. After the strengthening was complete, he continued to click on the improvement: 8th floor, 9th floor, 2nd stage, 1st floor. At this
the plus sign after Xuanhuan turned gray. Chapter 252, Second Order. It is obvious that Xuanhuan cannot be improved. This wasn't because of insufficient origin points,
but rather because all the previously absorbed body refining techniques had been integrated into the myriad combination technique. Reaching the upper limit of their potential, Xu Jing wasn't in a hurry. This time in the world of a Chinese ghost story.
He had gained more than just magic. He also collected many techniques practiced by martial artists in the Zhanghu. Among them were some body-building techniques. Moreover, among the cultivation techniques handed over by the 30 old monks from Deguo Temple,
there was also a technique specifically designed to cultivate the physical body, the Arat golden body, which he valued particularly. Unfortunately, he had to leave soon and didn't have time to practice the basics one by one. However,
his Xuanhuan had at least reached the 2nd level. His physique had also reached the 1st level of the 2nd level, more than twice as strong as before. Xu Jing was excited. His mind, spirit and body had already reached the 2nd stage.
Among the entire Black Evil Guard, he was already considered a core member. He turned his gaze to the Xuanhuan Shandian. As long as he could upgrade this technique to B level, he would have completely entered the B level realm. Furthermore,
due to his physical body, his strength would be even greater than that of other bloodline practitioners of the same level. Xu Jing's mind stirred. He clicked the plus sign. In an instant, the demonic power within his danshin,
under the influence of the influx of primordial energy, continuously emerged. Most of it erupted from his danshin like a volcanic eruption, actively circulating and in the process, merging into every part of his body.
This was the transformation of his cells by demonic power. Although the effect on his physical body was minimal, it improved his physique and helped him adapt to the increasingly powerful demonic power. Xu Jing's body was strong enough.
Apart from feeling an abnormally hot body temperature, he didn't feel any additional pain. Not long after the strengthening was complete, the demonic energy within his danshin became even more intense.
His technique successfully reached the intermediate C level. The Glazed Flame Phoenix Mysterious Classic was on the Black Evil Guard's redemption list. There were 3 copies in total, each capable of reaching the higher realm. However, as a bonus for joining,
he could only redeem the first copy, which could only be cultivated to the high C realm. The remaining 2 parts required merits that a newcomer like him, who hadn't even completed his first mission, couldn't afford in such a short time.
Let's get promoted to high grade C first, Xu Jing thought, and the demonic energy within his danshin erupted once again. Just like before, as the demonic energy evolved, it further improved his physique. After this enhancement,
his cultivation finally reached the high C realm. However, the plus sign after the technique disappeared. Xu Jing had anticipated this. Besides the origin point, his other gains from this journey were unprecedented.
His research into the Flame Bird Phoenix bloodline had given him some insights. As for whether they were useful, now was the time to verify them. He closed his eyes,
trying hard to recall the phoenix shadow that appeared when the flame bird released the fire of nirvana. It was a mark born from the flame bird's bloodline. Beyond its strength, its aura gave him the feeling of actually witnessing an ancient mythical beast.
He even felt a deep, soul-stirring awe. He tried to banish all distractions and focus on his memories. A lifelike phoenix emerged in his mind. Most of the techniques in the main world,
especially those for cultivating demonic power on the Black Evil Guard exchange list, come with visualization diagrams. This was the case with Xu Jing's previous practice of the Fairy Blade technique.
It was also the same with the Glazed Flame Phoenix Mysterious Classic he was currently practicing. Although he couldn't afford the second part, he could still find the introduction to the second part.
The most important part was the Fire Phoenix visualization method. Generally speaking, visualization is accompanied by mudras and mantras. Ultimately, however, these are just auxiliary means to calm the mind and enter a state of mind.
He possessed a second-level soul, which was an advantage. Many black demon guards who reached the B level didn't necessarily possess a strong soul. They relied on their bloodline. It was like him in the world of a Chinese ghost story.
Only possessing a second-level soul, yet still able to control the power of rules through his demon core. This is me, this is me. Xu Jing kept giving himself hints. His demeanor became increasingly relaxed. Gradually, he entered the state chirp.
The phoenix he had visualized seemed to come alive. It blinked its eyes, let out a long, clear cry, and spread its wings to soar across the vast starry sky. Xu Jing couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy on his face. He was completely immersed in it.
At this moment, he felt that this phoenix was like his past life. It felt very intimate and familiar. Moreover, not only was the appearance and demeanor of this phoenix identical to the phantom he had seen before,
but the genes that made up its body were also based on the bloodline he discovered during his research on the flame bird. Boom! He gently flapped his wings. Endless flames erupted from his body, transforming everything into a sea of blazing flames.
No one knew how long it had passed before the starry sky of the universe shattered in flames. Xu Jing's mind suddenly went dark, and he instantly regained consciousness. The demonic energy within his body continued to circulate, but its path had changed.
Upon discovering this, he became excited. System. The interface opened. He looked directly at the Xuanhuan Xuandian technique. Although it was still at the high C realm, the plus sign at the end of the upgrade appeared again.
Xu Jing clenched his fists and pumped them vigorously twice. His face was filled with joy. Although this unconventional method of improvement might differ from his original cultivation method, he wasn't worried.
The price for exchanging for the second part of the technique was 20,000 merit points. Given his Black Evil Guard C-level strength, if he completed the task step by step, it would take at least a year and a half to accumulate enough merit points.
And in a year or so, he might even find a way to advance to Class A through traveling through the world. Just like today, in the main world, Xu Jing believed that the faster he could improve his strength, the better. He wasn't willing to wait a year or two.
Especially now that ghosts were appearing so frequently, he felt a sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he clicked on the upgrade plus sign. Chirp! He clearly heard a phoenix cry in his mind. The demonic energy within him erupted.
A faint shadow of a flaming phoenix appeared behind him. Xu Jing took a deep breath. He felt his body heat up. He felt a surge of pain. Every cell in his body felt like it was about to collapse. Improve physical fitness by 1 level. His mind moved.
And he clicked on the plus sign after physical ability. As long as his physique doesn't exceed the Xuanhuan level by too much, and he can improve it by 1 or 2 levels, there will be no problem with his body. As the source energy merged into his cells,
his body became stronger and the pain suddenly eased. Soon the demonic energy within him gradually calmed down, and his physical strengthening also ended. Xu Jing looked at the system interface. Skill, unnamed low B Plowon Gong level 2 level 1.
Level B plus level 2 second level physique plus. His full strength finally reached the second level. Chapter 253. Whose pleasure? It turned into an unnamed martial art. Xu Jing stared at the system interface for a few seconds.
Then understood instantly. The first volume of the Xuanhuan Xuandian was like a seed to him, with strict planting requirements. However, he cultivated it in his own way and obtained unique fruits.
As to whether the fruit was better or worse than the original, he had no idea. If I gain more merit in the future, I should exchange the complete technique for it. This will allow for comparison and can be used to improve my new technique.
Phoenix is a general term. Feng is Mong is female. Xu Jing had always been dissatisfied with the previous name of the Xuanhuan Xuandian. That's all right. He simply named it.
Why not call this new technique the mysterious classic of glazed flamefire phoenix? The moment he confirmed it, the system displayed the new name. Although this new technique could be further strengthened,
he would not continue until his Wan Gong was improved. Otherwise, his body would definitely collapse. Xu Jing looked at his origin points again. All the enhancements had consumed a total of 57,000 points. There were still 69,480 left. Still quite a bit.
It's time. He glanced at the window. It was bright outside. It was obviously late. He gathered up the talismans plastered throughout the room, called a maid to bring water for washing, and after eating he paid the bill,
shouldered his cloth bag and long sword, and left the inn. He rode away from Plain City. He only stayed here for 1 night, but Xu Jing's strength had undergone a drastic change.
Although it was far from the level of annihilation and suppression of the world in the world of a Chinese ghost story, he felt particularly at ease. I almost forgot that the reward for soul enhancement has not been claimed yet. galloping down the official road.
Xu Jing slowed down slightly. He summoned the system and chose to claim his reward. At the same time, he unleashed his divine soul with all his might. As a cool breath of air entered his mind, the range of his perception began to expand.
After the aura dissipated, the range he could sense doubled, reaching a radius of 20 meters. This kind of visible and rapid progress is truly addictive. Just like leveling up in a game. Drive, Xu Jing seemed to be brimming with strength.
He tugged at the reins, eager to reach his destination immediately, find the target, test his current strength. 3 days later, at dusk, the sunset glows like a golden robe, draped over the mountains. Xu Jing rode on horseback,
moving leisurely along the slope, following a caravan towards the distant city. Fengyao City was built on the mountainside. The buildings were staggered and rising one after another. The roads were uneven, with many steps, and were relatively narrow.
Now a caravan was blocking the way. Even if he was on horseback, he could only follow slowly. Since he was already here, he wasn't in a rush anymore. He simply slowed down and admired the surrounding scenery. Not long after, Jing arrived at the city gate.
After a brief interrogation by the guards, he entered the city. The target of this mission was a low, level C rank wolf demon. According to the intelligence he had received, this wolf demon was hiding in the mountains lately.
It had been frequently entering the city after dark to harm people. Originally, there was a low rank C rank black demon guard member who had settled here. However, contact with him has been lost.
And the intelligence was reported by this member before he lost contact. Xu Jing sensed the identity jade token in his palm. He carefully reviewed the information, a smile playing on his lips. You came at the right time. He looked up at the sky.
The sunset glow had faded. The sky was turning pale. It was getting darker. It was almost dark. Fill your stomach first. Although this was Xu Jing's first mission, he was extremely calm and capable. This was not only due to his current strength,
but also due to his many experiences traveling through the world. He dismounted and walked down the street, leading the horse. There were very few people on the street. All sorts of vendors were busy packing up their stalls.
Even some shops were preparing to close. Xu Jing observed the people passing by. They were all in a hurry, looking worried and panicked. Occasionally, he could hear talk of white wolves eating people. At this moment,
a loud clicking sound came from far behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know. The city gate must be closing. It's become so serious that even ordinary people know about it. The city gates are closed so early.
This mountain city gave Xu Jing the feeling that it had lost its original order. There was an atmosphere of panic everywhere. The bustling streets had become dull. If this continues, it won't be long before people collapse. He frowned.
He felt very uncomfortable. He hated the demons who were causing such trouble even more. But he also understood that there was a fundamental difference between the monsters he was born with and the monsters he created after traveling through time.
Even though he traveled through time and space as a demon, he still considered himself a human being psychologically, and he maintained certain boundaries in his actions. The natural demons are powerful and intelligent.
They treat humans like livestock and eat them, just like humans eat pigs and sheep. Although some demons are willing to get along with humans on an equal footing, they are only a minority after all. In fact, the main reason is that humans are weak.
If everyone had the strength and talent comparable to the demons, life would be so difficult in such a world. Xu Jing suddenly gave a wry laugh. He thought, if all humans truly possessed the strength of the demon race,
perhaps demon race dishes would also appear on human tables. Perhaps there would be many ways to eat them. He put aside his chaotic thoughts and quickened his pace. He found an inn that was about to close. Sir, would you like a place to stay?
If you only want to eat, I'm sorry I can't accommodate you now. The inn was deserted. The waiter saw Xu Jing come in and asked. Xu Jing pointed to the mount outside the door and said, stay. But first, get me something to eat. Okay, the waiter said.
Pointing to a table inside, please sit down first. I'll get your horse settled. I'll be right over. Xu Jing sat down calmly. In his spiritual perception, he could see the shopkeeper and 2 other employees fixing the windows in the upstairs room. Meanwhile,
the residents of some of the guest rooms were staying inside, locking the doors and not daring to come out. After a while, the waiter returned. The chef had already left by then. He brought in a few prepared dishes and greeted Xu Jing. Xu Jing.
He ate all the food. Then he paid the deposit and followed the waiter to the room. Seeing that his eyes were fixed on the window nailed shut with wooden bars, the waiter asked, Sir. Yes, what happened?
Xu Jing was about to ask about the situation. You've come at a bad time. The waiter sighed and lowered his voice. A monster has appeared here, a giant white wolf. It roams everywhere at night. Even the government can't do anything about it.
The information basically matched. Xu Jing nodded secretly. Then he asked, How did you know? Has anyone seen the wolf demon? Many people saw it. The waiter, still terrified, said, Just 5 days ago, in the middle of the night.
On the street outside the government office, the white wolf and a yellow ox, no smaller than itself, got into a fight. Wow, they were both as tall as a carriage. The noise was deafening. In the end, the white wolf killed the ox and devoured it to the bone.
Xu Jing suddenly realized. The yellow ox seemed to be a member of the Black Demon Guard living here. Perhaps they had already discovered the wolf demon and hadn't rushed to report it, intending to resolve it on their own.
They might have earned a great achievement, but were instead killed, the waiter continued. White wolves have been appearing more and more frequently these days. At night, they'll even break down doors and harm people. If nothing happens tonight, sir,
You'd better leave early tomorrow. After all, you're not like us. We can't leave even if we want to. He looked helpless. For the past 2 days, the government had deployed a large number of guards to guard the city gates during the day,
prohibiting residents from fleeing. Although a notice had been issued stating that the court would soon send troops to resolve the situation, no one had any confidence. Panic reigned within the city. Xu Jing understood the whole story. He thanked the waiter,
locked the door, and began practicing boxing inside. Along the way, he had pondered over all the physical training techniques he had learned from the world of a Chinese ghost story. Now he was practicing the basics.
The night was getting darker and darker. Suddenly, a long wolf howl was heard outside. It's finally here. Xu Jing paused. He had been waiting for a long time. This unscrupulous monster would save him a lot of effort.
He grabbed his long knife and walked to the window. He grabbed the nailed board and gently pulled it off, pulling the board and the nails off. Then he opened the window and jumped out. He rushed to the place where the wolf demon was howling as fast as he could.
Far up on the mountainside, a giant white wolf sat on the ground overlooking the city below. In front of it, a small green bird, about the size of a fist, fluttered back and forth, chirping and chirping as if it were saying something.
The white wolf listened carefully and quietly. When the bird stopped chirping, he suddenly spoke like a human. You did well. Once I kill this newly arrived Black Demon Guard, we can go back. Of course it knew. If it harmed anyone in dallying,
it would sooner or later be hunted down by the Black Evil Guards. And even if it killed one Black Evil Guard, others would still come to deal with it. But it wasn't worried at all, because its target was the Black Demon Guard.
And all of this was part of its plan, and it was all under its control. Here we come! Excitement flickered in the white wolf's eyes. He shook himself, then stood on all fours. He looked toward the human who had appeared on the mountain path below.
The little green-haired bird chirped twice and flew high into the sky. Xu Jing hurried along the mountain path. He also spotted the white wolf from a distance on the mountainside, but it gave him the feeling that the wolf was waiting for him there specifically.
He was alert and slowed his pace. He then released his soul with all his might, sensing his surroundings. But until he reached the mountainside, he didn't find any traps around. The white wolf looked down at the human in front of it.
Although the two were only 20 meters apart, for it, this short distance was enough for it to pounce in the blink of an eye. In its eyes, this Black Demon Guard who came to its door was already a dead man. As long as it kills the other,
it will complete this trial, become a true member of the Eternal Night Wolf clan, have an official name, and obtain the qualification to inherit. Ouch! Thinking of this, White Wolf couldn't help but howl in excitement.
A surge of pressure at the level of a high-level C-class cultivator erupted, enveloping Xu Jing. Xu Jing cursed inwardly, but he was completely relieved. He had thought the wolf demon had some trap. It turned out he was hiding his strength, and all
it seemed was a conspiracy human. Unexpected. The white wolf stopped howling and laughed. A human expression, a cat playing with a mouse, appeared on his face. He looked at Xun teasingly and continued.
You are honored to be the prey of my coming-of-age ceremony. Tell me, your name. I really didn't expect it. Xu Jing slowly drew out his black moon blade. A smile appeared on his face as he said, but I think you should be the one who feels honored.
As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed out. Buzz, a slight vibration echoed in the air, and a blade flashed upward suddenly. You. A look of doubt flashed across the white wolf's eyes. It finally reacted and dodged, but the next second,
it felt a sudden dizziness. The scene before it blurred, and its consciousness sank into endless darkness. A wolf's head, its eyes still open, fell from the sky. Its headless body crashed to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out from its neck,
as thick as a bucket, and poured into the grass beside the mountain path. Clang! Xu Jing sheathed his sword. This was the first monster he had killed in the overworld, but it certainly would be the last. In the sky, a small green feathered bird,
its eyes filled with fear, flew around the mountainside. Then, flapping its wings desperately, it flew north without looking back. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night. Xu Jing looked up, sensing something, but under the dark night sky,
he saw nothing. He frowned. He had clearly felt like someone was watching him. Did I sense it wrong? He frowned. He looked around again. Still nothing. He gave up and looked at the wolf demon's corpse. The result was immediate.
A look of regret appeared on his face. I was just thinking about getting rid of the monster, but I forgot to test the alien's parasitic ability on the monsters. Never mind, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Jing stopped worrying.
As a member of the Black Demon Guard, he was usually assigned 1 or 2 missions per month. He would definitely come into contact with many demons in the future. Of course, you can apply for a mission, but few people do, even for a B rank member.
There's no guarantee you'll return alive from every mission, because as he encountered this time, oftentimes the target strength is misjudged. After all, Dalian had so many cities.
Most of the information about the strength of the demons and monsters causing chaos in various places was based on reports from the government. Xu Jing's soul connected to his identity jade token and entered the internal network. He sent a message to July.
I've already killed the target, but how do I prove that I've completed the mission? He checked his mission progress. It was the same as when he came. No changes had occurred. Chapter 254, Big Events, Yongan City.
Located in the extreme north of Dalian State, Julie, wearing a thick fur coat, walked in the dark on the frozen, iron-hard dirt outside the city. He sniffed from time to time, searching for something. At this moment, he suddenly exclaimed softly.
It wasn't because he had made a discovery, but rather because he had received an unexpected message. For him, always devoting a little attention to sensing the identity jade token had become a habit. After seeing the message from Xu Jing,
he showed surprise on his face and confirmed. Have you completed your first mission? According to his estimation, it should be the time when Xu Jing received the task. Xu Jing replied quickly. He recounted the mission he had received 4 days prior.
4 days ago. Julie pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. Ghosts were appearing everywhere in Dalian State. Almost all members of the Black Evil Guard had been dispatched to suppress them.
It was no wonder that newcomer Xu Jing had received the mission so early. He replied, in your case, simply submit evidence of the target's death to the local authorities, or directly bring it to the government office. Leave behind your Black Evil Guard identity.
Someone will take care of it. Identity mark. Xu Jing was a little confused. Julie explained in detail. The identity jade token could also be used as a seal, naturally retaining the unique aura of its original owner. He then discussed several other scenarios.
Then he replied, brother, I've already collected a few of the body refining techniques I promised you last time. I'll send them to you once I complete my mission. Although they could transmit information through their identity jade tokens,
they couldn't transmit images, and even slightly higher level exercises would include both images and text, and some even included visualization techniques. As for Julie, if Xu Jing becomes stronger and his mission completion rate increases,
the commission he can get will also increase accordingly. Xu Jing thanked him quickly and asked where Julie was. Julie looked around the empty frozen plains, feeling somewhat helpless. He was tracking a snow fox demon, but it was far too cunning.
He hadn't been able to track it down for days. This had frustrated July, who always relied on his keen senses. Moreover, this place was close to the demon tribe's territory. He didn't dare go too deep, if it weren't for the generous reward for this mission.
He wouldn't have come here. After casually replying to Xu Jing's location, he wanted to chat a few more words. But at that moment, the ground began to hum. Then, a series of wolf howls came from afar in the moonlight.
Hundreds of pure white wolf demons appeared vaguely at the end of his sight. The Eternal Night Wolf clan, A-level wolf demon. What happened? Julie's gaze focused on the giant wolf leading the group. His mouth dropped open, a look of terror on his face.
He couldn't even think of chatting anymore. He turned and fled desperately. After receiving the reply from Yongan City, Xu Jing began to inquire about the use of the demon corpses and how to deal with them. However, he waited for a long time.
But there was no reply from July. He could only shake his head and log out of the Black Evil Guard's internal network. It seems I have to figure it out on my own. Xu Jing knew Julie was on a mission. He guessed he might be in trouble.
There was no time to reply. He didn't want to wait any longer, so he immediately took action himself. In the world of a Chinese ghost story, he had dissected numerous demons. Even if this wolf demon was unique, it was still a wolf. He skinned it with ease.
Then cut open its body with a knife and began a thorough search. There is no demon core. After a while, Xu Jing threw away the wolf demon's bloody corpse and stood up with a solemn expression.
The monsters in the main world were indeed different from those in the world of a Chinese ghost story. There was no trace of anything resembling a monster core in their bodies. In this case, apart from the wolf's skin, this corpse is of no use to him.
Boom boom boom. Xu Jing waved his hand. 3 fire bombs condensed and released, enveloping the entire wolf demon's body and burning it into a pile of ash. Then he strode down the mountainside, carrying the folded wolf skins and the huge wolf head. The next
early morning, suddenly there was a sound of gongs and drums on the street outside the inn. Bang bang bang. Soon, the waiter knocked on each door and shouted, The wolf monster is dead! The wolf monster is dead! The rooms were opened one by one.
And people rushed out to see the excitement. Xu Jing carried his bag and long sword, and walked down the stairs with a smile to pay the bill. Sir, why don't you go to the government office and take a look? The waiter remembered Xu Jing and said excitedly.
I don't know who killed the wolf monster. Now its head is hanging outside the government office. Almost everyone in the city has gone to see the excitement. Now we don't have to worry anymore. Xu Jing looked around. Everyone's face was filled with joy.
The people on the street were cheering. It was no longer as lifeless as yesterday, filled with sorrow and fear. Looking at this scene, he felt a sense of emotion and a strong sense of responsibility. His power was still very small, but one day,
he would ensure that the human beings in this world would never again be threatened by demons and monsters. Sir, the waiter talked for a long time before realizing Xu Jing didn't seem to be listening. He couldn't help but ask. Xu Jing came back to his senses.
He smiled and said, You said the whole city went to see the fun. I won't go. I have things to do. I have to hurry back. That's a shame. The waiter didn't insist, he said. I'll go get your horse ready right now. As he spoke, he hurried to the stable.
It wasn't long before Xu Jing's mount was led to the door by the waiter. Xu Jing tossed a piece of silver to the waiter. With his warm welcome, he mounted his horse, left the inn, and headed out of the city gate.
He was in a good mood at the moment and was in no hurry to get going. But before long, his mood became extremely heavy. In the Black Demon Guard's internal network, within the event column, a line of blood read.
Thick text made it almost difficult for him to breathe. Yong'an City was attacked by the eternal night wolves of the north. The city was destroyed. No one survived. Xu Jing, riding on horseback, clutched the reins tightly with both hands.
The veins on the backs of his hands bulged out and trembled constantly. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. The people of a city were wiped out just like that. If this happened in Ain City.
He felt cold all over in an instant. Yong'an City. Xu Jing felt a strange familiarity. He quickly realized that July seemed to have been there carrying out a mission last night. He hurriedly clicked on the message and saw the inquiry he had sent last night.
July hadn't replied yet. He won't die, will he? Xu Jing was startled. Not giving up, he sent another message, but it still fell on deaf ears. After thinking about it, he simply flipped through the list of Class B members and soon saw Julie's name.
He breathed a sigh of relief. If the other person was dead, then his name would definitely have disappeared. Perhaps this important incident was reported by the other party, Xu Jing speculated in his mind.
He quickened his pace and desperately began to advance towards An City. Chapter 255 War. Outside Yong'an City is a frozen plain, and further north is a rolling mountain range. The mountains are covered with thick snow that never melts year-round.
This is where the Eternal Night Wolf clan primarily lives. As the demon tribe closest to Daliang's territory in the north, the Eternal Night Wolf clan has thousands of members and is the dominant force in this region.
They carved out vast spaces within the mountains, built neat, habitable houses, and established clear hierarchies and divisions of labor, much like human society. At this moment, inside a stone house within the mountain space, a fat, bearded human man.
His limbs bound by special chains was hanging high on the wall. He was July. While fleeing, he had passed directly through Eternal Cold City and witnessed firsthand the power of a Class A Eternal Night Wolf demon.
The entire Eternal Cold City was frozen in a matter of seconds. Ultimately he didn't escape. He only had time to report what he had seen before he lost consciousness. Upon waking, he was locked in this sealed stone house. No wolf demon had appeared since then.
It's been 3 days. July silently calculated the time, feeling increasingly irritated. For 3 days he was kept hanging like this, without food or water. The strange runes carved into the chains constantly drained his bloodline demonic energy,
preventing him from mustering the strength to escape. He grew weaker and weaker. Additionally, a seemingly ordinary ring was encircled around his head, blocking his external sensory abilities. Furthermore, the palm of his hand,
where his identity jade token was located, was also wrapped in a thin silver-white chain, forming an isolating force field. It looks like we're really doomed this time. July sighed, a look of despair appearing on his face. At this moment,
the huge stone door was pushed open with a rumble, and a middle-aged man with a stern face walked in. A small green, feathered bird stood on the man's shoulder, and he held a scroll in his hand. It's you.
July's expression suddenly changed when he saw the middle-aged man. Although he had transformed into a human, he was certain that this was the grade A wolf demon he had seen 3 days ago that destroyed Yong'an City. My name is Bai Ji,
the wolf demon said expressionlessly. Then he spread the scroll in front of July and said, I only have one question for you. Draw this person. Do you recognize him? Julie looked at the scroll, his pupils constricted slightly.
The person in the painting was actually Xu Jing. At that moment, his mind raced. He vaguely suspected something. 3 days ago, Xu Jing had said had accepted a mission and killed a wolf demon in Fengya City, shortly thereafter.
The Eternal Night Wolf clan appeared in droves and attacked Yong'an City. It seemed that the wolf demon killed by Xu Jing might have a special relationship with Bai Ji. Julie quickly understood what had happened. He felt like crying, but no tears were left.
He deeply regretted having dragged Xu Jingqiang into the Black Evil Guard. He was truly unlucky. But he didn't betray Xu Jing. Instead he shook his head and said, "I don't know him." He saw it clearly, even if he told the truth.
There was a high probability that he would be dead. Even if Bai Ji really let him go, the other party would have the evidence of betrayal. The result was predictable. The Black Evil Guard had been established since the founding of the Daliang Kingdom.
Over the countless years, there had been betrayers. But Julie, though afraid of death, would never betray the human race. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Then he said with a mocking look, "How dare you lie to me?" Julie sighed inwardly.
He said coldly, "I do know him, but I won't tell you anything." He then steeled his resolve and continued, "Destroy Yong'an City. Do you think we, the Black Evil Guards, will let this go? Just wait for your clan to be exterminated."
He knew something about the Eternal Night Wolf clan. Even though they had 2A rank wolf demons in charge, so what? The Black Demon Guard's illustrious reputation was earned through their killing. Throughout history,
monsters that dared to destroy human cities never met a good end. Julie believed this time would be no exception. Bai Ji sneered at Julie's words. His only bloodline was dead. In the past, he would have sought revenge, but even if he had 100 guts,
he would never commit such an act of revenge as to destroy an entire city. But things were different now. Just 3 days ago, the Demon King's messenger suddenly arrived, bringing with him the Demon King's order. After sending the messenger away that day,
he sensed the death of his bloodline. After some thought, he obeyed the Demon King's orders and launched an attack on Yong'an City. Facts proved that Bai Ji's decision was correct. The next day, after the news spread,
the demon tribes surrounding Daliang Kingdom also took action. Smoke filled the air, and Daliang Kingdom was plunged into a critical juncture. The Black Evil Guards only had 12 known A-level experts, even if there were hidden, unknown experts.
How many of them could be dispatched to deal with the Eternal Night Wolf clan? He knew that Daliang was being suppressed by the traitor Phoenix of the demon race. But if the other party took action, the Demon King would never sit idly by. Genocide.
You probably know what's happening out there, do you? Bai Ji's eyes flickered strangely. He took the ring off Julie's head and untied the silver chain from his wrist. He said, "See for yourself." Julie's heart skipped a beat.
He quickly sensed the identity jade token. Then, a second later, he was horrified and asked, "How could this happen?" Laugh. At this moment, Bai Ji's eyes widened. 2 silver-white rays of light shot out from his pupils and directly into Julie's eyes.
Blood suddenly gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His entire face twisted and twitched, becoming incredibly hideous. But not long after, his eyes rolled back and he completely passed out. City Xu Jing.
Bai Ji's eyes flashed coldly. He had clearly obtained the information he sought. However, with the war between the two tribes fully underway, he was now unable to withdraw. "My son has long been a Black Demon Guardian of high C rank.
How could he be killed by a C rank with a single blow? This Xu Jing must be at least a low B rank." The little green bird on his shoulder had just returned today and had already told him everything it had seen.
Bai Ji weighed the pros and cons in his mind before leaving the room. Soon, 3 Eternal Night Wolf demons, each with a strength reaching the high B level, left the mountain range and headed towards Daliang State, Ang City.
After more than 3 days of traveling day and night, Xu Jing finally returned home. After seeing that my parents, uncle and others were all fine, I finally felt relieved. In the past few days,
the event bulletin board in the Identity Jade card has been filled with shocking and terrifying news. Almost every city in Daliang State, bordering the demon tribe, was attacked. Like Yong'an City, most of them were destroyed and their people perished.
Even Guishu City, a city he was familiar with, was among them. This is war, Xu Jing understood. His heart was filled with unknown fear. He hadn't expected it to come so soon. It wasn't the increasing number of ghosts recently, but the Demon Clan, Chapter 256.
Daliang's background, Liangdu, inside the Wutonglin courtyard at the corner of the Imperial Palace. Brothers Zhou Shuqing and Zhou Xiui sat opposite each other, their faces filled with solemnity. "My dear brother, what should we do now?"
Fear flashed in Zhao Zhui's eyes. Despite being prepared, the worst still happened. Over the past 3 days, since the Eternal Night Wolf clan's sudden attack, demonic tribes surrounding Daliang, such as the 2-headed bats, the fire-tailed rats,
the 3-eyed mermaids, have also taken action. City after city has been destroyed. Furthermore, sporadic demonic rebellions continue in various locations, plunging Daliang into a precarious situation.
The Imperial Army and martial arts masters had no chance of success against the demons. They could only be slaughtered by the demons like livestock. although the black evil guards were powerful enough to fight against the demon tribe.
Their numbers were too small. Any demon tribe attacking Daliang would outnumber the total number of black evil guards. Over the past few days, countless demons have taken advantage of the situation to enter the heartland of Daliang,
causing widespread suffering. Even the Central Plains were not spared. If it weren't for the 12 class of bloodline warriors guarding various locations, a large number of demons would have marched straight in on the first day and completely destroyed Daliang.
The difference between Class B and Class A might seem like only one level, but the difference is truly enormous. Every Class A warrior possesses an extremely wide range attack capability. Only those of the same level can contend with them.
Each of the 12 grade A bloodline members of Daliang was like a walking nuclear bomb. Their intimidating presence temporarily halted the demonic attack, but both Zhao Shuqing and Zhao Shui knew clearly that this could only hold off the enemy temporarily.
As the demon clan had more A-level demons, just the ones attacking Daliang alone had 1 or 2 A-level demons in each group, and some even had more, and this is just the beginning. If we don't repel them quickly, more demons will join in.
That will be the true end of humanity. This is a test. Zhao Shuqing sighed and said, the ancestors' nirvana has been hidden from the demon king for 1,000 years, but now there's a problem with the passage to the ghost world.
Suspicion has finally been aroused. His Zhou family's ancestor was a true fire phoenix. It was under its protection that the human race gained the right to survive and established the Daliang kingdom. But now the situation is extremely critical.
The ancestor still shows no signs of waking up. Zhao Zhui was extremely anxious. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and asked, Royal brother, I wonder if Emperor Taizu and the others can take action before the fire phoenix reached nirvana.
Every descendant of the Zhao family, even those with weak bloodlines, could become a bloodline member with its help. But after the nirvana over the past 1,000 years, the number of Zhao family bloodlines has dwindled.
Those who have achieved success in cultivation will enter the nirvana realm, constantly channeling their demonic energy to their ancestor, attempting to awaken him. Over the years, dozens of ancestors from various generations have resided in the nirvana land,
many of whom are at the A level. If all were deployed, they would be enough to easily suppress the invading demons from all directions. Zhao Shuqing remained silent after hearing this. After a while, he made a decision and said, you go back first.
I'm going to the land of nirvana. Okay. Zhao Shui's face lit up with joy. He said goodbye and left in a hurry. Xu Jing had only been in Anhe City for less than half a day when he received a new mission reminder on the identity jade token in his hand.
Daliang was plagued by internal and external troubles. The situation was dire. 12 Class A bloodline members were stationed at the border to guard it. The internal troubles within Liang would need to be resolved by these Class C and Class B members.
In addition, in just these few days, the atmosphere in Anhe City has also changed. The secret of the existence of demons and monsters is now being known to more and more ordinary people. Rumors are spreading everywhere, and people are in a state of panic.
After much deliberation, Xu Jing told Xuanhuan everything that had happened in the past few days without hiding anything, and told him not to leave An City in the near future. After all, this is the Central Plains. So far, it's still relatively safe.
Xuanhuan had just recovered from his injuries. Hearing this, he understood Xu Jing's intention and said, I'll stay home for the time being. I won't be taking on any more sect missions. Xu Jing felt relieved. He said, I'll be out for 2 or 3 days this time.
I'll be back as soon as possible. He now wished he could have a clone so he could carry out the mission for him. But he wouldn't think of escaping. When the nest is overturned, the eggs will be broken too, if Daliang Kingdom is destroyed.
Then under the slaying of countless demons, even if he had the system, he could guarantee that he could protect his family. The result would only be worse than it was now. Strength. My strength is far from enough. Xu Jing clenched his fists tightly.
After reaching the second level, he thought he had enough strength to protect his family. But the drastic changes of the past few days were like a bucket of cold water, completely waking him up. Time was running out.
He didn't waste any more time and set off immediately. Under the worried gazes of Xu Maozong and Xu Maoji, he left Annie City. This mission wasn't difficult. It was just a high-level demon, and it wasn't too far away if he kept going.
He could get there in about a day. This was also because the other black evil guards were busy in various places, exterminating the large number of demons or ghosts that had entered from the border. Otherwise,
this kind of task would not have been assigned to Xu Jing, who had just completed his first mission. He rode on his other mount quickly, but in his mind he was thinking about how to improve his strength as quickly as possible.
The situation facing Daliang was extremely dire. In the past, if he had reached rank B, he could have lived a comfortable life, even resting easy as long as he was careful. But now with no rank A, he felt completely unsure.
It would take more than a day or two to upgrade my own skills to Class A. It seems I can only choose the outer armor. Xu Jing summoned the system. His gaze shifted before settling on the zombie's armor.
The diamond armor was his official bloodline within the Black Evil Guards. Its rapid advancement would be difficult to explain. Furthermore, each of the 9 levels from Stage 1 to Stage 2 required 10,000 essence points to reach Stage 3.
Equivalent to Grade A, the cost would be astronomical. Furthermore, the summoning conditions for the diamond armor were even more demanding. To upgrade it to Grade A, it would require 100,000 summoning essence points, even if it were truly upgraded.
He couldn't afford it. Xu Jing speculated that the diamond armor might have great potential. Otherwise, there would be no reason why it would consume so much origin points. As for the alien armor, its strength clearly wasn't due to individual strength,
but rather to its ability to reproduce and infect numerous soldiers. He still needed to experiment with its ability to parasitize demons. Even if it were upgraded now, it wouldn't be useful for the time being. So he could only choose the zombie armor.
Summoning zombie armor also requires origin points. The starting point is the same as for diamond armor. However, the system displays a 5-fold increase in summoning cost, rather than the 10-fold increase for diamond armor, if you do the math.
Upgrading to a class of flying zombie only requires 500 essence points to summon once. For him now, it's already affordable. Let's upgrade to green zombie first and see. Xu Jing's thought caused his origin points to drop by 300 points.
His zombie armor's level jumped from black to purple, becoming green. Chapter 257. Traveling through time, green zombies are only at the level of a first-tier zombie. Compared to purple zombies, they can walk like humans, jump higher and farther,
and have a stronger body. Their bronze armor has been transformed into silver armor, but their weaknesses remain. They are still afraid of light and fire, and are suppressed by objects like inkstones and talismans. This upgrade didn't cost much. Furthermore,
summoning it only cost 500 essence points. Xu Jing could understand it after thinking about it. A first-level King Kong was truly too powerful for a green zombie to contend with. The next stage of the green zombie is the hairy zombie,
equivalent to the Black Evil Guard's B level. And in the system's display, the upgrade plus sign is still there. He wasn't sure how much essence was needed to achieve this complete improvement. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to continue.
As the thought became clear, in the blink of an eye the system completed the upgrade, consumed 25,000 points. The first thing Xu Jing looked at was the source consumption. This put his mind at ease.
Although the plus sign at the end of the upgrade had disappeared, it was still within his expectations. It seemed that the requirements for the next stage would not exceed much. Just cross over once more and come back.
He whipped his horse as fast as he could and hurried on, eager to reach the mission location immediately. One day later, Xu Jing arrived at a beautiful village, exhausted. This village was built beside a big river, about 2 miles away from the official road.
It was still daylight, but the village was completely silent. Every door was shut. Through the windows, one could faintly see figures flickering inside. Someone is coming. Are you here to save us?
He has a very similar temperament to the person who came the day before yesterday, maybe. Xu Jing rode his horse around the village. After hearing the people hiding in the houses talking, he shouted, "I'm here to help you, someone in charge.
Come out and tell me what's going on." He already knew most of it from the mission information. He just wanted to confirm it. There was a commotion in the surrounding houses. Soon, one of the doors creaked open, and a trembling old man emerged.
The old man was the village official. He explained the whole story in detail with fear in his eyes. Just 5 days ago, an ugly monster with a fish tail and a human body appeared in the river near their village.
The monster initially hid in the water and attacked villagers, dragging them underwater and drowning them, or even eating them. Fearful, the villagers no longer dared to fetch water. Even if they did, they would rather walk several miles to other places.
But after the monster discovered this, it actually ran directly to the shore, grabbed a child and returned to the water. The villagers were furious and wanted to unite to kill the monster. However,
the monster was extremely powerful and easily knocked everyone to the ground. It then demanded that the villagers pay a tribute of 1 person every day. Someone tried to escape at night that day, but the monster was quickly caught and eaten in public.
No one dared to escape anymore, until the afternoon of the day before yesterday. A man who looked like a gangster came and said he would help them get rid of this monster. But the monster was very cunning. It hid in the water and refused to come out.
The man didn't dare to go in either. After lying in ambush for a day, he left because of other urgent matters. But before leaving, the man said that other people would come soon to help them deal with the monster. Xu Jing listened silently to the old man's words.
The man who had come the day before yesterday was also a member of the Black Evil Guard. However, he was only at the lower sea level and had other missions to attend to. After spotting a high-level mermaid appearing here, the man wanted to gain more merit.
However, he wasted a day waiting for the mermaid to appear. He was afraid to enter the water, so he reported the situation and left. Everything matched. Xu Jing met the old man's hopeful gaze and nodded. I'm here to help you deal with the monster.
Yes, the old man was overjoyed. He quickly said. The monster appeared as soon as the man left, and it went even further, eating 2 villagers. Sir, you must help us, Xu Jing snorted coldly.
His gaze turned toward the river at the edge of the village. He leaped from his horse, drew his long sword, and walked towards it. Sir. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect Xu Jing to go straight to the river. He hesitated and shouted, "Be careful."
He was in the water. Xu Jing didn't respond. He reached the riverbank, released his spirit, and instantly found his target. The mermaid was a meter away, deep underwater, hiding her presence. She watched him when he first received the mission.
He was very curious about mermaids. But after seeing their appearance, he lost interest. They were far different from the mermaids he had imagined. This is the ugly mermaid. Meter-long body, a long face with fish-shaped lips.
Blood-red eyes filled with evil, black scales covered the body, sparse hair on the top of the head. It was as ugly as it could be. Plop! Xu Jing simply jumped into the water, and at the same time, the demonic power in his body exploded. Boom!
It was as if a high explosive bomb had exploded in the water. Columns of water shot up into the sky. Centered on the spot where Xu Jing had fallen, a wave like a dome appeared, igniting and displacing the surrounding river water.
The underwater mermaid seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, slamming into the water. Horror filled his eyes. He spit out blood and climbed to his feet. Attempting to flee die, the river around Xu Jing hadn't yet surged back up. He seized the opportunity.
Hurling the long sword in his hand downward with all his might, blazing with energy. She! A stream of blood spurted out. The mermaid screamed miserably as the long sword pinned her directly into the mud at the bottom of the water. The river flowed back.
But beneath the surface, a flame burned unquenchable. Xu Jing swam down, drew his long sword, and floated to the surface along with the merman's corpse. Bang! He swung his long knife and threw the still burning mermaid's body onto the shore. The monster is dead.
Come out and see. The old man not far away opened his mouth wide, his face filled with disbelief. This adult had only been here for a cup of tea, and he had already killed the monster. It's like a dream. The old man came to his senses and shouted excitedly.
The villagers ran out of their houses and surrounded the mermaid's body, cheering continuously. Xu Jing reached the shore, led by the old man. The villagers all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him in gratitude. Get up quickly.
He sighed inwardly and quickly helped the old man up. Then, following another method Julai had taught him, he submitted a report on the completion of the mission to the identity jade card. Thinking of Julai, he looked at the list of members again.
But he still hadn't replied. What happened? Xu Jing was puzzled. After saying goodbye to the villagers, he mounted his horse and left the village. Another day later, before dark, he returned to An City. Everything was fine at home.
Nothing happened in the city either. After having a family dinner with his family, he hurried back to his room and began his journey through time. The external situation was grim. The missions continued. He had to seize the moment to improve his strength.
Chapter 258. Buzz! The continuous shaking of the earth woke Xu Jing from his sleep. It was dark all around. As he gradually regained consciousness, he found himself trapped in something resembling an eggshell.
He had experienced something similar to this in Jurassic World. The shaking of the earth became more and more intense. Xu Jing clearly sensed that all of this was originating from above. He heard the sound of large machinery starting up. This is digging!
He reacted quickly and released his spirit to explore the surroundings. At the same time, he silently recited the system in his mind. The interface opened, but the situation that appeared almost made his thoughts stop. System upgrade in progress 23:25.
Xu Jing cursed inwardly. This situation was terrible. Hopefully it won't be like last time. A sudden wave of worry rose in his heart. However, the last time the system was upgraded from a trial version to a full version, the trial benefits were cancelled.
This time the situation was different. After thinking about this, he felt a little relieved. Xu Jing's spirit quickly scanned the 20-meter area around him, and a 3-dimensional image emerged. It was a pitch-black, horizontal cavern.
It seemed to be the interior of the remains of some enormous creature. Bones curved along the sides of the cavern. These were ribs. Such a big creature. What on earth is it? Xu Jing felt the scene was familiar.
He and another creature like him were hanging from the edge of his ribs. Like some kind of parasite. Is this an egg? He carefully observed his own form, then combined it with the surroundings. Suddenly, something occurred to him. It's this movie.
Xu Jing was absolutely certain that he was in this movie world. In 1954, the United States discovered Godzilla, a prehistoric monster with immense destructive power. Awakened by nuclear weapons testing, panicked.
They attempted to destroy it with a nuclear bomb, but ultimately only managed to send it into a deep sleep in the Pacific Ocean. After that, All countries jointly launched the Emperor Project to research ways to completely eliminate monsters. In 1999,
radioactive ore pockets were discovered in a mining area in the Philippines. Workers, believing they had found a uranium deposit, brought in large machinery and began digging. During the excavation, the valley floor suddenly collapsed,
and all the people and equipment at the excavation site fell into a huge, pitch-black pit. Serizawa Ichiro, a scholar involved in the Emperor Project, arrives to investigate. He discovers the petrified egg sacs of the insect-like monster Muto in the pit.
He also discovers that one of the hatched Mutos has escaped. It seems that my identity this time is the escaped Minto. Xu Jing, through his spirit, surveyed his brother next to him. His egg sac had already become fossilized.
He reacted and finally sorted out all the clues. This pit wasn't formed naturally. It's the inside of Godzilla's corpse. In prehistoric times, Godzilla was already the top overlord of the Earth. However, he also had an mortal enemy, the Muteos.
There are two species, male and female, like Godzilla. They feed on radioactive energy and prefer to lay eggs and parasitize Godzilla, absorbing the energy of its natural nuclear reactor. The Meteos are pests. They must be eliminated, otherwise.
With the Muto's reproduction rate and number, there will be no room for them to survive. Therefore, from prehistoric times to the present day, once a Metu appears, Godzilla will inevitably appear and pursue it. The fight will continue until death.
This Godzilla's corpse might have been killed by the Muteos, or perhaps the Muteos found a dead Godzilla and used its body to lay eggs. Then, someone unknown happened. Many years later, Godzilla's corpse and the Minto eggs were buried underground.
Got to get out of here as soon as possible. Xu Jing could sense the growing mechanical noises above him. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, when humans dug up the underground pit and Dr. Serizawa, a member of the Emperor Project, arrived,
he struggled constantly. Perhaps it was time for him to hatch. Not long after, there was a crack. The sac encasing him torn open. Click, click, click. Xu Jing continued to push, twisting his body, widening the crack. Finally,
it fell to the ground with a thud. Hungry. As soon as he landed, he was immediately struck by a strong feeling of hunger, prompting him to look for food. Xu Jing, through his body's instincts, sensed several locations of radiating energy.
But they were all very far away from him. So hungry, he turned his head and looked at the other Muto egg hanging beside him. This was a nearly fossilized Muto, but Xu Jing knew it was still alive. It was currently dormant, and it was a female.
Do you want to suck the other person dry? Even the unborn Mutos, having absorbed the energy from Godzilla's nuclear reactor, had a large amount of radioactive energy in their bodies. Enough to fill his stomach. Hiss! Xu Jing opened his mouth. Finally,
with great difficulty, he turned his head and followed Godzilla's skeleton towards the nearest source of radioactive energy he could sense. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but he was thinking of Godzilla as Godzilla's mortal enemy in this world.
Even if he didn't provoke him, the other party would never let him go. He would even chase him to the ends of the earth to kill him. The system was still being upgraded. Xu Jing wasn't sure what the mission was this time.
But having another companion was definitely better than facing Godzilla alone. Even though he had the system, he wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight with Godzilla. However, strengthening still required origin points.
The return transformation consumed 40% of the origin points used for strengthening. Saving that would be best, of course. Xu Jing squirmed rapidly. He had just hatched. He looked like a giant silkworm, about 5 meters in diameter and over 10 meters long.
Go away quickly. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he would be unable to resist absorbing the other Muteo. Puff, puff, puff. Xu Jing moved to one end of the pit. His sharp forelegs dug while his head thrust upward. Soon,
he had dug a passage and reached the surface. This place was far away from the mining area. Before him was a forest, and a few miles away was the sea. He paused for a moment to sense the energy, then located the nearest few points of radiation.
All on the other side of the ocean. Xu Jing knew that the locations of the nuclear power plants he sensed were all located there. And the closest ones were probably in China. I should go to the island country. Of course, he wouldn't go to China.
He only considered it for a few seconds before making his decision. He would go to the place where the original body had gone in the movie, the island town of Zhongjila. There by the sea is a nuclear power plant. Chapter 259. System Upgrade Content.
He moved quickly, knocking down trees along the way. He continued forward in a straight line, creating a deep, large gully wherever he passed. Soon, he waded through the forest and arrived at the coast.
He didn't consider whether he could swim. If the Muto in the movie could cross the ocean in its current form, he could definitely do it too. Plop! Xu Jing's entire body entered the sea. Then, with huge bubbles gurgling out, he sank to the bottom of the sea.
As he expected, he could still breathe freely after entering the water. To fill our bellies. Go ahead! He determined the direction and hurried on. Half a day later, Xu Jing finally arrived near the coastline of Zhongjila town.
The coast near the nuclear power plant is blocked by barbed wire. There are also patrols on the sea, driving away approaching ships. He didn't emerge from the water. Instead, he started digging from the bottom of the sea. Thinking about the location he sensed.
In his current state, digging a tunnel was not difficult. After another half day, he finally dug a passage through the barbed wire fence and arrived under the nuclear power plant without anyone noticing. Let's eat. Although the nuclear reactor was stable,
Xu Jing was a creature that specialized in absorbing radioactive energy. Even if it was stable, he could still continuously absorb the energy without wasting it. He also didn't increase the radiation level or cause human awareness.
Each time he traveled through time, with the system's help, his integration with the body he occupied was perfect. Even without memories, he completely inherited the body's instincts and talents. Using them was as easy and natural as eating and drinking.
As his mind stirred, the cells and organs in his body began to activate. A large amount of radiation energy rushed out from the reactor. Buzz! The ground shook slightly as if an earthquake had struck. What happened?
Inside the nuclear power plant's main control room, everyone felt the unusual vibrations. They froze in place, looking at each other in bewilderment. As we all know, due to the narrow size of the island nation and its location on the Pacific Ring of Fire,
earthquakes are commonplace. In this environment, a nuclear power plant is affected by an earthquake, and a leak could easily occur. Although many experts and people around the world have strongly opposed island nations building nuclear power plants,
they have still built a large number of nuclear power plants due to economic interests. Although these nuclear power plants are located in geological environments far from seismic activity zones and geological disaster-prone areas,
no one can guarantee that earthquakes and accidents will not occur. At this moment, after sensing the ground shaking, all the staff in the nuclear power plant were horrified and took emergency action. But they soon discovered it was a false alarm.
The reactor was safe and sound, with not even a trace of radiation leak detected. This is an earthquake. Quick! Find the source and epicenter. Pay close attention. Inside the main control room, the temporary person in charge, Akashi,
had a serious expression on his face as he issued instructions one after another. Contact the nuclear power plants in Nakasu, Tokai and Mount Fuji and ask them what the situation is like there. Also, does anyone know where Brody is? Contact him immediately.
Have him come over and check on the situation. The others heard the instructions and got busy. One of them reported, Brody has gone home. He seems to have run into some trouble. He won't be back until tomorrow. Akashi scratched his face. A headache gripped him.
Brody was the most authoritative person here, yet he wasn't even here at this crucial point. He thought for a moment and said, everyone, stay alert. Monitor all data closely. If anything's wrong, immediately lower the energy level. After he finished speaking,
he hurriedly left the control room, preparing to report the situation as soon as possible. Under the nuclear power plant, Xu Jing absorbed energy once and paused for a moment. It wasn't because of any concerns,
but rather because the system upgrade was finally complete. He quickly summoned the system and looked over. Had the upgrade for the alien system for crossing the myriad worlds has been completed. Click here for details.
Xu Jing nervously clicked on it and looked at the upgrade content. 1. The host travels through a world they have previously entered. The impact of their previous actions on that world continues. If you have redeemed outer armor,
you can activate the related outer armor missions. Completing them will earn you extra rewards. If you haven't redeemed your outer armor,
you can spend an equivalent amount of return transformation origin points to restore and continue with the body you previously traveled to. You can also choose a new body to possess through the system. Tip: the current host is in the Godzilla world.
This is the same world as King Kong, Skull Island. Since the host has redeemed King Kong, the King Kong armor quest can be activated in this world. 2. Added a new armor recycling option. Host can recycle unwanted armor back to their original cost points.
All exchange costs are fully refunded. Overworld enhancement costs are also refunded 60%. There were only these 2 messages. After Xu Jing finished reading them, he finally felt relieved and even felt a surge of joy.
The first item is based on the current world. If he hadn't exchanged for the diamond armor, he could use the origin points converted when he returned from diamond to restore his diamond body and continue using the diamond identity. Of course,
he could also choose a new body arranged by the system. As for him exchanging for the diamond armor, it didn't hurt either. It gave him an extra mission, which meant extra rewards. As for the second item,
although the system would still deduct 40% of the main world enhancement cost, it was still very beneficial to him. If he was not satisfied with the outer armor he exchanged, at least he could recycle it and not waste it all. However,
Xu Jing had no intention of retrieving the outer armor unless it was absolutely necessary. He believed that even the most useless outer armor might, at some point, be of unexpected use. After reading the upgrade content,
he couldn't wait to open the system interface and looked at the information bar in the lower right corner. Movie, Godzilla 14. You can choose to return at any time. Currently convert 100 origin points. Identity, Muto Larveps, gender, male, abilities.
Electromagnetic pulse weak FOSS Mission 1. Grow to a complete form. Origin points 10,000. Mission 2. Complete mating with a female Muto 40,000 origin points. Mission 3. Protect the eggs laid by the female Muto until they hatch.
After completing Mission 3, the Outer Armor mission will be activated. Exo Armor mission, using the Diamond Exo Armor, defeat or kill Godzilla. Reward, in the next world, if the host dies in the possessed body.
They will be given a chance to be resurrected using the legendary Godzilla body. Hiss. Xu Jing couldn't help but open his mouth. He let out a low growl. He felt both excited and conflicted. Mission 2 was like a huge mountain,
Blocking his ability to complete Mission 3. If they don't mate, how can they lay eggs? No eggs are spawned. How can I activate the Outer Armor mission? MP Xu Jing cursed in his heart. Chapter 260. There is no solution.
Xu Jing didn't know what to do for a moment. If you don't complete the second task, you won't be able to complete the subsequent tasks. He was torn. Although he had traveled through time to reach the origin point,
Strengthening his spirit had always been his top priority. Therefore, he had never considered giving up on Mission 3. Furthermore, this time Mission 2 actually has a whopping 40,000 origin points reward. There's also the Diamond Armor mission,
which rewards a single enhanced resurrection. Looking at the prompt at the bottom right corner of the system, Xu Jing's heart was moved.
The so-called enhanced resurrection is to transfer all the origin points consumed by the dead body during its journey through the world, as well as the origin points gained when the body returns to the resurrected legendary Godzilla body. Furthermore,
upon returning, the legendary Godzilla itself, along with all the energy consumed in strengthening, can be converted into origin points. In other words, not only could he earn an extra body's return to transformation origin point,
but he could also save 40% of the transformation cost. The rewards from these 3 missions, combined, caused Xu Jing to constantly struggle. It was as if a demon, offering him a bunch of hard-to-refuse conditions, was tempting him to fall.
I should have sucked that female Muto dry, he complained inwardly, thinking that maybe the system would change the task. But it was too late to say anything now. He couldn't make up his mind. What choice should he make? If it was just Mission 2,
even if it was 40,000 essence points, he would give it up without hesitation. Just like when he gave up the mission to mate with the strongest female snake during his first time traveling through time. As for the reason,
perhaps it was his aesthetic sense, or perhaps it was some kind of inner persistence. Regardless, he still took the step to overcome this hurdle. Of course, if it was a woman like Avatar, a vampire like Selena, or a monster like Bai Suzhen.
But creatures like that are no different from humans. Unlike the Mutos, mating is purely for reproduction, not for emotions. There is no solution. Xu Jing shook his head vigorously, feeling extremely angry.
He stomped his forelimbs hard on the ground. A weak shockwave spread out from him. Boom! Inside the nuclear power plant's main control room, workers investigating the cause of the previous earthquake lost their footing. The ground began to shake slightly.
The lights of the surrounding instruments and cameras flickered, causing everyone to panic. Quick, turn down the energy level, someone shouted, but Akashi and Serizawa were not there. For a moment, no one dared to carry out the order. Fortunately,
this time the shock also came and went quickly. Calm was restored in the blink of an eye. Inform Akashi of the situation. We must find out the cause. Everyone was in a state of panic, feeling as if a disaster was about to happen. After Xu Jing vented his anger,
he looked at the system again. He suddenly remembered that it took him 15 years to grow into his full form. In other words, the plot officially begins 15 years later.
He was startled and quickly looked at the time flow rate comparison between the two worlds. He found that the difference in time flow rate between the two worlds was a bit exaggerated. One night in the main world, but more than 20 years here.
Xu Jing was stunned for a long time. He remembered the last time he traveled through King Kong. One night in the main world was equivalent to 3 days here. He searched carefully and finally found a clue below. After reading it, he understood the reason.
The last time he traveled through King Kong, this world was in the 1970s. But after he returned, this time the year had unexpectedly changed to 1999. The system used methods he couldn't understand to adjust the time difference between the two worlds.
This led to the current situation. This should be a good thing for me. Xu Jing pondered for a moment and gave up his original plan to use origin points to strengthen himself and quickly complete the first task.
He needed to upgrade his zombie armor to Class A, which would require a significant amount of essence. He was saving as much as possible right now. Regarding the second mission, he was considering other ways to skip or complete it.
He wasn't ready to give up easily, and the female Meto also needed time to grow. Let's take it one step at a time. Xu Jing suppressed his anger. He angrily shut down the system and focused on absorbing energy. The Philippines.
A helicopter arrived outside the mining area where the collapse occurred. This mining area is located on the northern coast. A massive circular pit has been dug into the mountains. After the helicopter came to a stop, Serizawa and his assistant, Vivienne,
covered their mouths and noses as they hurried to the mine gate amidst the dust kicked up by the rotating wings. The current mine manager was Jerry Boyd. He had been waiting at the gate for a long time. As soon as we met, he immediately explained the situation.
Serizawa said nothing as he followed the scene of the accident. He stared down at the massive sinkhole, over 100 meters long, with a serious expression. His brow furrowed tightly. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was resolute,
his eyes sparkling, and he exuded a calmness that came from a deep professional confidence. Let us go in and take a look. There was nothing to be seen from the outside. Since he was here, he had to go in and investigate thoroughly. Half an hour later,
under his leadership, the group, wearing thick protective clothing, arrived at the entrance of the collapsed pit. "Do you want to follow in?" Serizawa asked, looking at Boyd, who was also wearing protective clothing. Boyd nodded, followed with a flashlight,
and said, "When they first discovered the radioactive sack here, the radiation intensity was only half of what it is now. It seems that once it came into contact with the outside air, it accelerated some reaction. At that moment,
someone shone a flashlight toward the edge of the pit. They saw a thick, bone-like column several meters long, curving upward. They couldn't help but ask, "Is this some kind of fossil? I've been mining for over 30 years, and I've never seen anything like it."
He shone his flashlight forward continuously. Every few steps he would find a similar pillar. Serizawa looked puzzled and glanced at his assistant. They exchanged glances. Boyd began to instruct the workers to turn on the lights. Before Serizawa,
some workers had already entered and were rushing to install the lighting equipment. It was just about finished. As the dim searchlights turned on one after another, the originally dark pits lit up piece by piece,
revealing their entire appearance before everyone. "Oh my God, how is this possible?" everyone exclaimed in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. They unexpectedly saw a massive skeleton with no end in sight.
The pillars they had photographed earlier were actually ribs, arranged in arches on both sides of the pit bottom. And the path they were walking on was actually the spine of this monster. Could it be this? Vivienne's eyes widened. After taking a deep breath,
she whispered to Serizawa. Serizawa opened his mouth and shook his head slightly. "No, this place is much older than that." Both of them were members of the Monarch Project. Naturally, they knew of Godzilla's existence. Seeing the skeleton,
they were filled with a wave of shock. Then the guy walking up ahead suddenly yelled, "Oh my God! Guys, come look at this!" Everyone rushed over. Flashlights shone on the edge of a rib. A gigantic, strange object like a tumor was visible hanging from it.
Chapter 261, Cocoon Evolution. The others were just there to watch the fun. After a while, they lost interest in this disgusting meatball and dispersed to other places. Serizawa and Vivienne then slowly approached,
observing carefully with flashlights. "What on earth is this?" Vivienne turned around and looked at Serizawa. She asked in surprise, "Is this some kind of egg?" Serizawa was just as shocked as Vivienne, but he managed to remain calm. After observing for a moment,
he analyzed. "It looks like dormant spores. The bones have become fossilized." He shone his flashlight over it. Spotting another fleshy mass, he continued, "This one doesn't have that. The structure is completely preserved. It looks broken.
It looks like something escaped from inside." He frowned slightly, as if thinking of something. He shone his flashlight on the ground. His expression changed immediately after he saw it.
Serizawa and Vivienne followed the trail they had discovered and found the passage Xu Jing had dug. After walking through the passage and onto the surface, they saw a wide ravine leading directly to the sea. A panicked expression crossed their faces.
"Contact the organization quickly. Send someone to seal off this place." Vivienne understood the seriousness of the situation. Furthermore, this discovery itself couldn't be disclosed to the general public.
She immediately pulled out her encrypted phone and contacted headquarters. Half a day later, a US warship arrived. A large group of soldiers entered the mine and cordoned off the area. At the same time, Serizawa,
along with a group of scientists from various countries who arrived later, removed the other intact spore. This unknown monster, still in its spore form, is extremely valuable. "Take it back and study it carefully," he said to Vivienne. "Also,
keep an eye on the surrounding countries and regions. If you see any unusual activity, report it to me immediately." "Good." Vivienne took the order and got busy. Janjura nuclear power plant. Over the course of the night,
Xu Jing absorbed energy almost every once in a while. As his absorption ability grew stronger, the nuclear power plant began to vibrate continuously, and the vibrations became increasingly severe.
All the staff on duty that night were terrified and did not dare to relax even a little. Although there has been no nuclear leak, no one dares to be careless in this situation. Early in the morning,
Brody rushed back to the nuclear power plant with a grim expression on his face. It was supposed to be his birthday today. He had taken the day off yesterday to be with his children, but then this unexpected incident happened.
His phone never stopped ringing for almost the entire night, reporting various situations. His wife, Sunderland, also worked at the nuclear power plant. They had discussed their plans before coming.
He went to deal with the inquiring government officials and convene an emergency safety meeting, while his wife led people to the 5th underground floor to inspect the reactor.
Brody had just entered the nuclear power plant when the staff who had been waiting for him handed him a stack of data files with graphs. He took it in his hand and asked, "What is this? The seismic waves are abnormal. The time unit is minutes."
The reporter pointed to the document and emphasized, "Look at the x-axis. It's not days, it's minutes." The government official following behind him panicked. He quickly asked, "Wait a minute, you said the seismic waves were abnormal.
Could this be a precursor to an earthquake?" Brody walked and looked. Hearing this, he said, "It's not an earthquake. Seismic waves are chaotic and jagged. This one has a pattern. It's getting stronger. The waveform is very clear."
Sunderland had already obeyed his orders, put on protective clothing, and led a group of people to the 5th underground floor. He quickly entered the main control room and went straight to Akashi, asking, "What's going on? Have you seen the document I have?"
Akashi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Brody was the authority and the real person in charge here. Brody came to a heavy computer, opened the data, and asked, "What is the source of the earthquake? Where is the epicenter?"
The screen displayed a fluctuating image. Each time it overlapped, it formed a trapezoid, showing a trend of increasing strength. Unable to find any information, Akashi was helpless. "We can definitely find the center point."
Brody then asked another old man not far away, Hayato. Hayato spread his hands and said, "No one can find out. We've contacted several other nuclear power plants but they haven't been affected. However,
I think what we detected was probably an aftershock from the Philippines earthquake." Brody's face was grave. He walked over to the control panel, took a look, and said, "Is this overloaded?" "Yes, that's right," Akashi said. "I think the energy should be lowered."
Brody gasped. His face darkened. This wasn't supposed to be like this. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He walked over to the communicator and picked up a line. "Sandra, are you there?" His wife, Sandra, was checking on the 5th floor underground.
She responded immediately after hearing the news. "Come up quickly." Although Brody didn't know what would happen, he felt a growing sense of foreboding. Sandra hesitated for a few seconds before saying to the others, "Let's go. Let's all go back."
"Let's get out of here quickly." The others were bewildered, but from Sandra's tone they could tell something was amiss. They all turned and ran. Xu Jing released his spiritual senses, although he couldn't detect the situation on the uppermost floor.
He could still sense Sandra and the others who had reached the 5th floor. At this point, he had absorbed enough energy and was about to enter the next stage of growth. Just like a butterfly, his next step is to spin a giant cocoon,
wrapping himself inside and completing the final transformation. However, during this period, he would need a large amount of radioactive energy to absorb during his transformation. Therefore, the best method was to release electromagnetic pulses at full power,
causing the voltage of the nuclear power plant to collapse and trigger a complete leak, thereby creating a suitable environment for long-term radiation growth. However, just as Xu Jing was about to make his move,
he discovered humans entering the 5th underground floor and temporarily restrained himself. He remembered Sandra's death here in the movie. This was the reason Rob D went on a quest to find the truth behind his wife's death, just outside the quarantine zone.
He spent 15 years researching the abandoned nuclear power plant. Finally, his research findings enabled Serizawa to analyze key information, which in turn provided a lot of useful intelligence for the US military's operations. So if Sandra hadn't died,
Brody might not have been so persistent in finding the truth about the nuclear leak. Xu Jing let Sandra go. Sometimes a change of heart could save a lot of trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he definitely didn't like it. He lay quietly underground.
He waited a moment longer. Then, through his spiritual exploration, he discovered that Sandra and the others had already reached the exit. Only then did he take action. Boom! Xu Jing raised his four limbs and slammed them hard into the ground instantly.
An incredibly powerful electromagnetic pulse emanated from him, forming an invisible wave that surged in all directions. Boom! The entire nuclear power plant shook violently, and everyone screamed in fear. "Quick! Shut down the nuclear reactor!"
And gave the order. The government official held onto the table and shouted, "No, you can't do this. Must be closed." Robdi ran to the control station, but it was too late. In a split second, the lights went out.
All the equipment stopped working. Chapter 262. Aftermath. The nuclear power plant's main control room was in chaos. The backup generators kicked into action, but they were powerless to maintain the original state.
A shrill alarm rang out throughout the nuclear power plant. and all the indicator lights turned red. Sunderland, Brody yelled through the communicator. Emergency door. Close the emergency door.
Sunderland and his men watched the security door slowly fall, gasping for breath in shock. Boom! There was another violent shaking, and everyone screamed in fear and ran out. Evacuate! Everyone, evacuate immediately! Brody gave the order.
Then rushed underground with the communicator. His wife hadn't come up yet. Fortunately, there were no accidents. Soon after, everyone escaped from the nuclear power plant in a state of panic and quickly organized an evacuation. Rumble!
Almost all the residents near the nuclear power plant heard the violent tremor. Many looked in the direction of the sound, their mouths hanging open in shock. 3 tall cooling towers collapsed like bubbles, sending up clouds of dust. Run, run.
Every resident of Xuanhuan town knew what those 3 cooling towers represented. They were all terrified, wishing they had more legs. It wasn't long before news of the nuclear power plant's major accident spread throughout the town of Xuanhuan.
It spread across the island nation and made headlines around the world. The flames blazed brightly, explosions continued. Streams of orange, red, and blue light shot thousands of feet into the air,
blowing away the clouds and painting the sky a dazzling riot of color. In this beautiful yet terrifying environment, Xu Jing roared with excitement. He had long since left the center of the energy explosion underground. After the situation calmed down,
he headed directly to the reactor. At this moment, he felt like every cell in his body was cheering and madly absorbing the energy around him. A large amount of sticky substance secreted from his body, mixing with the surrounding debris and bricks.
A giant cocoon tens of meters high and wide formed, enveloping the 3 reactors. Cuckoo cuckoo. The cocoon's underside seemed to be equipped with a row of orange, red round lights, flickering intermittently.
Vast radiant energy was rhythmically channeled and integrated into it. Xu Jing felt his eyelids growing heavier. The changes in his body made it impossible for him to stay awake for long. Gradually, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep.
A few days later, thanks to the efforts of numerous rescue workers, everything returned to normal. The government began establishing an isolation zone and gradually investigating the cause of the accident. At this time,
Cerizor received a report from his assistant Vivienne and began to suspect the cause of the nuclear power plant leak inside a secret base.
The computer screen in the main control room showed a dotted line running from the northern coast of the Philippines to Janjarara in the southern part of the island nation. 9 times out of 10 it was the escaped monster that did it.
Cerizor flipped through the information in his hand. The first thing he ruled out was an earthquake as the cause of the leak, because during that time, there had been no earthquakes that could affect Xuanhuan.
He had also recently gained some insights from studying the spores of another monster he had brought back. He knew that this monster fed on radioactive energy and had an organ similar to a reactor in its body. Based on this,
the newly born cub must have gone out in search of food, triggering the leak at the Xuanhuan nuclear power plant. Vivienne looked worried and asked, "What should we do then?" "Go there." Cerizor showed a determined look. "I must find it! Soon!"
Cerizor reported everything he knew to the head of the Emperor Project and accompanied him to the island nation. The island government had yet to uncover the truth about the nuclear disaster.
Cerizor and his team arrived at their doorstep and explained the details of the Emperor plan to the Prime Minister and the then cabinet members, sharing the truth, at the same time, under the strong demands of the United States.
The island government finally agreed to put the overall interests first and conceal the truth from the public. Then, it cooperated with the countries involved in the Emperor plan to launch an action.
A large number of troops evacuated all residents within a 20-mile radius of the Xuanhuan nuclear power plant. A blockade was then implemented. A fishing ban was also issued for the surrounding sea area.
The nuclear power company that was originally criticized by the public also claimed to have found the cause of the leak and escaped with the help of many media, thanks to the efforts of various governments.
The various rhetoric of nuclear panic was quickly suppressed. People's attention was quickly diverted to other places, and attention to this accident became less and less. After a long time, a group of people with special identities,
under heavy guard and led by a high-ranking official, arrived at the safe area outside the Xuanhuan isolation zone. Dr. Cerizor, the senior official, said to the middle-aged man in the lead, "Are you sure you want to go in?" "Sure."
Cerizor and the others all donned protective suits from the lab. They had already sent personnel inside to investigate before this operation and had taken photos of the giant cocoon. And this time, he came to find a solution. After confirming their identities,
the guards opened the quarantine area and let them in. "The radiation level here is lower than we expected." Vivian sat in the car, looking at the radiation detector in her hand. Cerizor predicted this. Meteors feed on radioactive energy.
If we allow them to continue absorbing it, it won't take a few years for the radiation here to completely disappear, returning to a pure state.
The Monarch Project has named the monster they discovered this time the Mutio, and has informed everyone who knows about it. It would be great if we could develop a similar method. Serizawa said calmly, this is nature's creation.
If the Mutios don't possess aggressive tendencies or aggression, then perhaps we can view them as the aftermath of a disaster and guide them. Vivienne shook her head and said anxiously, what if? So here we are, Serizawa said with a serious face.
We'll see how it goes when we get there. Within the Monarch organization, most people insisted on completely killing the Mutios to eliminate future troubles. However, there were also many people like him who took a wait-and-see attitude.
The cause of all this can be traced back to the 1970s. After the United States used an untested hydrogen bomb against Godzilla in 1954, the then US president believed that Godzilla had been completely eliminated. The Monarch Project fell into disfavor,
gradually becoming a research topic for relevant academic organizations and experts. However, the discovery of Skull Island in the 1970s brought unprecedented attention to the Monarch Project. King Kong, the skeleton crawler,
and all the strange creatures of Skull Island, more importantly, the underground world unknown to humans yet real and present. How many unknown creatures exist? It remains a mystery. Chapter 263, let's celebrate with an electromagnetic pulse.
The original intention of the Monarch Project has undergone substantial changes since the exploration of Skull Island. The plan begins with simply searching for unknown life forms, studying the extent of the threat these creatures pose to humanity,
and developing countermeasures to eliminate the threat. It has transformed into research and understanding of unknown creatures, as well as the possibility of communicating with them. All these changes are thanks to King Kong, the legendary god of Skull Island.
After the exploration in the 1970s, all the survivors were taken away by members of the Monarch Project, led by the United States. All information and data were handed over, and they were subjected to constant interrogation. Among them,
the research on the worship of King Kong by the indigenous people of Skull Island and King Kong's mortal enemy, the Skull Crawler, brought huge benefits to the Monarch organization. The Earth has never belonged to humans. This is a consensus among all people.
After experiencing Skull Island, more people realized that many of those massive prehistoric creatures possessed intelligence greater than humans, and were also capable of emotions. Among them, the story of King Kong, for which they have evidence.
And his actions are the best proof. The members of the Monarch organization were filled with excitement and fear. They hoped to communicate with the prehistoric behemoths that were friendly to humans. Facts have proven that nature is balanced.
King Kong and the skeleton reptiles restrain each other and form an indispensable link in nature's ecological chain. One side represents justice, the other side represents evil. Unfortunately,
when the Monarch members finally set foot on Skull Island after going through countless hardships, King Kong was gone. Even the Skull Crawler was nowhere to be seen. Decades passed as technology advanced.
The Emperor Project's exploration and understanding of prehistoric behemoths became increasingly profound, especially the rich and colorful creatures on Skull Island, which greatly reduced their fear of the unknown. But whether it was Godzilla or King Kong,
the existence of these unique and powerful creatures still made them dare not relax. This discovery in the Philippine mine also proves one thing. Godzilla and Mutio are natural enemies. The Mutio spores are parasitic on Godzilla and Godzilla's body.
That's enough to say it all. Their relationship is perhaps similar to that between King Kong and the skeleton reptile. But who represents justice and who represents evil? There is still no definite conclusion about the Emperor Project organization.
But no matter what the outcome, even if it's just, they can't be careless. Instead, they must find a way to communicate and guide it, so that the beast of justice no longer threatens or harms humanity. Vivienne fell silent. Serizawa also fell into deep thought.
The car was moving fast and the atmosphere inside was somewhat dull. Fortunately, it didn't take long before they arrived at the place where the Mutios made their cocoons. Wow! Although everyone had seen the photos in the archives,
seeing such a huge creature in person still aroused everyone's amazement. Serizawa got out of the car and began arranging personnel to conduct preliminary inspections on the Mutio to determine the threat level.
Because of their previous research on another dead Muto, their progress was rapid. In just half a day, they had already obtained a large amount of useful data. After carefully examining the material, Serizawa contacted the organization's director and reported,
"This is the first time we've studied a living, growing and developing monster up close. Furthermore, it's Godzilla's mortal enemy. This is extremely significant. The fact that Godzilla is not dead, but has simply fallen into a deep sleep,
was discovered long ago thanks to the rapid advancement of technology. In order to prevent Godzilla from appearing again one day, they had to make preparations early. Have you ever thought about this?" The person in charge on the phone said in a deep voice.
If the Mutos break out of their cocoons and are full of hostility towards humans, what serious consequences will it cause? If we kill it now, The massive amount of radioactive material in its body might spread. Why not try to control it, study its bio?
And understand it, Serizawa didn't want to miss this opportunity. He continued, if it's friendly, we might be able to communicate with it. You know, it can absorb radioactive materials. What good would that do to the entire world? Furthermore,
it can also fight Godzilla. Even if it's evil, we can take precautions and kill it before it comes out. Besides, the residents in this area have been evacuated. There's nothing to worry about. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Finally,
a decision was made. Very well, Doctor. I hope you will always remain vigilant and make the most correct decisions in the event of an emergency. I will. Serizawa breathed a sigh of relief and promised, I will report to you every once in a while.
Not long after he hung up, he received another call from an island official. They promised the island government their full cooperation in building surveillance and containment facilities around the Mutos within the nuclear power plant. 1 year later,
a huge military base was successfully built on the ruins of the nuclear power plant. Another 3 years later, Xu Jing slowly woke from his deep sleep. He summoned the system and realized that 4 years had passed. As his spirit was released,
he discovered a change. It wasn't because of the surrounding bases. After all, having seen the movie, he knew it would turn out this way, and everything went just as he expected. No surprises occurred.
He was surprised to find that during these 4 years of slumber, his spirit had actually strengthened slightly. Although the scanning range had only expanded by less than a meter, he was still excited.
Xu Jing excitedly released an electromagnetic pulse to celebrate. Then he closed his eyes again. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep again. Dr. Serizawa, it seemed to have just woken up. The base shook slightly. The lights flickered.
The officer on duty in the main control room reviewed the various monitoring data. Then, through the tempered glass window, he gazed with disbelief at the giant cocoon not far away. He immediately notified Serizawa.
Serizawa noticed the anomaly the moment the tremors occurred and quickly rushed to the control room. He looked at the data on the screen with a look of hesitation on his face. He happened to need to leave the base for a few days and encountered this situation.
At this time, Vivienne called and asked him, Teacher, when will you come over? What should we do with this spore minto? After hesitating for a long time, Serizawa finally made a decision. He said it died a long time ago, since the Americans want it.
Just give it to them. He had originally wanted to go there to confirm whether the fossilized mitters in the spores was still alive. However, the situation here made him afraid to leave. I understand, Vivienne confirmed, then hung up the phone.
Serizawa held the phone for a moment. Stunned, something felt off. I've already checked it over and over again. There shouldn't be any problems. He said this to himself silently, then put down the phone and focused his attention on the Muto in front of him.
Chapter 2 Hakushin is possible without mating. Time flies. Since the beginning of the 21st century, in just over a decade, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The advancement of science and technology, even its explosive growth,
has changed the world. When Xu Jing woke up for the second time, it was already 2012. He discovered that the various testing equipment and protective measures within the military base built around him were more advanced. But these were not his concerns.
He was focused on a message he had received. This message was transmitted from the distant other side of the Pacific Ocean via electromagnetic waves. He was born with the ability to emit and interpret electromagnetic waves.
So he understood the information he received. Come find me. It was this simple message that woke Xu Jing from his deep sleep. After he realized what was happening, he immediately sent a message back. Are you out?
The only one who could have contacted him was the female Mutio, but he had never imagined that the other party would complete its metamorphosis and development before him. There is lots of food. After a long time, the female Muto sent another message.
Xu Jing was stunned. Even if he had enough energy, his opponent's growth was obviously faster than his. He sensed his own condition. His body had stopped growing and changing. The only thing missing was the wings on his back.
They were still in the developmental stage. Besides their size, the biggest difference between him and the female Muto lies in their wings. Now it seems this is the main reason why his evolution took longer than the other. In addition,
although he had not witnessed what the female Muto went through, he had long known it well through movies. The Monarch Project brought the fossilized spores back home, dissected them,
and experimented on the female Muto for several years before handing them over to the Americans. However, the female Muto did not die, it simply fell into a dormant state. After studying it,
the Americans concluded that its body was too radioactive and dumped it in a nuclear waste storage area.
It can only be said that both the Monarch Project researchers and the Americans underestimated the tenacious vitality and survival ability of prehistoric creatures. After contacting Xu Jing, the female Muto was extremely excited.
Messages came one after another, describing her surroundings and her strong desire to mate. Xu Jing continued to put it off. Although he had no intention of giving up on the subsequent tasks, he was still hesitant about task 2, which involved mating.
There must be a way. He racked his brain, recalled the plot of the movie, and searched for a solution. As far as he knew, in the movie, after the two metas had completed their development, they began to merge and finally mated in San Francisco.
On their way to reunite, they each hijacked a U.S. military nuclear warhead used as bait, intending to use it as food for their future muto hatchlings. Xu Jing suddenly had an idea and thought of the key point. The two mutos desperately joined together.
Simply to reproduce, not for the thrill of mating. Is mating necessary for reproduction? The answer is no. Humans can undergo artificial insemination, so creatures in nature must have similar methods. Xu Jing wanted to roar with joy.
Ever since he saw the mission, his thoughts had been mired in error. Now, it was like the clouds had been cleared and the sun had come shining. Suddenly, his mind was enlightened. Which creature has a way to reproduce without mating? His thoughts raced.
Recalling every biological reproduction process he had seen, heard and researched, finally, he locked onto the answer system. Xu Jing summoned the system, since the female muto had already completed its evolution and was ready.
There was no need for him to continue sleeping and waiting. Although sleeping has the effect of strengthening the soul, he is also about to complete his final evolution and enter maturity. Even sleeping will not have the same effect as before. Hide well.
Wait for me a little longer. I'll come find you soon. Xu Jing released another electromagnetic pulse, transmitting the information. Then he looked at the identity bar in the lower right corner. Identity, muto metamorphosis.
He had a thought and clicked on the strengthen plus sign. At the same time, he silently chanted change reproduction method. The reproduction method of the creature he was thinking of flashed through his mind. The system interface trembled slightly.
The origin point value suddenly became blurry and then began to jump rapidly. A large amount of original energy appeared in his body, concentrating on his wings and mating organs. The night deepens. Inside the base's main control room,
the researcher in charge of monitoring the data moved back and forth in front of the screens, his face filled with solemnity. When Serizawa, who had received the notification, came in, he immediately reported, "The situation is getting worse, look."
The screen clearly displayed a trapezoidal pattern of increasing layers. Outside the control room, an orange-red light flickered in a loop, its frequency increasing. The reporter tapped the screen above and continued. This time, it's awakened. It hasn't.
2 seconds, increasing in intensity, growing exponentially. This is a new high. God, this is worse than I imagined. Vivienne's eyes widened, a look of shock on her face. She quickly turned to Serizawa and said, "Teacher, we can't go on."
It might have almost absorbed enough energy to break out of its cocoon. During this period, the mutos within the cocoon continuously released electromagnetic pulses, seemingly communicating with the outside world. The frequency was increasing.
And the energy was growing stronger. Serizawa walked to the window holding onto the railing with both hands. He gazed out at the mutos, his brow furrowed tightly, a look of hesitation on his face.
They had long known through research that the mutos would release electromagnetic pulses, which would produce an electric field effect within a certain range. To this end,
they have strengthened their defenses in this area and have been studying what this phenomenon represents. They have also tried to communicate with the metos through radio waves and other means, but have received no effective response. At this stage,
the research seems to have hit a snag. There has been no progress. Buzz, as Serizawa pondered this, the computer screen trembled slightly, the lights began to flicker, and the waveform on the screen began to jump violently,
indicating an extremely unstable state. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded automatically, causing a commotion. The pulse becomes once every few seconds. This will affect the power grid. Vivienne looked uneasy and shouted, "Teacher!"
The power grid is their means of preventing and killing mutos. If the power grid is lost and the mutos escape again, it would be a disaster. At this moment, another member of the Monarch project rushed over and quickly asked,
"Is there any sign of radiation leakage?" The gamma readings were still 0. One of the researchers quickly replied, "But the energy from the 3 reactors is being drawn faster and faster. And more and more." The
original leaked nuclear radiation had long been absorbed by the mutos. After that, it was the reactor itself that provided energy. Boom! At this moment, the giant cocoon outside the window shook.
A large amount of condensed matter fell off the cocoon and then fell in pieces from a height of dozens of meters. The personnel working around the cocoon were all frightened and retreated back.
In the first district square built around the muto, shrill alarms began to sound. "Turn on the grid! Kill it!" Serizawa gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He finally made a decision. Chapter 265, Breaking Out of the Cocoon.
The staff in the main control room reacted quickly. They immediately picked up the communicator and gave instructions to the people in the square outside. "Attention all personnel. Evacuate Area 1 immediately. Activate emergency plans. This is not a drill.
All personnel proceed to shelter immediately. There was a slight commotion in the square, but it was clear they had practiced this situation many times. Upon hearing this, everyone turned and ran as if by reflex, maintaining order along the way.
They sounded the alarm for the entire base. At the same time, the 4 massive electric grids surrounding the meteors were slowly lifted up by tower cranes. Enclosing the entire cocoon, a helicopter took to the sky and shone its searchlight.
All other electrical equipment in the surrounding area was shut down. It's ready inside the main control room. The person in charge reported to Serizawa. Serizawa stared blankly at the Muto outside. A hint of struggle flashed across his face.
But he still gave the order. Go ahead, sizzle. As the staff pressed the control button, white electric currents as thick as an adult's body immediately began to flow around the power grid. Sizzle, the next moment.
These electric currents shone and transformed into beams of light, striking the Mutio cocoon one after another. Rumble. This massive cocoon, condensed from bricks, soil, and a special substance, resembled a reinforced concrete skyscraper.
Blasted by countless bombs, pieces of condensed material, over 1/2 meter in diameter, fell to the ground like boulders, then collapsed with a bang. Everyone in the main control room stood up, nervously staring out the window.
Under the illumination of the helicopter's searchlight, the cocoon that had once stood tens of meters tall had collapsed into ruins. Is it dead? Someone asked quietly. The monitor looked at the computer. The trapezoidal wave on the screen suddenly dropped.
He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The waveform is now straight." This meant the electric field was gone. It looked like the Muto was dead. Everyone relaxed. "Send someone to check it out." Serizawa closed his eyes in pain for him.
All his efforts over the past 13 years had been in vain. A staff member entered the first district square with a powerful flashlight. He came to the edge of the electric fence and shone it down. Coo! At this moment, a distinct,
like the chirping of insects, echoed from the ruins. Then, a silver-black light flashed, and a thick, metal pillar several dozen meters long emerged from the ruins. What is that? The people in the main control room also saw it, and everyone had a bad feeling.
Quick grid. Serizawa reacted and shouted an order. The person controlling the power grid heard it and subconsciously pressed the button. Sizzle! The current in the power grid reappeared and began to accumulate. But at this moment,
the top of the pillar protruding from the ruins suddenly emitted an orange-red light, and then it sank into the ground before the electric net could attack. Boom! A visible shockwave suddenly spread outwards.
Every electrical device in its path emitted white smoke and ceased operation. The helicopter hovering in the sky roared and plummeted towards the ground outside the base. With a loud bang it exploded. Oh my god, it's electromagnetic pulse attack!
A cry of surprise rang out in the main control room. No one had expected the Mutios to use electromagnetic pulses as a means of attack. Oh no, the power grid is down. At this moment, not only the square outside,
but also the main control room where they were located became dark. Everyone's mouths dropped open, revealing expressions of disbelief and fear. Start the backup generator now. Serizawa swallowed and was the first to come to his senses.
The staff quickly took action. However, due to the electromagnetic pulse, the circuit was still paralyzed and could not be started for the time being. Hold head high. A high-pitched and loud hissing sound came from outside.
Everyone in the main control room froze in their tracks, and silence descended. Teacher. Vivian's hair stood on end. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. She asked fearfully, "What should I do?" "No, don't be nervous." Serizawa tried to remain calm.
But his body could help but tremble slightly. He held onto the railing and rushed to the control panel. His fingers trembled as he repeatedly tapped the start button for the backup generator. The lights finally came on one by one. In the center of the square,
about 70 or 80 meters tall, slowly emerged from the ruins. It opened its terrifying maw and let out an earth-shattering roar. Oh, God! Everyone's eyes froze. Their faces turned pale with fear. They stood there in a daze.
Is this the true face of the Mutio? Serizawa's throat was dry, as if he had been thirsty in the desert for days. He gasped for breath and was unable to speak. It had a massive triangular head and jaws, eyes emitting a terrifying red glow.
And 2 pairs of massive forelimbs. Furthermore, it had a pair of relatively short secondary arms on its chest, supported by a pair of sturdy hind limbs. It looked like a magnified insect. "Get out of here!" After seeing the terrifying size of the Mutios,
no one thought they could handle it. Everyone turned around and began to flee as if they had been pardoned. Boom! Xu Jing stomped his limbs on the ground again. The ground shook, and the lights in the base went out again. Roar! He roared,
raised his 2 pairs of forelimbs, and thrust them into the electric net above his head. Then he pressed down hard, creaking. The 4 tower cranes hoisting the power grids around made a teeth-grinding metallic friction sound. Click, click, click.
Then the 4 tower cranes broke apart and fell to the ground from the sky. "Get out of the way!" Terrorized screams rang out throughout the base. Everyone fled in all directions like headless flies. Rumble! The ground shook continuously.
Houses and structures surrounding the square were smashed to pieces. Screams filled the air. Oh! Xu Jing tore through the electric fence. He climbed from the pit to the square. His 2 pairs of forelimbs waved. Buildings after buildings were reduced to rubble.
He marched forward, trampling the crowd with abandon, spreading death and fear. Not long after, the entire base was completely destroyed and engulfed in flames. Puff, puff, puff. Xu Jing stretched out one of his forelimbs, transforming it into giant wings.
He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. The female muta was in Iowa, US, but he had no plans to join her now. He had just emerged from his cocoon. His body desperately needed a massive surge of radioactive energy. At this moment,
every cell in his body was filled with hunger. Xu Jing decided to fill his stomach first. And there was no need to go far away. The island nation he was in had enough nuclear power plants to satisfy his needs. Chapter 266. Is it all its fault?
Under the black night sky, Xu Jing flew high in the sky with great confidence. During the flight, every once in a while, a strong electromagnetic pulse wave would spread out in all directions, centered around him. Under these circumstances,
radar and satellite transmission systems were severely disrupted, making it impossible to track his location. Xu Jing didn't know exactly where the island nation's nuclear power plant was located, but that didn't matter.
He could sense dozens of beams of radioactive energy, varying in strength, appearing along the coastline, encircling the entire island nation like a necklace. His goal was clear. He abandoned the areas along the way where there were only 1 or 2 reactors,
large or small, and flew straight towards a nuclear power plant he had sensed, which had 7 reactors clustered together. Half an hour later, a large nuclear power plant leaning against the coast and surrounded by mountains appeared in his sight. Swish!
Xu Jing spread his wings and swooped down from the sky. Nuclear power plant, control room. Despite the late hour, Zhou, on duty, was not at all careless.
He kept in touch with colleagues, inspecting the equipment and listening to their reports on various parameters. Everything works fine. He rubbed his face and meticulously checked the data on his computer. But at this moment, there was a loud thud outside.
He was startled and stood up immediately. Sizzle! The computer screen flickered and then went black. The lights went out. Something big happened! Zhao Ji's mind went blank.
He could imagine the consequences if something went wrong at the largest nuclear power plant where he worked. It will definitely shock the whole world. Like him, all the staff members were stunned for a moment, their faces filled with panic. Quick, act now!
Zhao Ju came to his senses, yelled, and began to give various instructions. But the next moment, the ground began to shake violently. The house above them suddenly cracked and then collapsed with a loud bang amid screams,
burying everyone in the rubble in an instant. Xu Jing clawed at the rubble with his forelimbs and flapped his wings, blowing away the gas rising from the ground. Then, following the induction, he found the reactor. He ate one at a time. Soon,
he had swallowed all the reactors. It's not enough. He sensed the state of his body. He felt a warm sensation throughout his body. He felt full of energy, but he still didn't feel full.
Then he turned his head and looked at the coastline on the other side of the land. There were 3 reactors not far from each other, totaling 10. Xu Jing rushed into the sky without hesitation and flew towards that place, Pacific Ocean. An aircraft carrier,
approximately 270 meters long, braved the wind and waves, heading towards the island nation's coastline. Inside the aircraft carrier's command center, a white-haired, yet energetic, old man stared at the giant display screen with a solemn expression.
On the screen, there was a picture of Xu Jing flying in the night sky. But the picture only lasted for a few seconds before it turned into a snowflake. After that, no matter how hard they tried to track him, they found nothing, sir.
We're almost at our destination, a black officer said, approaching the old man. He glanced at the screen and reported. The old man turned and said seriously, take your men to that base and take a look. If you find Dr. Serizawa, bring him to me.
Yes, sir.
The black officer saluted and left the command center. Janjila base. Serizawa's face was covered in blood. He moved through the ruins like a zombie. His eyes were glazed over. He looked as if he had been through a severe shock. Around him,
rescue teams were digging through the rubble, searching for survivors. In addition, a cleared area not far away was filled with densely packed corpses. It's all over! Sarah was filled with loss and fear. His research had made a breakthrough.
But it came at the cost of so many lives. Moreover, with the emergence of the Miditos, perhaps even more innocent people will die in the disaster. The culprit behind all this is him. Teacher, at this,
Vivian brought several American soldiers and found Serizawa. Serizawa turned his head blankly and looked at the black officer leading the group. Hello, Dr. Serizawa. I'm Russell Hampton. Nice to meet you. The black man made clear his purpose for coming here.
I've learned something about the Monarch project you're involved in. From what I understand, everything here is likely caused by that unidentified giant terrestrial creature you're studying. Is that correct? Serizawa nodded. His voice was hoarse. That's right.
But now has no longer Lu Sheng. He can fly. Although I already knew this is indeed extremely bad news. Hampton sighed and said, I'm here to inform you, the Monarch project has now been taken over by our military, so please come with me.
Do you need anyone else to assist you? Serizawa thought hard, but was dismayed to find that no one else could help him except Vivienne. He shook his head and walked towards the helicopter parked in the distance. Since it had already happened,
he was now thinking about finding a solution as soon as possible to prevent further disasters from happening. When dawn arrived, Hampton brought Serizawa back to the aircraft carrier and led him and Vivian to the command center.
News from countries around the world are being broadcast on the big screen. Regardless of which country the hosts were from, they all had serious expressions on their faces as they recounted what had happened on the island nation last night. Jira, Niigata.
Overnight, problems occurred at 6 nuclear power plants. This was unprecedented. Strong earthquakes struck several coasts across the entire island nation. Fortunately, despite the rising death toll, authorities issued a statement.
Thanks to their foresight, no nuclear leaks occurred. At this point, the news anchors all wore expressions of obvious disbelief. The footage switched to satellite footage of multiple nuclear power plants. Without exception, they were all reduced to rubble.
We need to know the truth. The scene shifted again, showing a large group of protesters holding signs and shouting slogans, clashing with the self-defense forces. Serizawa couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was like he'd been struck by lightning.
He stood frozen in front of the screen, dumbfounded watching the report. After a long while, he finally asked in a hoarse voice, all of this, could it be that it did it? Chapter 267. Exposure.
The commander of the aircraft carrier came up to Serizawa and looked him over carefully for a moment. His aged face was filled with an extremely solemn expression. He spoke in a deep voice. Dr. Serizawa, I am William Stans. I need your help. Serizawa.
He looked past Stanza at the screen and asked again, was it the Matos who did this? Even though he had guessed the answer, he was still extremely shocked. His heart was heavy. Stans met Serizawa's gaze and nodded vigorously. As you can see,
the Mutio, the prehistoric creature you're studying, attacked multiple nuclear power plants overnight, causing incalculable damage and impact. He turned around and walked to the big screen. He continued, right now,
the whole world is speculating that this is an unknown disaster that has swept across the entire island nation. Some say it's a terrorist attack, but we can't reveal the truth. So our best bet is to maintain the status quo to avoid causing further panic.
Then, with a determined look on his face, he approached Stans and said, General, what do you need me to do? Stans' eyes flashed with admiration. At a gesture,
the image on the large screen switched to a picture of a Muto flying high in the sky. He pointed at the Muto and said, it emits a highly destructive electromagnetic pulse wave, causing severe interference to our radar and satellites. For now,
we can only track it using video. According to our analysis, before it finally disappeared, it flew eastward across the Pacific. Stans turned around and looked at Serizawa. So doctor, you're the most in-depth expert on this creature.
I need you to help us analyze its behavior and purpose. We must find and kill this monster. That's our duty. If the Mutios were still in Asia, he wouldn't be so anxious. But now, they were clearly flying towards the other side of the Pacific.
That was the US mainland. Even if he didn't want to intervene, he could. Serizawa was an islander. His heart was deeper than anyone else's. He was also extremely disdainful of Stans' seemingly righteous statement. Yet he dared not show it. He said,
I will do my best. Xu Jing ate until his belly was bloated and his whole body was filled with positive energy. This energy can not only replenish his electromagnetic pulse consumption at any time, but also slowly make his body grow again.
This can be seen from the system interface, where the return to the transformable origin point is constantly jumping and growing. Although the growth is not much and is extremely slow, as long as there is enough time, it will be a considerable harvest.
I am coming. He sent an electromagnetic wave signal to the female Mutio, and then rushed towards the other party's position with all his strength. After a while, he received a response from the female Muto while flying.
She said she would leave her hiding place and head to the coastline to greet him. Obviously, the female Muto couldn't wait to meet Xu Jing and mate and reproduce. Xu Jing quickly sent another message. Don't be impulsive. Stay dormant. Wait for me to come over.
He didn't want to reveal his intentions too early. When he destroyed the Janjila base, he had specifically searched for Serizawa, but he had escaped too quickly. By the time he broke through the power grid, the main control room was already empty.
He couldn't even tell which one was Serizawa. Finally, he wreaked havoc and left the base. But Xu Jing believed that even if Serizawa was still alive, as long as the female Muto was not exposed in advance,
the other party would never be able to guess his purpose. Then there was Godzilla. He flew by, his sharp eyes scanning the sea from time to time, but he saw nothing. It's best not to come out. Xu Jing hoped that Godzilla would not come out that way.
He could easily complete Mission 3, but he also knew that this was probably too much to hope for. His frequent contact with the female Mutio might have awakened this sleeping creature. "We have to speed up!" Xu Jing flapped his wings with all his might.
Even if he couldn't avoid Godzilla, he had to make him eat dust behind him. After flying for half a day, he arrived at the west coast of the United States at noon. He did not stop during the journey.
Nor did he dive into the sea to salvage Russian submarines like the Mutos in the movie. Another half-hour later he entered Las Vegas. The female Muto was lurking in a nearby nuclear waste storage area. Roar! Sensing Jing's arrival.
The female Muto could no longer bear it. She emerged from her hiding place and rushed forward to meet him. "Come with me." Xu Jing showed no intention of landing. He flew over the female Muto and slowed down, continuing to fly eastward. "Where do you want to go?"
The female Muto almost jumped up and down, roaring angrily. She was over 100 meters tall, even taller than Xu Jing. She was also larger with longer limbs, but she had no wings. She couldn't fly. Furthermore,
her abdomen seemed to be equipped with a cluster of orange, red round lights. Inside, a dense mass of eggs could be clearly seen. However, these eggs were incapable of producing offspring before mating. For the sake of reproduction,
no matter how angry the female Muto was, she could only helplessly follow Xu Jing and run wildly on the ground. Xu Jing ignored the female Muto's anger and questions. He remained high in the clouds, emitting electromagnetic pulse interference. He did not appear.
However, the female Mutona couldn't hide her enormous size. As she continued to charge forward, she was eventually discovered, causing a huge uproar. "Oh my god! Am I seeing things? What the hell is this? So scary." Everyone's eyes widened.
Their faces filled with horror as they stared at the female Mutio. It was as if their brains had lost control of their bodies. Their bodies numb and frozen in place. It wasn't until the female Muto unleashed a devastating electromagnetic pulse,
paralyzing the entire city. Then, in a rage, it leaped up, crushing and destroying a skyscraper over 100 meters tall. Then, everyone suddenly woke up, screamed in terror, and fled desperately. Just half an hour later, news, photos,
and videos of the terrifying monster appearing in Las Vegas spread like wildfire on the internet and quickly spread around the world, causing a sensation, a major disaster on an island nation, one that might even have led to a nuclear leak.
Whether it was on TV or online, everyone was talking about monsters, even if one hasn't seen it in person. Just seeing the terrifying size of the female Muto on TV or online has made countless people scream in fear.
It's more thrilling than watching a sci-fi blockbuster in the cinema. This is a real monster, a terrifying monster that appeared on Earth and wreaked havoc across the United States. Suddenly, the world went wild. Excitement, fear, worry.
A myriad of emotions permeated every corner of the world. Countless people expressed their opinions. Even if governments tried to suppress the situation, they couldn't. Chapter 268. The United States is going to take action against Godzilla. Command Center.
Stan's face was gloomy. He paced back and forth and said, "The existence of monsters is no longer a secret. The whole world knows it." He walked up to Serizawa, stared at him, and said, "Safety is the most important thing right now, Dr. Serizawa."
What do you think? The situation changed so quickly. Before he could deploy his defenses, another meteor appeared within the United States, advancing directly towards the East Coast. This has seriously threatened the safety of the American people.
Starting from Las Vegas, all cities eastward are now in chaos. Terrified people fled for their lives. Highways were clogged with traffic. Chaos reigned. Social order had almost completely collapsed.
Coupled with the Meteor's ability to blanket the entire city with electromagnetic pulses, the city was completely paralyzed, rendering even U.S. military aircraft and tanks unable to fight.
How to stop and kill the Meteors has become a question discussed all over the world. For the United States, this was a disaster. Starting in Las Vegas, in just half a day, several cities were nearly destroyed. Countless casualties were inflicted.
And the economic losses were incalculable. Serizawa remained silent. So many things had surprised him. The Mutio that had appeared wasn't the one that had escaped from the Janjira base. It was the one they had dissected and studied, and concluded was dead.
The Americans have confirmed this. This is the spore they're going to study. It was the body that was dumped at the nuclear waste storage site near Las Vegas. Perhaps the only good news is that this Muto can't fly, although it's larger.
It can still be tracked as long as it's on the ground. It's just bad luck for the Americans. Maybe this is what you deserve, Serizawa muttered to himself, his mind racing as he speculated on the mob's intentions.
The disappearance of the other Muto made him even more wary. He had already figured out that the difference in size and appearance between the two Mutos was due to their different genders.
He also figured out why the male Muto had been constantly emitting electromagnetic pulses in order to contact the female Muto at the Janjira base. But this was exactly what puzzled Serizawa. He had originally assumed the two Mutos were communicating,
the male flying to the United States to court a mate. But now the female's behavior had left him baffled. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Perhaps it's like the male Muto from the island nation."
It's just been born and in urgent need of energy. Nuclear waste doesn't have the same energy as a reactor, and the United States nuclear power plants are primarily located in the central and eastern regions. At least for now.
This seems to explain the Muto's continued eastward movement. Stan suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly ordered, "Simulate the female Muto's movements. I want to know its target. Also, keep an eye out for the male Muto's location, General."
At this moment, a non-commissioned officer monitoring the data reported, "We've just detected an unidentified creature. It's approaching the west coast from the Pacific. Is it the male Meteo?" Stan's expression suddenly changed, although he had expected this.
He still found it hard to accept O had already left them practically helpless. Another was simply adding insult to injury. Satellite images quickly played on the large screen. A rapidly moving, long, narrow island appeared on the Pacific Ocean.
Dotted with triangular protrusions, it resembled a series of sharp peaks. "This is Godzilla!" Serizawa walked over to the screen and stared at the giant beast swiftly advancing through the ocean. He was stunned for a moment. Stans couldn't help but curse.
The situation was getting worse and worse. The Mutos hadn't been dealt with yet. Godzilla was heading for the United States again. There was no way out. Analyze its direction and speed. I want to know when and where it will land. He quickly gave orders.
"No," Serizawa suddenly said. "Don't stop it. It's hunting. Hunting." Stans reacted and said, "You mean it's tracking the Mutos?" "Yes," Serizawa said seriously. "Nature has the ability to restore balance."
"I believe Godzilla possesses that ability. He will definitely defeat the Mutos." Stanzi was so angry that he laughed. He said coldly, "You mean we should just stand by and watch? Look." He pointed to a few nearby screens.
They showed footage of the female Muto rampaging through the city. Everywhere was rubble and ruin. Ruins and death abounded. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Godzilla were allowed to move inland again? Not to mention the Mintaos,
who are hiding somewhere. Stans took a deep breath. He even wondered if the United States had offended God. Otherwise, how could it be so unlucky? If all three monsters were allowed to enter the United States,
it would be a disaster that could destroy the entire country. The whole world is watching them now. But with the weapons we have now, it's difficult to deal with any of them. Planes and tanks were completely unable to break through any of the monsters' defenses.
The only remaining hope was nuclear weapons. However, facing the Muto's electromagnetic pulses, even nuclear weapons couldn't be accurately located, and might even fall mid-flight. In comparison, Godzilla seems easier to deal with. Seeing Serizawa's speech,
Stans calmed down and said, "I'm sorry, Doctor, if you don't have a better suggestion, I can't risk letting Godzilla enter the United States again." He then said to Hampton beside him, "Contact the general staff and formulate a battle plan." "Wait,"
Serizawa said unwillingly. "Since the female Muto is searching for energy, we can use a nuclear bomb to lure it back to the west coast and then let Godzilla confront it. It's useless." Stans shook his head and said,
"It's almost penetrated into the central region now. And at its speed, if the aircraft cannot be used, it can't be led far. It will be intercepted. Even if you can deal with Godzilla, how can you deal with the Mutos?" Serizawa wanted to persuade him again.
Stans said, "Firth will find a solution. Doctor, my country is in this situation right now. Countless citizens are dying every minute, and there are two monsters approaching. Millions are in danger. I can't delay this any longer."
Unsure what to say, Vivienne suddenly interrupted. "General, please don't do this. We've tried this before. A nuclear bomb can't kill Godzilla. You'll only irritate it." "I don't think so," Hampton interrupted Vivienne.
He said disdainfully, "That was in the past. We can adjust the yield. Millions of tons. Nothing can withstand that kind of power. By comparison, what was used to kill it was just a small firecracker." Stans continued, "Doctor,
"Now, what is the concept of the power of a 1,000,000-ton nuclear bomb? Its effective killing radius is 9 kilometers, and its shock wave is nearly 3 kilometers. It can create a fire zone exceeding 100 square miles.
The terrifyingly high temperature in the center can reach hundreds of millions of degrees. Can Godzilla withstand it?" Serizawa and Vivienne looked at each other speechless. Chapter 269, You Are Courting Death. Xu Jing hovered in the sky,
leading the female Muto forward while remaining alert to possible danger. If the United States launched a nuclear attack on them, he was absolutely certain that he could use an electromagnetic pulse to shoot it down before the bomb arrived.
As a Muto, although this is the only ability, it must be said that this ability is extremely useful in the technological world. When he was in Pacific Rim, after his Ratus evolved to level 8, he also gained the ability of a strong electromagnetic field.
However, compared to the Muto's electromagnetic pulse, it was still far inferior. The most obvious difference was the coverage area. While the rat's electromagnetic field was strong, its range was limited only about 10 miles.
A single strike from a Muto could easily cover a large city. Xu Jing estimated that if he unleashed the electromagnetic pulse with all his strength, the range could be extended to about 200 miles, one trick to conquer everything.
That's exactly what he's doing now. No bullets, artillery shells, or even conventional missiles could penetrate his defenses. Furthermore, tanks and aircraft would have a hard time reaching the appropriate range to attack him. At least in the current world.
As long as he doesn't destroy himself, humans can't deal with him at all. The only thing we have to be wary of now is Godzilla. As Godzilla's mortal enemy, hatred and memories of each other were already etched into their genes. It's coming.
Before Godzilla arrived in the United States, the female Mutio detected Godzilla's whereabouts through electromagnetic waves. Xu Jing naturally sensed it as well. Although he hadn't seen it before, he instinctively felt greed and hatred.
He suppressed his instinct to turn back and fight Godzilla, and sent a message to the female Muto. "Keep moving forward, roar!" The female Muto roared in frustration, shaking her head in dissatisfaction. However,
she followed Xu Jing's instructions and quickly advanced eastward. Xu Jing's idea was to let the Americans deal with Godzilla. He only wanted to complete the mission. He wouldn't fight Godzilla to the death. That would only benefit the Americans.
He just had to keep heading east. He believed the Americans would never easily allow Godzilla to enter the land and wreak havoc. This would also buy him enough time, after all.
Mission 3 required him to protect the offspring of the female Mamuto until they hatched. Only after Mission 3 was completed would he be able to deal with Godzilla. Speed up. Stop wasting time. They had already entered the central United States.
Below them lay a city whose name he didn't know. Seeing the female Muto rampaging and demolishing buildings again, he immediately stopped her. After this system upgrade, although only 2 upgrade items are listed,
there are also some changes that are not mentioned. For example, after reuniting with the female Mutio, the system actually indicated that they were in a team state. When the female Muto was killing wantonly, Xu Jing also gained the killing origin point.
This was different from his time in the alien and a Chinese ghost story worlds. After all, back then, both the aliens and the treemen were bred by him and completely controlled by him, while the female Muros were beyond his control. However,
this situation only benefited him. Although it wasn't as much as the origin points he had personally earned. Countless people had died along the way. With such a large number of people piling up, the kill limit had long been reached. By now,
most of the people in the city below had already evacuated before they arrived. The rest had taken refuge in the evacuation facilities, and with Godzilla appearing, there was no need to waste any more time. The female Muto kept roaring and questioning Xu Jing.
She really couldn't understand what Xu Jing was trying to do. Xu Jing comforted her and told her about his plan to quickly go to the other side of the continent to reproduce. Upon hearing about reproduction,
the female Muto was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. As expected, she ignored everything else and began to advance at a rapid pace. Command Center. Godzilla appeared on the big screen. At this time,
the warships that had been following Godzilla had already begun to withdraw, leaving only a large number of helicopters circling Godzilla in the sky. Everyone turned to look at Stance. Waiting for his final order, Stance put down the phone.
He had just been speaking to the president. Everything was ready. "All right, let's get started." Hampton saw Stance nod. He issued an order, and everyone got busy. Confirm and calculate Godzilla's speed and direction.
And determine the impact point of the nuclear bomb. After it was completely correct, the large screen quickly split in half, revealing a nuclear bomb in flight, its tail flames blazing. At the same time, the countdown begins in the center of the screen.
Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen. Their faces showed a variety of expressions. Some were nervous, some were excited, some were terrified. 10, 9, 8. The countdown began, though Stance's face remained calm.
His palms were sweaty and his heart was pounding. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the screen clearly showed a nuclear bomb falling from the sky at high speed, accurately hitting the back of the advancing Godzilla.
A sun of unparalleled majesty suddenly rose from the sea. The entire screen was filled with the blazing, exploding fireball. The intense light was blinding even through the screen. A huge cloud of smoke rose alongside the fireball,
transforming into a long column of dark purple and orange that shot up into the sky. It then expanded ferociously, mushroom-shaped. Boom! That brief yet elongated moment passed. Finally, a deafening explosion erupted, causing everyone to gape in shock.
The seawater within a radius of several miles evaporated instantly, and the fireball completely engulfed Godzilla. Under this kind of attack, even Godzilla, which is bigger than a skyscraper, seems insignificant. Sure enough, not long after,
as the mushroom cloud dissipated and the seawater flowed back, there was no trace of the opponent on the screen anymore. Success! The command center was in an uproar. The soldiers all stood up and cheered loudly. Stance clenched his fists tightly.
Unable to conceal his inner excitement any longer, Serizawa and Vivian exchanged a glance. their faces filled with complex emotions. Is it really dead? Vivian couldn't help but whisper, still in disbelief. Godzilla had been destroyed just like that.
Sarazawa shook his head, staring at the screen. After a long pause, he said, "Maybe it's not that simple. The Emperor Project was launched by the discovery of Godzilla. This Emperor wasn't referring to a human being. It was referring to Godzilla,
The supreme ruler of the primordial ecosystem. The god of the earth before humans appeared. The more I study Godzilla, the more I feel in awe. Godzilla won't die so easily." Sarazawa suddenly became more resolute than anyone else.
As a giant beast that used radioactive materials as food, how could it be easily killed by a nuclear bomb, even one with a megaton capacity? He even suspected that the nuclear attack in 1954 did not cause any damage to Godzilla at all.
Perhaps the enemy didn't take the attack seriously at all. He fell asleep only because the nuclear bomb created a good environment for him to grow. If this is really as he guessed,
Then we can only say that the Americans are courting their own destruction this time. Chapter 270. Trap Eastern United States. Under Xu Jing's guidance,
the female Muto destroyed a nuclear power plant along the way and swallowed the entire reactor into its stomach. This was the third nuclear power plant they had destroyed since entering the eastern region.
all the reactors had been devoured by the female Mutio. She needed to nurture her egg sac. The more energy, the better. Now that he had come across her, Xu Jing certainly wouldn't let her go. But he wouldn't waste too much time running around about it either.
Ready to take the female Muto to the east coast, from west to east, across the entire United States. If Godzilla wants to chase them, he will inevitably clash with the Americans. For them, with their electromagnetic pulse.
As long as they're careful, the Americans won't be able to do anything to them. But for Godzilla, that might not be the case. Buzz! Just as they were about to leave,
They suddenly sensed a powerful burst of radioactive energy from the far east coast of the Pacific Ocean. The female Muto was bewildered. Xu Jing, however, was delighted. He had guessed the truth. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Buzz!
the energy within him vibrated. A powerful electromagnetic pulse wave was released. It wasn't long before he sensed Godzilla's presence. Sure enough, he is still alive. Xu Jing felt relieved. He called the female Muto and continued flying eastward.
Half a Moeo, running on land, suddenly stopped. She let out an excited roar. Then, on her own initiative, she changed direction and ran south. Xu Jing hesitated for a few seconds, then turned and chased after him.
He sensed the radiation. It was behind a mountain range not far away. Maybe there's a nuclear power plant there. It only took a few minutes anyway, so this amount of time was acceptable. Soon, he took the lead and flew over the mountain.
He looked towards the place he sensed. There was nothing there except a military truck covered with tarpaulin. Xu Jing was slightly startled. He suddenly became alert. "Stop! Don't go over there!" he messaged the female Muto who had just climbed the mountain.
Then he turned around and said, "Follow me." The sight of a military truck in such a desolate mountain area seemed incredibly strange. He quickly understood the reason. There was a high probability that the truck contained a nuclear bomb.
Xu Jing sneered in his heart. Combined with the movie, if he guessed correctly, the nuclear bomb inside was likely equipped with a protective timer. It had already entered the countdown.
Use the radioactivity of the nuclear bomb to attract the Mutos and then detonate the nuclear bomb. Americans are really calculating. This is a naked conspiracy. If he hadn't replaced the male Muto, even if the female Muto was smart, she would still be fooled.
Seeing the female Muto still lingering, even ready to charge at the truck, Xu Jing pounced down from the air without hesitation. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and the female Muto's massive body was knocked back repeatedly.
Then fell back down the hillside they had come from. Roar! The female Mutio's face was filled with grief and anger. She steadied herself and stood at the foot of the mountain, roaring at the sky. "This is get out of here now!" Xu Jing stopped hiding.
New York wasn't far away anyway. He didn't care about being discovered. The female Muto's roar suddenly stopped. After a moment's hesitation, she turned around and quickly followed him away. Less than 3 minutes after they left,
A deafening explosion suddenly sounded behind them, followed by a blazing shockwave. Xu Jing let out a long hiss, flying back and forth in mid-air. The radiation accompanying the shockwave was not only harmless to them,
but was actually extremely easy to absorb. The female Mutio stopped and stared back at the mountain range she had been looking at. It was now a sea of fire. She raised her head and roared.
If she hadn't listened to Xu Jing and stayed and swallowed the radioactive substance, she would have been dead. "Let's go." Xu Jing flapped his wings and continued to move forward. Because of the nuclear explosion,
This place would have been a perfect place to hatch offspring. However, the surrounding area is too remote. The population of nearby towns has long been evacuated. Unrestrained Americans are likely to give it a try. He didn't want to take any risks.
the most suitable place was a densely populated city, which was safer. There are many cities on the east coast of the United States, New York, Philadelphia, and Washington.
Xu Jing believed that the US government would not have enough time to evacuate all the people along the coast. Command center. Stantz and others stared intently at the truck carrying the timed nuclear bomb on the big screen.
This was the only solution they could come up with. And with the speed of the meteors, they only had this one chance. At this moment, the image on the screen suddenly flickered and turned into a snowflake. Here we come!
Everyone's heart trembled and they became nervous. Send a drone over to take a look. At Stantz's command, the drone, which had been prepared long ago, flew towards the location of the nuclear bomb. Over this long period of time,
they've developed some tracking techniques. For example, after each meteor releases an electromagnetic pulse, it typically waits for a while before releasing it again. If this time is used effectively, the drone can still capture some footage. Soon,
the drone transmitted the image back and displayed it on the big screen. Oh my god! A cry of surprise rang out from the command center. A male Muto suddenly appeared on the screen, knocking the female Muto down the hillside. Then, one after the other,
the two Midus left the center of the nuclear explosion. Damn it! Stantz slammed his fist down on the table in front of him. Then he checked the clock. There were only 2 minutes left before the explosion countdown they had set.
It was clearly too late to send someone to deactivate it. Serizawa watched the two Mutos fly away on the screen. He said in amazement, "So this male Muto has been flying above the female Muto the entire time." Vivian looked at Serizawa and exclaimed,
"This is incredible." Serizawa took a deep breath and said, "This male Muto clearly possesses a higher intelligence than the female. It seems that all of the female Muto's actions were previously directed by it." Boom. Soon,
the image of a nuclear bomb explosion appeared on the big screen again, but this time no one cheered. The command room was completely silent. It was extremely depressing. Stantz turned around and asked Serizawa, "What on earth do they want to do?"
"Collect enough radioactive materials and then find a place to reproduce." Serizawa said blankly, "If we can't stop it, humanity will be completely doomed." Stantz's face turned extremely grim. 2 Mutos had already left them helpless. If more appeared,
humanity would be driven back to the Stone Age, analyze their routes, determine their destinations. No matter what, the safety of the citizens must be ensured first. After he gave the order, he asked Serizawa, "Doctor, do you have any other suggestions?"
Serizawa shook his head after a moment's thought. He said, "If Godzilla were here, but Godzilla is already dead." Stantz now felt somewhat regretful. He had originally thought that no matter how powerful the Mutos were, their wisdom was limited.
But the reality before him now slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 271, Evolved Godzilla. Serizawa naturally didn't believe Godzilla was dead, but there was indeed no trace of Godzilla at the site of the nuclear bomb explosion in the ocean.
He didn't know how to refute it. The Muto's movement path was quickly analyzed. If it didn't change, it would likely reach Washington. Everyone in the command center looked at each other in bewilderment. That was the capital of the United States.
If the Mutos appeared there, the impact would be immeasurable, but unfortunately they had no way to stop them. Stantz quickly contacted the president and arranged for the army to intercept the enemy, buying time for the citizens to evacuate. In fact,
many wealthy and powerful people had already fled abroad by plane when the Muto appeared in Las Vegas. The world's media and other countries were watching the situation in the United States, including the fact that it had used 2 nuclear bombs in a row.
All of this was exposed to the world's attention. The Monarch project no longer held back. They came out in a straightforward manner, releasing some information. Godzilla and the Meteors were now fully visible to the world.
Only then did people realize that the natural world they thought they controlled still contained such a profound terror.
The only good news for people in other countries is that all the monsters that have appeared so far are heading towards the United States. Shortly after Stantz made the call,
national television began broadcasting warnings and coordinating the evacuation of citizens. "General, something unusual has been detected." At this moment, a monitoring staff member suddenly spoke up. The screen switched to the coast of San Francisco,
USA. The calm sea suddenly began to heave violently, stirring up immense, mighty waves that surged towards the coast like a tidal wave. Tsunami. Everyone who saw this scene reacted instantly. "No!" Serizawa's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted, "It's it! Uck!"
A ferocious head suddenly emerged from beneath the surface of the sea. Then, it continued upwards, slowly standing upright. Roar! Godzilla roared. Earth-shattering, its skin had turned a charred black in places.
Its skin curled, revealing the equally charred flesh beneath. Several large wounds ripped open on its back. But what was heart-wrenching was that these wounds were constantly repairing and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Although Godzilla looked utterly miserable at this moment, he seemed even more dangerous. White smoke billowed from his body. The nuclear reactor within his body emitted an unparalleled light and heat,
causing the subcutaneous areas of his body to glow red like magma. Bang! The earth trembled. Amidst the mighty waves, Godzilla, with heavy steps, stepped onto the shores of San Francisco. Unwaveringly, he began to advance towards the city.
Everyone in the command center was stunned and speechless. No one except Serizawa could have imagined that Godzilla could survive a megaton nuclear bomb attack. Although it looked badly injured, it also seemed to have undergone incredible changes. General
Hampton came to his senses. He swallowed. And should we do? It's about to enter San Francisco. Quick, notify San Francisco. Evacuate. Find shelter. Stant stared at the screen with wide eyes, the muscles on his face twitching slightly.
Serizawa turned to look at Stance and suggested, "Let it go. It's the only one that can deal with the Muteos." "I'm afraid it won't work," Stan said in fear. Serizawa turned to look at the big screen. He saw a red light suddenly illuminate from Godzilla's tail,
quickly spreading across its entire dorsal fin. Cool. It opened its bloody maw, and a terrifying red beam erupted. As it spun, it exploded several buildings in its path into a ball of flame, collapsing with a roar. "Attack!" Stans immediately ordered.
Serizawa wanted to persuade him again. Stance waved his hand, pointing at the screen. "Doctor, we've already angered it. Now it's not us who want war." As he spoke, Godzilla had already rushed into the city. Wherever he went,
deep cracks appeared on the hard asphalt road. Tall buildings were reduced to rubble. In just a few moments it had penetrated deep into the city. Within a radius of dozens of miles, rubble and crumbled buildings were everywhere. Flames shot up into
people on the streets, unable to evacuate in time, fled in fear. Godzilla roared repeatedly. His roar could deafen anyone. Roadside and building windows shattered. He took off, lashing his long tail wildly. He charged wherever people were crowded,
bringing death and destruction with him. Serizawa stared at the screen. He closed his eyes in agony. This wasn't supposed to be like this. He had always believed that Godzilla was a creature of supreme intelligence. It wouldn't proactively help humans,
but it also wouldn't hate them like it did now. Perhaps in its eyes, humans are like humans looking at ants. It doesn't care about anything at all. It just wants to chase the Muteos, kill the enemy, and then leave. But now it's different.
The behavior of the Americans has completely angered it. The fighter planes reached San Francisco as quickly as possible. The war between humans and Godzilla had begun. Washington, upon learning that the Muteos were targeting this area,
the entire city quickly began evacuating. However, time was short and everyone was panicking. Everyone wanted to escape this dangerous place, resulting in chaos and delaying the evacuation. Even with the army helping to clear the roads,
they still couldn't evacuate everyone from the city, not even a third of them. When Xu Jing brought the female Muteo to a place 10 miles away from Washington without any concealment, the whole city suddenly fell into panic. Raw!
Xu Jing flapped his wings and in a moment he was flying over Washington. The American soldiers suppressed their fear and fired at him crazily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were also rockets, 10 artillery.
Countless attacks began to unleash upon him. Boom! Xu Jing swooped down from the air, bringing down a building. Immediately afterwards an electromagnetic pulse attack was launched, with him as the center.
The lights of electronic appliances in the entire city went out. Cars on the road also stopped and turned off their engines. People were running wildly, crying and shouting, pushing each other and trying to escape.
Xu Jing didn't chase after ordinary people either. He spread his wings, braving the artillery fire and bullets, and extinguished all the attack points one by one. By the time the female Muteo arrived, everything had calmed down. Come with me.
Xu Jing kept flying at a low altitude and flew towards the White House. The female Muteo roared excitedly and strode after them. She seemed to have a premonition and was getting impatient. Reproduction. It was already dark.
But because of the previous electromagnetic pulse, the entire Washington was plunged into darkness. Not long after, Xu Jing brought the female Muteo to the front of the White House. This is a white sandstone building in the neoclassical style.
All the high-ranking government officials here, including the US president, had left long before they arrived. Xu Jing flew in a circle before landing on the square ground and roaring at the female Muteo. Right here. Compared to the female Muteo's excitement,
he appeared to be quite uninterested. His heart was completely calm. The female Muteo was so excited that she quickly came towards Xu Jing. Xu Jing shuddered with fright. He flapped his wings and flew to the side. No need to go through so much trouble.
He had given serious thought to mating during this journey. He had also released his spirit to carefully scan the female Muteo's ovary and reproductive organs, and had made some changes to himself through the system. In the animal world,
some species mating is quite dull, requiring no physical contact. Examples include scorpions and whip spiders. When whip spiders need to reproduce, the male will produce spermatophores sperm bags and place them in a specific location. Then,
he will guide the female to collect the spermatophores. After the female has collected the spermatophore, she can place it into her own genital pore. Then, reproduction will follow naturally. The same is true for scorpions.
Xu Jing's research revealed that although mavs aren't scorpions or whip spiders, they can still reproduce in this way, as long as they are capable of producing spermatophores. Originally,
he couldn't directly produce spermatophores containing a large number of sperm. But with systematic enhancement, it can be done. Based on the size of the female muto's reproductive opening as determined by the scan, he adjusted the size of his sperm pods.
The rest is easy. Xu Jing first had the female muto use the White House as the main structure. She dug a large pit, which would serve as a nest for the young muteos. Then, he diligently adjusted himself, even engaging in self-hypnosis, after considerable effort.
He slowly and tremblingly gave birth to a sperm sac. He then had the female muteo raise her lower body, helping her insert the sperm bag into her genital opening and puncture it. Everything was successfully completed.
Although the female muto was very dissatisfied, she finally completed the task of mating and compromised on the issue of reproduction. Xu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He watched the female muto descend to the bottom of the pit to lay her eggs.
He knew it had been a success. As for whether it was a German orthopedic surgeon other than a human, he didn't care. Another thing that surprised him was that as the female muto began laying eggs, task 2 in the system actually became completed.
He roared excitedly, spoke to the female muto, and then flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Xu Jing came to the east coast of the United States to breed. Besides wanting to get rid of Godzilla, there was another important reason.
That was because the United States had built a large number of nuclear power plants here. There were even more than in the central region. It was very dense. To hatch the muteos as quickly as possible, the more radioactive energy the better.
He first circled Washington, destroying every airport, train station, and even the highway leading out. Then, another electromagnetic pulse plunged the city, which had just regained power, into darkness again, in a sense.
These hundreds of thousands of humans who didn't escape were also a kind of guarantee for him. After completing it, Xu Jing spread his wings and flew towards the location of one of the nuclear power plants he had sensed.
This nuclear power plant wasn't the closest to him. Having learned from the previous experience of the Americans using nuclear bombs to lure them away, it wasn't excessive to be cautious. He worked all night long. When dawn broke,
the hatching pit dug by the female muto was filled with reactors of all sizes. Deep within the cave, the female muto held her fertilized egg sac upside down. Within the bright yellow, transparent membranes,
tiny mutos could be seen tumbling in the amniotic fluid, instinctively absorbing the radiation. These baby mutos are different. They grew parasitically within Godzilla's nuclear reactor, undergoing metamorphosis. However,
the baby mintios are born with the appearance of mintios. As they absorb radioactive material, they grow larger and stronger. Even though he detected that Godzilla was still on the other side of the United States, Xu Jing did not dare to be careless.
He diligently guarded Washington, D.C., and anyone, human or otherwise, approaching the White House would be met with his most direct destruction. The entire Washington, D.C., became his domain. He prevented people from leaving.
But he didn't wantonly destroy or kill them. He gave people a glimmer of hope. He wasn't curious about what was happening with Godzilla. Unlike him, the female muteos, though incredibly intelligent, weren't human after all.
They lacked understanding of human machinations and were easily tricked. Command Center. Stantz looked at the latest intelligence, his brow furrowed. Godzilla wreaked havoc overnight, destroying the entire city of San Francisco and causing countless casualties.
They even used a nuclear bomb again, but this time they were on guard. Before the bomb even landed, Godzilla used a flaming ray to blast it high in the sky. For Godzilla, since he wasn't at the center of the explosion,
the aftermath not only didn't cause any damage, but also absorbed a large amount of energy. After destroying San Francisco, the enemy headed south again. Technicians analyzed that Godzilla's target was likely the nuclear power plant.
Although nuclear power plants are concentrated in the central and eastern United States, that doesn't mean there aren't any in other places. They're just fewer in number. Stantz was very troubled by the current mess. Godzilla is one thing, then there are the mutos.
2 mutos have already occupied Washington, D.C., and using electromagnetic pulses they've rendered the entire city virtually inaccessible.
He could only learn a little about the current situation in Washington through information posted online by citizens there during the brief period when the electric field effect disappeared. Stantz was surprised that the citizens were all safe and sound.
But when he thought about the reasons, he felt a chill. The nation's think tank had already been analyzing the situation. The wisdom displayed by the muteos terrified everyone. If it is true, as Sarazawa said,
that the muteos have gathered enough energy to reproduce and lay eggs, then the end of humanity is truly approaching. Stantz needed accurate information, such as specific intelligence about the muto base, but this was difficult to obtain.
The US government has already sent numerous special forces into Washington, but it's like a den of demons. They can only get in, but not out. They haven't yet gathered any useful information. Just when he was at his wit's end,
Hampton came to him in a hurry and told him the good news. Chapter 273. Public Enemy of the World. In front of Stance, Hampton turned on his computer and found a video on the internet. The video shows a man with short hair and a strong, energetic face.
He looks very attractive. This is an American named Baker Thompson. He was a war correspondent. He was there when Muto entered Washington. As a man with a sense of honor and a heroic spirit, he didn't try to escape. Instead, he constantly observed the Mint,
Recording their electromagnetic pulses and patrol patterns, and found a way to explore the White Room. A small drone modified by Thompson, using the same surface camouflage as grass and finding flaws.
Took more than 3 hours to finally successfully infiltrate the Muteo's lair. My brothers and sisters, my compatriots, have you seen my drone footage? If not, I feel so sorry for you, because what I'm capturing right now is truly unbelievable.
Cone-shaped ovary hanging upside down. Inside the ovary are rows of countless embryos. Each embryo contains a basketball-sized Muteo, writhing in the amniotic fluid, and beneath the ovary there are reactors of all sizes.
If any of these reactors had a problem, the entire Washington would probably suffer. Although the drone was quickly discovered and destroyed by the female Muto, the footage it captured still provided enough information. I don't know if this video will get out.
But I know this, if we don't find a way to stop this, humanity will be doomed. Think about it, with the power of a terrifying beast like the Muteo, coupled with such a powerful reproductive capacity, facing an overwhelming number of them, how can humanity resist?
The technology we are so proud of, the increasingly modern and intelligent equipment, the integrated and comprehensive electronic information systems, have lost their advantages in the face of electromagnetic pulses. Instead,
they have become a deadly threat to us. If we don't quickly eliminate these two Mutos and prevent the reproduction of these monsters, the end of the world will soon be here.
Thompson took advantage of the lull in the electromagnetic pulse to upload the video and report online from the outskirts of Washington. This video has been viewed tens of millions of times in a short period of time and has spread all over the world,
causing a huge uproar. Now even the dumbest person would realize the seriousness of the situation. The internet was in chaos. Even those who had previously been gloating over the situation in the US were beginning to feel anxious. General, Mr. President's call.
Stanzi, who had just finished watching the video, picked up the phone and walked aside. I don't know what the president said. His expression kept changing. There was surprise. There was also determination. I know what to do. Stance hung up the phone.
The current situation brooked no further delay. He could ignore Godzilla for now, but the Mintios had to be dealt with quickly. Even if the problem cannot be solved, we must destroy those developing embryos and larvae at all costs. Moreover, this time,
the United States is no longer fighting alone. 3 days later, during his inspection, Xu Jing discovered that tens of thousands of troops had gathered around Washington. These troops included not only Americans but also people from other countries,
and their numbers were still increasing. This discovery surprised him immensely. It was clear that the entire world had united to treat him as a public enemy. Could it be the drone from before? Xu Jing's mind raced.
He thought of the drone that had infiltrated the base a few days ago. He began to understand why. He was also helpless. He had to maintain a wide range of security. This meant there was always room for error.
The female Mutos guarding their lair were still not wary of humans, so they only responded by retaliating when approached by a drone with sufficient energy supply. Xu Jing estimated that it would only take another day for the little Muto to hatch.
He didn't really care about the life or death of his offspring after they hatched. He simply wanted to complete his mission. But right now, the little Muto hasn't hatched yet. He said he could let anyone destroy it no matter what. Xu Jing roared.
And without hesitation, he rushed towards the assembled troops. At the same time, he transmitted a warning signal to the female Muto via electromagnetic waves. Outside Washington, in just 3 days a stronghold was built here.
This position is neither complex nor strong. Apart from trenches and piled sandbags, there were only a large number of heavy machine guns, howitzers, rocket launchers and the like. After all, facing a monster, even a solid fortress would be of no use.
Stance stood at the front of the position, holding a military telescope, observing the sky over Washington. Next to him stood officers from the European Support Forces. And Serizawa, we have no plan to retreat and support this time.
Our presence is to attract the Shang Mutos and create an opportunity for the Air Force parachute team. Someone has to sacrifice. For humanity! The entire Washington, D.C. was surrounded by a massive army. If the Moos remained indifferent,
they would tighten their siege and advance closer to the White House. They didn't know which direction the Mutos would attack from. But no matter where, the soldiers there would most likely be in grave danger.
Whether they could survive would depend entirely on fate. Stance suddenly turned to Serizawa and said, Doctor, if we fail it will be up to Godzilla. Do you think Godzilla has a chance of winning against two Mutos with his strength?
Godzilla had wreaked havoc in the western United States for 2 days, devouring the reactors of 3 nuclear power plants. After causing untold damage and death, he finally vented his anger and was rapidly approaching Washington, if nothing unexpected happens.
Godzilla will arrive tomorrow at the latest, but how could humanity pin its hopes on monsters? As early as after Thompson's video was released, world leaders quickly reached a consensus. They must do everything they can to prevent the Mutos from reproducing.
They must be killed at all costs. Serizawa gazed into the distance. After a long silence, he spoke. Humanity always arrogantly believes it controls nature. But the opposite is true. Compared to these prehistoric behemoths, we are latecomers.
Godzilla and the Mutos are old enemies. Since we were able to defeat them once, I believe Godzilla can do the same now. If our operation fails this time, let them fight. Stance sighed, feeling powerless.
He remained silent for a long time. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Then, a shadow covering the sky and earth descended upon their position. Chapter 274. Your rays are free, it's motto, although Stance was no longer young.
His long military career made him react immediately. Without a second thought, he grabbed Serizawa and slammed into the trench behind him. Boom! The earth trembled. A pair of sturdy feet, covering a combined area of more than 50 square meters,
Slammed heavily onto the ground, countless rubble and dust scattered everywhere, exploding like a mushroom cloud and spreading out in all directions. Roar! Xu Jing stood on his hind legs. He flapped his wings, he turned his head, his eyes flashed red.
He stared coldly at the soldiers around him. There was a group of people gathered here who looked like important people. Of course he wouldn't let them go. The dust cleared. The surrounding soldiers stared blankly at the vanished generals. Suddenly,
as if waking from their dream, they raised their guns and pointed them at him. Their faces filled with fear. Go to hell, you devil! Someone almost collapsed and started pulling the trigger frantically. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time,
a large number of artillery shells and rockets bombarded Xu Jing all over his body. Boom boom boom! Balls of flames exploded on Xu Jing's body, and the violent energy almost enveloped him. Xu Jing roared, kicked out with his hind legs,
and flew out with his wings flapping. This was a battle without any suspense. The bullets hitting him felt less painful than a mosquito bite, and the artillery shells exploding in his body only caused him slight pain, unable to even break his skin. Soon,
the battle was over. Even those who were still alive no longer had the courage to fight back. They turned around and fled in all directions. Xu Jing didn't stop, flapping his wings and flew to another position. Not long after, Serizawa,
his face covered in blood, struggled to push away the motionless Stance who was pressing on him. He climbed out of the dusty trench and staggered to his feet. He stared numbly at the smoke and broken bodies surrounding him,
and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. PhD. At this moment, a weak call suddenly came from the trench. Serizawa suddenly came to his senses, staggered into the trench, and exclaimed in surprise. General, Stance's face was filled with pain.
With Serizawa's help, he leaned weakly against the edge of the trench and asked, "Look, has the plan started?" Serizawa's expression shifted. He quickly grabbed the binoculars, stood up, and looked toward the sky above Washington.
I saw a large number of parachutes opening one after another in the sky and falling into the city. Even if the Mutos didn't actively release electromagnetic pulses, electronic equipment within a 5-mile radius would be severely disrupted. Therefore,
the plan for this operation was to parachute from 10,000 meters, adopting a high jump, low drop approach. When they came under attack and lost their signal, the transport planes that had been circling high above the city immediately flew over Washington.
But before Serizawa could report the good news to Stance, a Muto suddenly appeared, swooping down from the sky and mercilessly slaughtering the paratroopers. PhD. Seeing that Serizawa remained silent for a long time,
Stance could help but ask. Serizawa turned away blankly. He swallowed and said, "Sorry, General. The plan has failed." After Xu Jing shredded all the paratroopers within his sight, he appeased the female Mutos who wanted to leave their lair to help,
then turned and attacked the other positions outside the city. Soon all resistance was completely wiped out by his attack. He returned to the center of Washington. After a moment's deliberation, he unleashed an electromagnetic pulse with all his might.
Instantly, a series of explosions echoed around him. With him as the center, all electronic equipment within a radius of dozens of miles erupted in smoke, completely destroyed. As for the range of this electromagnetic pulse,
it had already spread beyond Washington and even affected other surrounding cities. Xu Jing returned to the nest and conducted a thorough inspection. A few of the paratroopers had slipped through the net. It was always better to be cautious. Fortune.
Everything was fine. He glanced at the upside-down ovary. The little Muto inside had opened its eyes. It was bubbling in the amniotic fluid. It made a soft, cooing sound as it watched him. Jing suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion.
He couldn't help but look at her a few more times before turning his head away. Godzilla was approaching. The energy radiating from the nuclear reactor within his body was like the blazing sun in the dark night. It was crystal clear to his senses.
At this moment, the United Nations forces were defeated by him. It would be difficult for the Americans to organize another offensive in a short period of time. He took this opportunity to go and delay the enemy. I'll do it if I think of it.
Xu Jing gave the female minute a serious explanation. Then he left the nest and flew towards the location he had sensed Godzilla. He was very fast. It only took him half a day to see Godzilla moving forward. This was a desolate wilderness.
Several helicopters were hovering nearby, circling Godzilla like flies, monitoring its movements. As soon as Jingfu arrived, the electric field effect surrounding his body caused the helicopter's electronic equipment to malfunction.
The helicopter plummeted from the sky and exploded on the ground. Raw. Godzilla naturally noticed Xu Jing. He paused, raised his head, and unleashed a stream of flaming rays, hurtling straight into the sky. What's going on? Xu Jing jumped in surprise.
His body suddenly tilted and glided past, avoiding the burning hot line. His mind was a little confused for a moment. He remembered that the Godzilla in the current world should have emitted blue rays.
But the result was completely different from the current situation. Boom! At this moment, Godzilla turned around and released another flaming ray at an extremely fast speed, chasing after Xu Jing. Xu Jing sensed danger, without even turning to look.
The next second, he saw a beam of fire passing by him. He cursed inwardly, knowing that Godzilla had definitely mutated or evolved. He also guessed that this was definitely related to the nuclear bomb the Americans had dropped earlier.
Boom, 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 boom. Before Xu Jing could come up with a response, Godzilla's rays seemed to be free. They blasted out one after another, sending him running around, dodging non-stop. It's not over yet, right? Xu Jing was furious.
Taking advantage of the opportunity to turn around, he unleashed a fan-shaped electromagnetic pulse at full force, enveloping Godzilla. Puff! The atomic reactor within Godzilla flickered. The radiation he was about to release from his mouth suddenly died down,
And a puff of white smoke erupted. Xu Jing finally had a chance to take a closer look at the other person. He saw that a large area of around his skin had turned a magma-like red. Steam was constantly gushing out of his body, releasing terrifying.
It looks like it has turned into a red lotus. Xu Jing was alert. He didn't rush down to the ground. Instead, he turned around and flew quickly towards the west. He was here to buy time. If he could lure Godzilla away, that would be even better. Chapter 275.
Strengthen your efforts. Joint Command Center. Since the decision to support the United States, representatives from other countries have gathered here, with the largest number of them coming from European countries. After all,
The Medios are currently in Washington, and across the Atlantic Ocean lies the European continent. Stan sat in a wheelchair and was pushed into the conference room by Hampton. Just got the information. Muto left Washington and went after Godzilla.
the conference room fell silent for a moment, then a commotion erupted, with everyone asking about the situation. Did a fight break out? Who's winning? Stans waved his hand and said. After the Mitos appeared, we lost track of their situation.
But the news just arrived seems to indicate that Godzilla has been led back west. It's buying time. Sarazawa analyzed. It's very likely that the little Muto is about to be born. What? Everyone in the conference room exclaimed in surprise.
Their faces filled with panic. This must be stopped. Now is our chance. The departure of the male Mutio meant that only one female was left in Washington. Having just suffered a crushing defeat, the representatives of various countries began to stir again.
Quiet, Stance said softly. After the meeting room quieted down, he looked at Sarazawa and asked, Doctor, what do you suggest? He no longer dared to underestimate any monster. The previous experience with Godzilla had taught him one thing.
When dealing with unscientific creatures like prehistoric monsters, he must always listen to the advice of professionals. Although the representatives of other countries knew Sarazawa as an important member of the imperial organization,
After hearing what Stance said, they seemed to have a new understanding of Sarazawa and began to pay more attention to him. Sarazawa was overcome with emotion. He had always held on to the idea of Arca communicating with the monsters,
or even using them to fight them. He pondered this for a moment and said seriously, I think Godzilla wants to destroy the Mitos even more than we do. He must know them intimately. With his intelligence, he might soon see through Muto's plans.
So what are we going to do? Someone asked. Sarazawa continued, the female Mutio remains in its lair and won't leave. Now is our best opportunity to send troops into Washington. We can prepare for both scenarios.
If Godzilla stops pursuing the male Mutas and heads straight for Washington, we can wait for an opportunity. When the three monsters engage in battle, we can then destroy and kill all the young Metos. If Godzilla still pursues us, we can act immediately first.
Lure the female Mutos out of their lair and then send in others to resolve the situation. Sarazawa's words made sense. Not only Stanza, but everyone else agreed. Soon, the action plan was finalized and, with the state machinery in motion,
It was quickly implemented. The reality was just as Cerezoa had predicted. Xu Jing had only been moving Godzilla for less than an hour before he had to abandon the plan. Godzilla's wisdom was even greater than he had imagined. He quickly saw through his plan.
Not only did he stop pursuing him, he even ignored his harassment and simply headed towards Washington. Xu Jing circled above the advancing Godzilla. He was alone. His strength was already inferior to Godzilla's. Furthermore,
the other beast had mutated and evolved. This made his situation even more uncertain. He had no choice but to follow him in the air, looking for an opportunity, but Godzilla always ignored him. Even if he threw a huge rock at him, he would not fight back.
Xu Jing unwillingly released an electromagnetic pulse, silencing the opponent's nuclear reactor. Godzilla paused in his tracks. He turned and looked up at the sky. His cold gaze fixed on Xu Jing for a moment. Then he bared his teeth, turned around,
and walked away. Are you disrespecting me? Xu Jing's sharp mind truly felt Godzilla's disdain just now. He hesitated for a moment, then quietly swooped down and extended his sharp forelimbs, aiming at the back of Godzilla's head. But at this moment,
Godzilla's upper body suddenly lowered and his extremely long tail bent like a drawn longbow. So insidious. How could Xu Jing forget? In the movie, the Muto was struck by a similar blow, landing on a building and dying instantly. He jerked his head back up.
Shifting his center of gravity, he drew a V-shaped arc in midair and soared straight up. In a flash, he was back in the air. Bang! A crisp sonic boom rang out in the air. Godzilla's long tail struck out. It watched Xu Jing fly away. It opened its mouth,
puffing out white smoke, but no rays were released. It roared angrily and continued forward. Xu Jing stopped trying and followed behind. What made him curse was that along the way, the United States had completely relaxed its interception of Godzilla.
Not only did they not deploy troops, they even cleared the way. Another night passed. Washington was already in sight. Godzilla roared triumphantly, picking up speed and charging straight into the city. How long will it take? Xu Jing was anxious.
He sent out an electromagnetic wave to inquire about the situation from the female Muto. The female Muto quickly recovered and told Xu Jing that it would only take half a day for the egg to hatch. She too sensed Godzilla's approach and was equally nervous.
She wanted to leave her lair and join the fight. Xu Jing quickly stopped the female Muto. He was more wary of humans than Godzilla. System. He summoned the system and looked at the interface. The situation in the main world was dire.
He needed a large amount of origin points. He had originally thought he could save on strengthening. But now he had no choice but to strengthen once more. Since he emerged from his cocoon, his strength and physical growth have far from reached their limits.
Moreover, with the system in place, it seems there is no such thing as a physical limit. Xu Jing's heart moved. He clicked on the plus sign behind status growth. In an instant, a large amount of original energy appeared throughout his body,
quickly merging into every cell of his body. Furthermore, during the strengthening process, even if you are injured, the system will repair you. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Jing unhesitatingly launched an electromagnetic pulse at Godzilla.
He then attacked the enemy's front fiercely. Bang! A dull sound of flesh colliding was heard. Godzilla opened his bloody mouth, biting off half of Xu Jing's wing, and shook his head. Xu Jing showed no sign of weakness. His forelimbs were like two spears,
stabbing fiercely into the opponent's body. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit the opponent's neck. The two beasts engaged in a primitive melee. Teeth and claws became their most effective weapons. Xu Jing completely abandoned defense.
Trading injury for attitude, he held Godzilla in place. Chapter 276. The winner takes it all. The fight started 2 kilometers from Washington, in an open area. Stantz and the others were all holding binoculars,
their faces filled with astonishment. This is really unimaginable. It's so scary. Watching the two monsters' ferocious bodies collide, everyone felt their blood boiling. They were filled with shock beyond words. Stantz finally suppressed his emotions.
He put down the telescope and asked Cerezoa, Doctor, which of them will win? The male Midos can't stop Godzilla, otherwise they wouldn't have waited until now to act. Cerezoa said solemnly, perhaps the female Mudos will come out to help soon.
That will be our UTO. It's getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, someone suddenly let out an incredible cry, and everyone looked carefully. Damn it, how is this possible? Really, how does it do that? Oh my god!
It seems to be growing originally. The two monsters were quite different. Godzilla was over 100 meters tall, while Mito was only over 70 meters. But in just a short while, Mitos had shrunk to only a dozen meters smaller than Godzilla.
This change was quite noticeable. Doctor, what is going on? Stantz had a bad feeling in his heart. Cerezoa's eyes widened, appearing more surprised than anyone else. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. Stantz knew he couldn't count on Cerezoa.
But he quickly made a decision. A reinforced flare was fired into the sky from their position. A moment later, even closer to Washington, another flare was launched. This went on and on. Before long,
the hidden personnel in the city received the order to start the operation. Boom! Xu Jing flapped his wings and charged towards Godzilla. Two monsters of roughly the same size collided. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, the surrounding rocks, trees,
grass and flowers, everything shattered like tofu, scattering everywhere. A cloud of dust filled the air around them. In the hazy darkness, Xu Jing grinned and let out a roar of excitement and triumph. Godzilla, on the other hand, was the exact opposite.
Deep confusion shone in his human-like eyes. The changes that had occurred in the meteors before him were truly incomprehensible to him. From the beginning, the opponent was always knocked over or thrown away by it. Now the strength is almost equal.
Godzilla's shock was no less than that of Stantz and the others watching from afar. He even began to feel a little afraid. Roar! The nuclear reactor within it vibrated violently. Almost endless heat emanated from it, rippling the surrounding air and dust.
It seemed to be on the verge of bursting into flames. The next moment, a ball of fire erupted from Godzilla's body, enveloping him. Then, like an erupting volcano, lines of burning heat erupted from his entire body. Boom! Xu Jing was surprised,
sending an electromagnetic pulse in time, but this time it surprisingly failed to silence Godzilla. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of hot rays exploded all over his body, and the raging flames completely engulfed him.
Godzilla had the upper hand. Naturally, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. He opened his mouth, and a continuous burning line shot straight towards Xu Jing's head. Oh! He spread his wings just in time, enveloping his head. Then,
the heat pushed him back repeatedly. It felt like his wings were about to melt. His previous strengthening had already ended. He had originally not wanted to waste any more origin points, but now the situation was beyond his control. Strengthen.
He hadn't anticipated Godzilla's transformation. But Mission 3 was almost complete. He refused to give up. As a large amount of original energy merged into his body, his size rapidly expanded again, and in response to the burning heat,
his skin began to thicken, his resistance to the flames continuously increasing. Roar! Xu Jing's eyes flashed with ferocity. He suddenly spread his wings, kicked his lower limbs, and, braving the rays, pounced in front of Godzilla in the blink of an eye. Bang!
The surrounding dust and smoke were dispersed like a tidal wave. Godzilla howled miserably. He lost his balance and fell headfirst to the ground. Boom! Xu Jing raised his forelimbs and stomped them down fiercely. At the same time, an electromagnetic pulse,
even more powerful, erupted directly into Godzilla's chest. Puff! Like a deflated balloon, clouds of steam emanated from Godzilla's body. Its nuclear reactor trembled for a moment before finally extinguishing itself. Roar! Xu Jing stepped on Godzilla.
He let out a long, victorious roar. Humans are coming. At this time, the female meadow sent an electromagnetic wave, explaining the situation to Xu Jing. Don't leave the Mac soon. Xu Jing stopped howling. After replying,
he looked down at Godzilla. He still needed to keep him alive to complete the outer armor mission. Naturally, he couldn't just kill him outright. Then let's cripple him first. The outer armor mission only requires defeating or killing Godzilla.
There is no requirement not to bully a disabled Godzilla. He did what he thought. Xu Jing opened his bloody mouth and bit into Godzilla's long tail, tearing it apart fiercely. Godzilla struggled desperately, but the balance of power had already reversed.
His most powerful nuclear reactor had been suppressed, and he could only howl in agony. Tail, lower limbs, forelimbs. Xu Jing showed no mercy. He completely destroyed Godzilla, leaving only his bare torso which rolled helplessly on the ground. Chi!
After doing this, he stretched out his forelimbs. Like the sharpest spears, he slowly pierced Godzilla's body, finally piercing his nuclear reactor. While absorbing the radioactive energy within the opponent's body, he spread his wings and flew into the sky.
A group of human soldiers blocked the cave entrance, firing continuously at the female Muto from a distance. Balls of fire exploded around the female Muto's head, causing her to scream, but to everyone's surprise, despite her immense rate,
the female Muto refused to budge, completely shielding her ovaries. Anyone who approached would be instantly killed. Captain, what should we do? The soldiers were all anxious. If they could lure the female Muto out,
then destroying the Muto eggs would be impossible. The Muto's nest was incredibly deep. Even if they tried to blast it from the outside, they couldn't bring it down. There was nothing they could do at this point. A flash of despair crossed the captain's face.
He said resolutely, "Brothers, fight to the death." When they accepted the mission, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Now they could only risk rushing in and trying to destroy the ovary. But at that moment, a roar suddenly erupted from the sky outside.
Then the earth trembled, a terrifying head pout from the hole behind them, its cold gaze fixed on everyone. Chapter 277, Fight me for 300 rounds. Roar! Xu Jing opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar at the soldiers. In an instant,
everyone's eardrums vibrated, their brains buzzed, their faces twisted into a ball. Then they collapsed to the ground in agony, falling into a coma. The female Muto saw Xu Jing appear and rushed forward excitedly. After seeing the completely destroyed Godzilla,
She let out an excited roar. Let's eat it. She passed the message to Xu Jing and rushed forward impatiently. No. I'm still useful. Xu Jing lowered his head and pushed the female Muto back easily. Then the head left the cave and flew into the sky.
the female Muto roared in frustration. She vented her anger by trampling a group of unconscious soldiers to death. Then angrily, she returned to the cave. Xu Jing quickly inspected the area within 10 miles of their old nest.
He found 2 more teams of soldiers waiting for an opportunity and ruthlessly wiped them out. He then stayed near the lair, constantly draining the energy from Godzilla's nuclear reactor, preventing it from recovering. Time slowly passed.
This final wait seemed excruciating. He didn't know how long it had been before the female Muteo finally announced the birth of the baby Muteo. Xu Jing's mind also rang with the reminder of mission completion. He roared, grabbed the completely defenseless Godzilla,
and flew straight towards the Atlantic Ocean. He quickly disappeared from the pursuit of various countries. Shortly after he left, the female Muto, along with hundreds of her young, rushed out of the nest, howling and running wildly towards the Atlantic Ocean.
God! As soon as Xu Jing left, the U.S. drone rushed towards Washington. Although it was only a momentary shot, it made everyone understand the seriousness of the matter. No more hesitation! The U.S. Atlantic Fleet had already arrived in the waters near Washington,
D.C., and a large number of Allied land forces had already gathered along the coastline, establishing several lines of defense. Attack! The departure of Xiang Muta gave Stantz some confidence. Furthermore, they had already made up their minds.
If the situation became critical, they would abandon the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city and resort to nuclear weapons once again. This time, the nuclear weapons they were preparing would have a yield of tens of millions of tons.
This was a moment of life and death for all of humanity. Compared to the magnitude of humanity as a whole, the sacrifices of hundreds of thousands of individuals seemed insignificant. Of course,
Being able to make such a decision is also related to the fact that other countries have united to put pressure on the United States and guarantee substantial compensation. This is a war between humans and monsters. With Stantz's command, the war begins.
Xu Jing grabbed Godzilla and, ignoring the electromagnetic waves from the female Muto, sped off into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Before his strength was almost exhausted, he finally found an uninhabited island and threw Godzilla onto it. The next moment,
His entire body transformed into a beam of light and merged into the armor. Roar! Godzilla saw with his own eyes that his mortal enemy, the Muteos, had transformed into another creature. He immediately roared.
his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Without the Muto's electromagnetic pulse suppression and energy absorption, its nuclear reactor became active again. Puffs of steam rose from its body, and a red light flickered from its dorsal fin. Bang!
Xu Jing landed a punch on Godzilla's head just in time, sending him reeling and dazed. Then, he clamped his arms around the monster, locking its mouth tightly shut. Godzilla struggled mightily, though it had lost its limbs and long tail.
Its tenacious resilience had long since healed its wounds. Even now its immense strength was still unleashed. Be honest, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xu Jing really didn't want to kill Godzilla to complete the mission.
In this world of prehistoric monsters, Godzilla, a giant beast that has no interest in destroying humans but can maintain ecological balance, is still useful. Regardless, this world also has China. As far as he can, he doesn't want humanity to be destroyed.
Although Godzilla is very intelligent, he doesn't learn human language. Naturally, he could understand Xu Jing's words, seeing that the other party was about to explode the nuclear reactor and release a large amount of radiation.
Xu Jing quickly used his soul and sent out a friendly thought. He didn't risk invading the other's mind. Firstly, he didn't have the soul attack method. Secondly, he didn't know the strength of Godzilla's soul. As a giant beast that has lived for countless years,
Even if it cannot condense its soul, it is unlikely to be slaughtered at will. Without sufficient confidence, no one would easily launch a soul attack. Success would be fine, but the cost of failure would be severe. Godzilla sensed Jing's friendly intentions.
the nuclear reactor within his body calmed down slightly, and the red glow on his body gradually dimmed. It stared at Xu Jing with an increasingly suspicious look, and a low, muffled growl emanated from its throat.
If the enemy were still a Muteo, it would never calm down like it is now, because it knows the dangers of the Muteo. The two sides will fight to the death. Xu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and slowly released his arms from Godzilla's mouth. Logically speaking,
Godzilla's life and death were now under his control. The outer armor mission should have been completed long ago. However, the system hadn't given any notification. In this case, if he wants to complete the mission, he may have to defeat Godzilla head-on.
just like he did when he was still a Muteo, Xu Jing felt troubled. After some thought, he decided that if Godzilla was willing to surrender, perhaps he could complete the mission. It would be a big deal to try. He simply sent out a thought.
Expressing his thoughts, the communication of thoughts was direct. Even without a language barrier, Godzilla easily understood Xu Jing's meaning. However, it let out an angry roar, and its entire body glowed red as the world's top predator.
It felt like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog. How could it surrender? Look down on me. Xu Jing immediately understood the meaning in Godzilla's eyes and immediately became furious. Not convinced, right? Then I'll beat you until you surrender.
He punched the ground, creating a large crater. He then lifted up the disabled Godzilla and placed him upright in the crater. The two sides faced each other. Xu Jing hooked his finger. A thought came out. Come on.
Fight me for 300 rounds if you don't agree. Godzilla's eyes threatened to spit fire. He opened his mouth, and a burning line shot out, heading straight for Xu Jing's face. Xu Jing was prepared. He dodged with incredible agility. Then he spun around,
coming up behind Godzilla and punching him hard. Bang! Godzilla had lost his limbs and tail. Now he was a mere pile of flesh. He couldn't even turn around. He had no ability to dodge or parry. He was immediately knocked to the ground by a punch.
pinning Godzilla to the ground. He held his head down and swung his massive fists repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang! Are you convinced? Bang, 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 bang! I just want to ask you if you accept it. Chap 278. King Kong vs Godzilla. Roar.
Godzilla roared in rage, and a crescent-shaped blade of burning light shot out from its back. Xu Jing dodged the moment the opponent's dorsal fin lit up red. The attack didn't even touch a hair on his head. Resistance is good. Xu Jing wasn't surprised,
but rather delighted. He hadn't expected Godzilla to surrender, but if he continued to resist, then there was hope for the mission. His eyes flashed with bloodlust. He gripped the ground with both feet.
He suddenly lifted Godzilla's body and swung it violently towards the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The entire deserted island seemed to be shaken by a violent earthquake. Godzilla weighs a whopping 90,000 tons, even with his limbs and tail ripped off.
He still weighs at least 60,000 tons. This is significantly more than the nearly 10,000 tons of the Diamondback armor. But King Kong's body is very unique, although it only has one ability.
It integrates all the qualities and abilities of the body and grows them simultaneously. Under the system's reinforcement, it has long since broken away from the original structure of this world's creatures.
Today's King Kong's body can no longer be measured by the flesh and blood of nature. Weight isn't everything. Just like diamonds and gold, given the same volume, gold is heavier. But how can it compare to diamonds in terms of hardness? As for power,
Xu Jing didn't have a clear concept of it when he was fighting Zhu Lai, but as long as he stood on the ground, he seemed to possess endless power. At this moment, after catching Godzilla,
it felt like an ordinary adult lifting a bag of rice weighing about 50 kilograms. With all his might, he repeatedly smashed Godzilla into the ground with the most violent gesture. Godzilla roared furiously.
The nuclear reactor within his body erupted completely. Heat rays shot out from every part of his body, seemingly like holes in the air. They exploded one after another on Xu Jing's body. It hurts, but it doesn't seem fatal. Xu Jing suddenly grinned,
completely relieved. It turns out I am so strong. It was the first time he realized the potential of the diamond armor. Bang, bang, bang! The earth was shaking continuously and a rumbling sound like rolling thunder resounded throughout the world.
This desolate island, nestled deep in the Atlantic Ocean, was completely destroyed. Its sparse trees were completely destroyed. The jagged rocks were completely shattered. The few creatures that survived fled in terror, from east to west, then
south and back to north. The entire island was ravaged. Ruins and sinkholes were everywhere. Almost a layer had been shaved off. A huge amount of dust filled the air. Boom! Snap! A Xu Jing slammed Godzilla into the ground once again.
The solid earth finally gave way. Dense hideous cracks appeared beneath his feet, spreading outward. Click! Click! The cracks grew wider and wider, and the ground began to shake violently. Boom! The next moment, deep gullies appeared on the ground.
Seawater poured in, and the powerful impact completely split the entire island into several pieces. Xu Jing dragged the distracted Godzilla and jumped onto the larger one. Are you still convinced now? He raised his fist in front of Godzilla.
But the other party did not react at all. I hope he won't be beaten stupidly. Xu Jing wasn't worried about Godzilla dying. Although he had caused a huge commotion, he hadn't beaten him to death. Furthermore, a giant beast like Godzilla,
with enough radioactive energy, can regenerating extruvid limb is only a matter of time. Bite. Just when he was confused, a clear reminder sound suddenly came from his mind. Xu Jing laughed heartily, like a human. Then
he dragged Godzilla, whose eyes were still lifeless, to the shore. Let's go! He swung his arm vigorously, sending Godzilla flying sideways. Then, with a loud bang, it fell into the sea. Godzilla floated on the surface for a moment,
then seemed to regain consciousness. With a roar, he sank underwater. In a flash he disappeared. Xu Jing had completed all his tasks. He was now relieved, but he was in no rush to return. After discovering the potential of the diamond armor,
he took advantage of the current opportunity and came up with an idea that he wasn't sure would succeed. After making the decision, he determined the direction and walked into the sea step by step.
Ever since the male Muto flew into the Atlantic Ocean with Godzilla, it has completely disappeared. This has also caused the female Muto to lose control of her emotions, and hundreds of smaller Mados have rushed madly towards the coastline. Fortunately,
they not only built several lines of defense outside Washington, but also established a fleet blockade. Finally, they intercepted all the Meteos. Newborn Meteos are far less powerful than their adult counterparts.
They are about the size of a foal and are only able to withstand ordinary bullets. Artillery and bombs can easily kill them, and their weak electromagnetic pulses only have some effect at close range. As a result,
the female Muto had to devote her energy to protecting them. Under the military's attack, she had the strength to break through the defenses and reach the sea. But after several attempts,
she was forced to retreat to her home base in Washington for the sake of the young Meteo. There were still a lot of nuclear reactors left in the old nest. She planned to wait for the young Meteos to grow up before looking for the old Meteos.
Another reason that prompted the female Memuto to give up was that she could no longer sense the male Muto's presence. It was as if he had completely disappeared from this world.
Inside the command center of an aircraft carrier off the east coast of the United States, Stanza stared at the battle footage on the screen, thinking about his next plan. If we can find a way to eliminate these Meteos without using nuclear bombs,
that would be great. The only thing that's in our favor right now is that the males among these young Mutos haven't developed wings yet. Serizawa stood beside Stance, looking at the screen. But they grow very fast, we don't have much time, I know. Stance nodded.
He looked at Hampton and asked, how is the evacuation of the citizens going? There were young Meteos to protect. The female Meteos simply retreated to their lair.
The male Muto's mysterious departure finally gave them the opportunity to evacuate the citizens of Washington. Hampton reported. Half of them have been evacuated. All will be evacuated by tomorrow. Very good. Stance finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Although it was for the sake of all mankind, if he really dropped a nuclear bomb without caring about hundreds of thousands of civilians, he would have to bear the blame. Oh no, General!
We've spotted an unidentified creature rapidly approaching us from the Atlantic Ocean. At this moment, the person in charge of monitoring the sea area suddenly cried out, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on?
Stance was startled and panicked for no apparent reason. Could it be that Xiong Muto has returned? The others also came up with the answer at the same time, their faces filled with panic. No, it shouldn't be a male mutton.
The monitoring personnel quickly tapped away on their keyboards. A satellite image appeared on the screen. The image was clear, without the inherent interference of the Meteos. Everyone could clearly see the approaching creature.
Although the creature only briefly appeared above the surface before sinking to the bottom of the sea, Serizawa instantly recognized the origin of the creature. This is King Kong, Chapter 279, Potential Explosion. King Kong, hearing this name,
the command center suddenly fell silent. The existence of kaiju is no longer a secret known only to a select few. With the recent revelations of the Mantos and Godzilla wreaking havoc in the United States,
the entire world has learned of the existence of these prehistoric monsters. The Monarch Project has also gradually disclosed some of its information, categorizing monsters that may threaten humanity in the future according to their threat levels.
Among them is King Kong's information. King Kong, approximately 40 meters in length, growing stage, threat level 3. The people in the command room knew more than the simple information known to the outside world.
They knew that King Kong was first discovered on Skull Island in the 1970s, when a US armored unit clashed with the enemy. The strength King Kong displayed at that time was able to ignore ordinary gun attacks and even bomb attacks, but that was in the past.
Technology is developing rapidly now. Over 30 years have passed. If today's armored forces faced the King Kong of that era, they would definitely be able to give the other side a hard time. But King Kong, like Godzilla,
is a member of the natural world that maintains ecological balance. He possesses a high degree of intelligence, knows how to protect indigenous people, and can even use tools.
For researchers like Serizawa in the Monarch Project who insist on communicating with monsters, King Kong, a giant gorilla that looks like a human and walks upright, despite its terrifying appearance,
is the most suitable and likely most successful creature they have discovered so far. Unfortunately, when they were ready and set foot on Skull Island for the second time, King Kong had already disappeared. But today, at this moment,
after more than 30s again, Serizawa was trembling with excitement. He kept muttering to himself, it's coming. It might be coming to deal with the Meteos. Keep tracking it. Stance came to his senses and immediately ordered,
send out the submarine. I want to know its current situation. It has been more than 30 years. I think King Kong has also grown a lot. General, Serizawa looked worried. He looked at Stance, thinking he was going to attack Kong again.
Stans patted Sarazawa's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I've read King Kong's detailed information. I know what to do, I just want to understand its current condition also. Doctor, I need you to help me reassess its strength and threat level."
Sarazawa felt relieved. He said, "I need to contact the others as soon as possible. And the general, tell your men not to try to provoke it. What if it attacks us?" Stans suddenly asked. Sarazawa said without hesitation, "Then retreat, stay away, fight back."
King Kong's appearance this time was also an opportunity for him to conduct experiments and exchange ideas. But if the Americans ruined things before it even began, he didn't know if he would be able to wait for the next opportunity in his lifetime.
Xu Jing strode across the seabed. He had initially thought he would need to swim, but once underwater, he realized he had the ability to hold his breath for extended periods. He only needed to go to the surface every once in a while to breathe.
The pressure of the seawater was easily bearable for his current physique. Xu Jing is very fast. He can even run on the seabed. Furthermore, although he was using the diamond armor, he still retained some of the Matu's ability to sense his companions.
He could sense the location of the female Mutio and all the younger Mutios, and this was a one-way process. He had never noticed this before. Xu Jing pondered for a moment. It was then that he realized he hadn't explored enough about the outer armor.
"I should study it carefully when I get back." He made up his mind and started moving forward faster. About half an hour later, he suddenly stopped and looked to his right. There, a submarine seemed to be passing not far from him.
Xu Jing immediately understood. His whereabouts must have been discovered by the Americans. The submarine's appearance couldn't be a coincidence. He was wary. After all, Godzilla's previous experience was a lesson.
Who knew if the Americans would drop a nuclear bomb on him? Although he was physically strong, he had no ability to absorb radioactive energy. He was extremely wary of nuclear bombs. However, he sensed it for a while and didn't feel any danger.
He breathed a sigh of relief and moved forward again. Inside a nuclear submarine, the officers watched King Kong stride away and breathed a sigh of relief. Just when King Kong stopped to look,
all of their hearts jumped into their throats and their palms were sweaty. After experiencing Godzilla and Muto, no one dares to underestimate the monsters anymore. The King Kong in front of me looked so terrifying.
As for the more than 40 meters written in the information, this has to be a joke. Judging from the visual, the opponent is at least 100 meters away. Could it be another monster on the same level as Godzilla?
The navigator broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. Before setting off, the general had repeatedly stressed the importance of not provoking Kong. Even if attacked, retreat as soon as possible. But after seeing Kong, even without the previous instructions,
he didn't dare to take any action. Monsters of this level are simply untouchable. Godzilla's flaming heat rays, Muto's electromagnetic pulses, who knows what abilities King Kong has.
He quickly transmitted all the footage he had just captured and the analyzed data back. The personnel at the command center who received the information immediately saw it on the big screen without any orders from Stans. Hiss.
After seeing King Kong's entire appearance, everyone present took a deep breath, their faces filled with shock. Gorillas are over 100 meters tall. They can walk and run like humans. Their intelligence is comparable to that of humans.
They are also extremely agile. Those thick arms and long legs gave people an indescribable sense of terrifying pressure just by looking at them.
Smashing a tall building with one punch and cracking the ground with one foot wouldn't be a difficult feat for a monster like this. There's also information suggesting that King Kong can use tools. Imagine him lifting a building and smashing it down on the enemy.
The image is terrifying. Have the dogs continue to follow it. Keep a safe distance. Stans calmed himself down and gave the order. Record its speed and direction. I need to know its exact landing time and location. Yes, sir!
The monitors quickly carried out the order. Stans looked at Sarazawa again and asked, "Doctor, what do you think of the current King Kong compared to Godzilla?" Sarazawa thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he is no weaker than Godzilla."
But Godzilla could defeat the Mentio. Stans' face was filled with worry. Even though the Minto was missing, as long as it wasn't confirmed dead, everyone in the world was worried. That may lose eventual
uncanny growth and victory of a Bigzilla might have unleashed some kind of potential. Sarazawa organized his words and said, "Take us humans for example. Some people, in moments of crisis, can unleash unparalleled potential.
Like a mother lifting a car to save her child, or an elderly man holding his breath underwater for hours to save his grandson. Even such feeble humans possess such immense potential. It's even harder to imagine a monster like this, indeed."
A glint of understanding flashed in Stans' eyes. The male Muto stopped Godzilla at all costs. It was precisely to protect the female and the younger Mutios. "Doctor, do you think it's still alive?" Sarazawa shook his head.
This burst of potential won't come without a price. It might be alive, or it might already be dead. Better to be dead, Stans sighed. By this time, the data had been analyzed. The monitor reported, "Sir, The target will reach the coast in at most an hour.
The bearing is shown. It's heading right towards us. Chapter 280. Human. Need help. The world beneath the sea is beautiful. Fish, shrimp, corals, shellfish, starfish, jellyfish, and seaweed of all colors form a vibrant canvas beneath the surging wave.
This was Xu Jing's first time sailing through the ocean. He paid no attention to the beautiful scenery around him. Instead, his face was wrinkled. A hint of struggle flickered in his eyes from time to time. His steps became slower and slower.
His original plan was to appear as King Kong. Helping humanity resolve this crisis, he would also gain a wave of faith power and then strengthen his King Kong armor. If successful, the power of faith will be transformed into source energy as it is strengthened,
further strengthening the diamond armor. The outer armor was different from the body he had traveled through. It would not convert the original energy upon returning. This meant that he could gain an additional original point.
But as they were approaching Washington, Xu Jing became hesitant. After traveling through time and becoming a Mutio, he completed his mission. He could have ignored the female and baby Mutios, but he still had to go back and kill them all.
There's a saying that goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Although he had no feelings for the female Mutio and didn't care about the young one, when he thought about what he was about to do, he felt an invisible barrier in his heart. After all,
no matter what, this little Muto is also the descendant of the body he traveled through, and although the Mutios are monsters, they are not without intelligence. They are just beasts with only instincts. Strictly speaking, this is also a race.
No less advanced than humans, but if Xu Jing returns now without taking care of anything, given the female Mutio's hatred for humans and the current number of Mutio, humanity might be completely exterminated. For if Mutios, such terrifying creatures,
multiply, not only will they lose their living space, but all living things on Earth will also lose their living space. Therefore, all Mutos must be eliminated. Only one side can survive. There is no possibility of coexistence.
Although this wasn't the main world, Xu Jing felt a surge of anxiety when he thought about the possibility of extinction of all humans here. So far, the total time he has spent as a non-human has almost equaled the time he has spent as a human.
All things have spirits, all beings are equal. He felt this most deeply when he traveled through time. No matter what he became, through personal experience, he could easily understand the actions of the creatures he traveled through in order to survive.
But as he traveled through time more and more times and as time went on, he became less resolute than he was at the beginning. Survival of the fittest. Every living thing has the right to survive. Xu Jing seemed very conflicted now.
And for a moment he fell into deep confusion. He tried to find a reason to convince himself to keep going, or to leave and return. Deep down, it was as if two beings existed. One stood on the side of humanity, the other stood on the side of the Mutos.
They argued fiercely. Xu Jing tried hard to calm the distracting thoughts in his mind. To him, the essence of life was the soul. Physical death was not the end. Why not follow your heart? He carefully recalled everything he had experienced.
From his past life to this life, and then to the infinite world, everything that had happened. Scenes of memory flowed through his mind like a movie. Why do I keep traveling through time? Xu Jing questioned himself.
His original intention had never changed from the beginning to the end. That was to gain sufficient strength and protect everything he cherished. A clear look gradually appeared in his eyes. He started forward again. Moving forward quickly, he found the answer.
And it had already been in his heart. Or rather, he had already made the choice from the moment he decided to release Godzilla. His soul is essentially human, and in his past and present lives, he still has a human body.
Even if he traveled through time and space and became a monster, he couldn't throw off all constraints without any burden. To complete his mission and gain strength, he could fight humans while traveling through the world.
But since the mission had already been accomplished, why force himself to be defined as non-human? Why not just follow his heart and do what he wanted? Xu Jing didn't want the human race in this world to be extinct, even more than the survival of the Manto.
Or rather, he simply didn't want the people of a country on the other side of the world to be extinct. Even if those people had nothing to do with him, he also needed to improve his strength, no matter what aspect of it,
so that he could return to the main world with the confidence to deal with the coming horrific war. As for the Mutos, he was on a mission. The female Mutos were on a quest to reproduce. There was no real bond between them. The connection between the two bodies
would transform them into their original form. It wasn't enough to tie him down. He is the Mutio. But he is not the Mutio. He is Xu Jing, a human. After making his decision, Jing broke into a run. Before long,
he could see the shadows of warships and even aircraft carriers on the sea surface, as well as submarines underwater. It's coming. At the command center, the monitoring personnel's report fell silent. Everyone held their breath.
Watching the image on the big screen, Stance glanced at Sarazawa. Then in a deep voice, he ordered, Open the defense line. Let it pass. This time, he chose to follow Sarazaw's advice. At his command,
The submarine that had been blocking King Kong's path quickly moved to the sides, and the warships on the sea also retreated 100 meters away. Xu Jing underwater was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the Americans to be so tactful. That's but
Xu Jing narrowed his eyes. His mind raced. He didn't rush through the passage. Instead, he slowly floated toward the aircraft carrier on the surface. What does it want to do? Seeing King Kong rushing towards them on the big screen.
There was a commotion in the command center. Quick alert! The surrounding frigates and submarines gathered around the aircraft carrier and took attacking stances. General Hampton was extremely nervous. Seeing King Kong getting closer and closer,
He asked hurriedly. Stance expression changed constantly. He was about to order to open fire. If he waited for Kong to get close and overturn the aircraft carrier, it would be too late. Wait, Sarazawa said urgently, it has no ill intentions, look at its hands.
everyone looked over. As King Kong approached, his hands kept moving, as if trying to express something. With Sarazawa's reminder, the technicians quickly analyzed the results on the computer. With a look of disbelief, they said
It's expressing peace in sign language? What? The command center exploded instantly. The peace sign immediately appeared on the big screen. It was simple, and exactly like King Kong's. God! Everyone looked at each other.
their faces looking as if they had seen a ghost. Just as they were stunned, the sea began to surge. King Kong's massive body broke through the water and appeared in front of the warships. Xu Jing grinned, revealing a human smile. He said loudly, "Human.
Do you need help?" A tremendous roar echoed through the air. His voice carried far and wide, stronger than any sound effects, reaching deep into the bowels of the warships. Everyone who heard it was stunned. Chapter 281. King Kong wants to be a superhero.
Oh my god, I must be hallucinating." The aircraft carrier's command center was in chaos. Some people were so shocked they couldn't speak. Others were shouting and yelling, venting their shock. The muscles on Stan's face twitched.
He slowly turned his head and looked at Sarazawa. Dr. Sarazawa looked stunned, no calmer than the others. He swallowed hard and said, "General, I don't know either." With the advancement of technology,
Humans have been searching for and researching intelligent life forms that can communicate. However, no one would have imagined that the object they were looking for was actually within Earth.
even though Sarazawa knew that monsters like Godzilla possessed intelligence far exceeding that of humans. And he had always held the theory that monsters could communicate. He had never considered that monsters could actually speak. Who taught King Kong?
Could it be that King Kong has been somewhere in human society for the past 30 years? Sarazawa was filled with questions. Then he turned and ran towards the exit. Dr. Stantz caught up. "I want to see it."
Sarazawa was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He opened the door and rushed to the exit. After hesitating for a few seconds, Stans also followed. Not long after, Xu Jing discovered a large group of humans on the deck of the aircraft carrier.
One of them waved desperately at him. He slowly drifted closer. The surrounding frigates seemed to have received the latest instructions and sailed away, retreating to one side. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the aircraft carrier.
He stopped about 10 meters from the deck and looked down at the group of humans on it. The deck fell silent at this close encounter with the monster. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. They couldn't help but hold their breath.
They stared up at the behemoth before them, speechless. After a long pause, Sarazawa managed to calm his shock. He stepped forward and said excitedly, "Hello, King Kong." After he said that, he quickly explained, "King Kong is the name we gave you. Humanity."
Hello, as Xu Jing spoke, a huge buzzing sound filled the air, causing everyone to frown. Pain crossed their faces. He noticed and lowered his voice, saying, "I like the name King Kong." Sarazawa's face lit up. He took a deep breath and said,
"I'm glad you like this name. You're here to help us, right?" Xu Jing nodded. He laughed and said, "That's right, I can help you deal with the meadows." As soon as the words fell, everyone on the deck showed excitement, although they had expected it.
There was no better news than this. Sarazawa's expression changed. He boldly asked, "You know a lot about our human world, right?" He thought, if Kong didn't understand the human world, how could he know a name like Mudo? Furthermore,
The sign language and the communication at this moment all showed that there was a huge secret hidden within. The others also understood. Their expressions varied. They looked at Xu Jing with inquiring eyes. Xu Jing remained calm and said frankly,
I do know a lot about your human world. At this point, his mission was complete. He could return at any time. Naturally, he didn't need to worry about anything. Most importantly, he wanted to harvest a wave of faith power to strengthen his diamond armor.
The best way to do this was to leverage the power of the nations represented by those present, quickly spreading his name and strength around the world. Superstar, superhero monster, mankind's friend. This is what Xu Jing thought.
Worship is also a kind of belief. This kind of faith might not be the most fervent and unwavering, but it covers the globe. attracting fans worldwide. A system transforms all this faith power into pure essence, as long as the base is large enough.
The accumulated faith power is bound to be extremely considerable. Of course, if the Mutos were allowed to wreak havoc on the world first, bringing panic to all of humanity, and Xu Jing then appeared as the savior, the rewards would be even greater. However,
this method would take too long. There were too many variables. It also didn't align with his original intention, so he didn't consider it. After hearing Xu Jing's answer, the expressions of the people present changed. After looking at each other,
Sarazawa gritted his teeth and continued, "Can I ask, where did you learn about us humans?" Many places. Xu Jing had already thought of everything. He slowly recounted his experiences over the years.
It was probably after leaving Skull Island that they drifted to another deserted island. Then they met a human who was stranded on the island after a shipwreck. That human was very courageous. I became his friend and taught him the human language.
And through that other party, he also gained enough understanding of the human world. Sarazawa and the others were stunned. They were extremely curious about the identity of the person Xu Jing mentioned, after returning to the human world with King Kong's help.
He was able to keep this secret for so many years. Who is this person? What is his identity? And where is that island? Everyone present was filled with curiosity and eager to get to the bottom of it. But King Kong refused to speak, and they couldn't force him.
But one thing is certain, this mysterious man is still alive and often visits the island King Kong mentioned. Otherwise, King Kong wouldn't know what's happening in the United States right now. Xu Jing chuckled inwardly. He had made all this up.
Even if anyone present tried to investigate, they wouldn't find any clues, and as long as he kept quiet, no one dared to question him. He observed everyone. Finally, with a wistful air, he said, "I can help you defeat the Mutos.
But I'm interested in becoming a superhero like in your movies. Will you help me realize my dream?" King Kong wants to be a superhero. Everyone stared in amazement. It took a moment for them to come back to their senses. Stance was the quickest to react.
He spoke first. "Americans need heroes. America welcomes you. We are more than willing to help you realize your dreams." He was almost going crazy with excitement. If this could win over a supergiant, then the United States' losses this time would be nothing.
Damn! Americans want to have it all to themselves! Representatives from other nations clearly understood what this meant. If Kong possessed power comparable to that of a Muto Godzilla, and gained their friendship,
it would be like acquiring a true humanoid nuclear bomb. The strategic value would be unimaginable. Perhaps even through Kong they could attract other super monsters. This kind of good thing can't be monopolized by the Americans.
The others who reacted patted their chests and promised Xu Jing that they would do their best to help him realize his dream. Stance cursed inwardly. He wanted to draw his gun and kill all of them. He quickly promised a bunch of conditions.
Almost asking Xu Jing what he wanted. Chapter 282. Return to Skull Island. As soon as Stance finished speaking, representatives from other countries immediately made a host of promises. Even more and better than what Stance had offered.
This angered Stance so much that his face turned pale. Xu Jing remained calm, watching the group of people arguing fiercely, neither of them giving in, without doing anything to stop them. Soon, everyone present reached an agreement.
King Kong belonged to the world. That being said, who can win over King Kong? That depends on their respective tactics in the future. After the results came out, everyone took quick action, ever since the monster was revealed.
It has become the hottest news in the world. Whether it's headlines or gossip, everything related to the monster has dominated. If you want to photograph monsters, you have to take risks that are even more terrifying than going to the battlefield.
If you are not careful, you may lose your life. There may not even be a corpse left. Despite this, countless media professionals from around the world flocked to the United States,
risking their lives in dangerous areas in an attempt to capture headlines that would shock the world. Just like the reporter named Thompson, who became a well-known figure known around the world. Even a household name.
Thanks to the video footage from inside the Muto lair, some of them succeeded, but many others were killed by the monsters. But this had no effect at all. Driven by profit, more people came to the Washington area, waiting for their chance.
Everyone now knew that the female Muto, along with hundreds of smaller Mutos, would eventually break out of their lair, and the combined forces, led by the United States, would never allow them to leave. A war was imminent. This matter,
concerning the survival of all mankind, had attracted considerable attention. But now the entire Washington, D.C. has been surrounded by armies from all over the world, forming a series of battle lines, no matter who it is.
No one without permission can enter the defense line and take any photos. Just as people around the world were speculating about the development of the situation, all the major media outlets around the world stationed outside the defense line.
suddenly received an invitation to enter. All the media were excited at once. Led by the soldiers, they gathered at the coast. Friends, this is MBD TV. I'm Anna Taylor. I'm inside the Washington, D.C. area right now. This is live.
The camera panned across the scene. The television audience could clearly see the entire coastline packed with media from around the world. It was a sea of black. All the hosts were doing the same thing as Taylor. The atmosphere was tense.
A large number of soldiers lined up in front of the media. The ocean in the distance had been completely blocked by the fleet. Taylor's voice followed the camera, describing the situation. According to sources,
this time the Joint Defense Force has something special to announce. It's related to monsters. Hopefully, it's good news. I saw General Stans approaching. He was accompanied by Dr. Ceresor and representatives from other countries. Stans was in high spit.
Under the protection of the soldiers, he came to the prepared speaking platform. Flashbulbs flashed wildly below. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation. The surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Stans remained composed. He scanned the audience.
Facing the live cameras from around the world, he got straight to the point. We invited you all here today because we already have a solution to deal with the meteors. As soon as the words fell, there was a cry of surprise from the audience.
Everyone's heart was pounding, and their faces were filled with excitement. You have to know that before this, the whole world was paying attention to how to deal with the meteors. However, from the beginning to the end,
no government said that there was a definite and feasible way to deal with this monster. Since Stans, representatives from various countries, and Dr. Ceresor of the Imperial Organization had all come here and announced the news.
It was definitely not just talk. The flashing lights were like a dazzling galaxy, almost covering the podium. Hands rose one after another. The media reporters were about to ask questions, but Stans waved his hand, shook his head and smiled.
The specific method, you can see for yourself. He turned around and pointed to the vast ocean behind him. See, not only the reporters, but also the audience around the world watching the live broadcast were all stunned. The camera panned across.
Apart from the fleet in the distance, there was nothing else. But everyone felt that things must not be that simple. At this moment, the calm sea in the distance suddenly became violent and a huge wave rose. What's going on?
Everyone watching the change in front of the TV stared at the screen without blinking, their nerves rising raw. In the next instant, a ferocious, gigantic gorilla head emerged from the sea. It then continued to rise, revealing its terrifying upper body.
Ah, it's a monster. Many reporters on the shore screamed loudly, their faces turning pale with fear. Boom, boom, boom. Xu Jing stepped onto the continental shelf, one step at a time, and began to move towards the shore. Wherever he passed,
waves surged and the earth trembled. His massive body continued to emerge from the water, gradually revealing itself to the world. Oh my God! The live camera faithfully transmitted everything to people all over the world. At that moment,
the entire world seemed to fall silent. Everyone who saw the footage was stunned and speechless. Amidst screams of panic and fear, Xu Jing stepped onto land and stood before the crowd of reporters. A shadow of terror enveloped them all. Then,
he let out a deafening roar, silencing all the screams. At this moment, Stan's powerful voice rang out. This is King Kong, the legendary god of Skull Island, the righteous king of the monsters. He will help us humans fight against the evil mutos.
The reason they were so confident was because Xu Jing had told them one thing. Xiang Muto was dead. He had died at his hands. The reporters at the scene gasped and stared at the monster so close in fear. The camera slowly moved from bottom to top.
It was the first time for everyone to see a monster so close up. Some were overcome with excitement. Others were terrified. As long as King Kong takes a small step forward, everyone present will be crushed into minced meat. Don't worry, Stans remain.
Reassuring the reporters present. Smiling, he continued, King Kong won't hurt you. You'll soon realize his special. I hope you won't be so shocked your jaws drop. He made a rare joke. As a commander, although he didn't like his current job as a host,
he didn't care about anything in order to please King Kong. As for the mutos, he wasn't too worried anymore. Even if Congo had overestimated their strength, as long as he could help them hold back the female mutos,
they could calmly organize their forces and completely wipe out the numerous young mutos, eliminating any future trouble. At this moment, Xu Jing took a half step back. Amid the exclamations of the reporters, he squatted down. After scanning the area, he spoke.
Humans, hello, don't be nervous. I'm here to help you, gurgle. A gulping sound echoed throughout the scene. The eyes of the reporters and the audience were wide open. Stunned, Xu Jing didn't like this kind of scene very much.
But for the sake of the power of faith, he reluctantly accepted it. After he finished speaking, he stood up again, nodded to Stans, and then took a big step forward. Amid the screams of the crowd, he stepped over their heads and headed towards Washington.
All right, everyone please leave, Stan said gravely. The attack is about to begin. Once we achieve victory, We'll show you the relevant battle footage. After he finished speaking, he quickly left the scene under the escort of soldiers.
The reporters finally woke up from their dream. Watching King Kong retreat, they were eager to follow him. But a large number of soldiers began to enforce order, stopping those who dared to think too much. MBD reporter Taylor's mind went blank.
She followed the soldiers back outside the defense line. Dazed and dejected, it wasn't until she heard a series of clear roars, followed by intense gunfire and explosions, from the distant city that she came to her senses, her face flushed with excitement.
She took a deep breath and said, "Dear audience, I still can't describe how I feel. I'm going crazy. I'm even starting to doubt the existence of God. Did you hear that? It's a shame I couldn't film it."
But there's no doubt that Kong and the Mintos already engaged in a fierce battle inside Washington. I'm dying to know the outcome. I want to see everything that happens inside. Please remember this day, King Kong.
A monster capable of communicating with us humans is helping us save the world. I'm sure you're all as incredulous as I am, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this battle. Right, if it weren't for the Metos releasing electromagnetic pulses.
I believe helicopters would have taken them to high altitudes by now, broadcasting everything live to the world. Washington, White House, this world-renowned building, a symbol of the power and political style of the U.S. executive branch,
collapsed into ruins after being kicked hard by Xu Jing. The female Mutio that had built its nest beneath the White House discovered him. She immediately roared and tore through the debris.
She rushed out of the nest with a large number of young Mutos and surrounded Xu Jing. The female Muto swung its four limbs and stabbed Xu Jing's head. At the same time, a powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted, enveloping the entire city.
The little Mutos climbed onto Xu Jing's body from all directions, opening their bloody mouths and starting to bite his body. Eat it! Xu Jing could still understand the electromagnetic waves these Mintos were communicating. He tried to release his spirit,
hoping to soothe them through his thoughts and communicate with them. If possible, he hoped to stage a show, take them away, and find a way to solve the scourge of their potential world extinction. But soon, his attempt failed. All Mitos,
including the female ones, refused to communicate with him. Even when he tried to release a trace of the male Muto's aura, it did not cause any of the Mictos to hesitate. To them, only those of the same kind can be accepted. Those with different appearances,
even those with the same kind's aura, are not accepted. This was completely different from when Xu Jing was the alien queen and the dryad. Back then, his descendants' connection to him was spiritual, although he hadn't tried it.
He was absolutely certain that even if he used his outer armor or returned to his true form, he could still maintain communication with his descendants, and they would still recognize him, unless he removes the diamond armor and uses the Muto body.
He will not be able to achieve his goal. Forget it, he'll have to find another way. Xu Jing sighed helplessly and gave up his original plan.
But he was not a Mutio, and he couldn't possibly stay in this world as a Mutio. Since he couldn't have it both ways, he could only do his best. Saving all the Mutos was impossible. He stomped his feet to the ground. He raised his left arm,
blocking the female Midu's forelimbs. Then he swung his right fist and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! The female Muto screamed, her head tilted. She stumbled backwards. Xu Jing ignored the small Muto biting him and strode forward, lashing out with fist.
He hammered the female Muto repeatedly, leaving her powerless to fight back. She retreated towards the coast. His body was his most powerful weapon. Although he hadn't awakened any special abilities, he discovered that he was very resistant to them. For example,
Godzilla's flaming rays couldn't even break through his current fur. The Muto's electromagnetic pulse had no effect on him at all. The female Muto howled miserably. The electromagnetic pulse was useless. His thick, sharp forelimbs couldn't pierce Xu Jing's skin.
His agility was even more disparate. Attack! Attack! Stance and the others were filled with surprise. Judging from the current situation, they already had a sure win. King Kong's strength far exceeded their expectations.
The combined forces began to deal with some of the small Mutos that fell from Xu Jing, clearing out the area. It was a battle without a doubt. It only took half a day. The battle was over. King Kong! King Kong! King Kong! As Xu Jing,
carrying the massive corpse of the female Muto, approached the media reporters, the crowd erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Cheers filled the air. At the same time, the exciting scenes here were spread all over the world.
A day later, a video of him battling the Mutios was released. It went viral online and on television, sparking a worldwide craze. After watching the video, countless people became crazy about Xu Jing. He saved the world.
He became the hero he always wanted to be. Despite being a monster, he possessed remarkable intelligence and was able to communicate calmly and peacefully with others, which dispelled people's fear of his size.
Countless people around the world began to admire him, even more enthusiastically than those who followed celebrities. He was especially popular in the United States, a country with a strong sense of heroism. Xu Jing has become the world's hottest star.
His influence spreads across the globe. Wherever he goes, he causes a huge sensation, and everything about him has become the most discussed and heated topic among people nowadays. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed.
On a beautiful island in the Pacific Ocean, Xu Jing dismissed the staff combing his hair. He stood up and slowly walked into the sea.
He followed the direction and walked for most of the day until he came to a place deep under the sea where underground radiation energy was being released. Here, a pair of comatose young mutos were instinctively absorbing energy.
Xu Jing grabbed 2 small mutos, one in each hand. He determined the direction and quickly advanced. Half a day later, he surfaced and finally saw a huge, terrifying thunderstorm in the distance. Skull Island. In back, he roared, sank to the bottom of the sea,
and strode towards the center of the storm. Chapter 283, Origin. The thunderstorm that enveloped Skull Island lasted for who knows how many years. It was like a forbidden zone, cut off from the world. Even with the increasing advancement of human technology,
if one wanted to cross a thunderstorm, they would have to wait for an opportunity that would only appear once in countless years. Furthermore, they would have to risk being buried in the storm if they weren't careful. Not just in the air, but underwater as well.
Shrouded in this thunderstorm, the undercurrents surged beneath the surface, swirling with whirlpools. Add to that the countless hidden reefs and dangerous terrain. Even a submarine couldn't guarantee a safe passage. Xu Jing's feet gripped the sea firmly.
He released his spirit and soul, sensing the undercurrent and moving forward quickly. Even for modern humans, the restricted area was still difficult to enter. It was useless to him, if it weren't for protecting the 2 young mutos.
He would even need to release his spirit. Not long after, he passed through the storm and entered Skull Island. The island and the outside world are like 2 completely different worlds. Inside the island is peaceful and tranquil.
The ecological environment remains as beautiful as it was when I first saw it. This is a prehistoric forest, filled with all sorts of bizarre plants and creatures. Xu Jing followed his memory and walked around Skull Island.
The natives of the primitive tribe to the east were still there. Seeing him was like seeing a god. They all knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces and bowed to him devoutly. After the skeleton crawlers in the west were eliminated,
a large number of trees began to grow. The once somewhat desolate land became lush and green. Many more creatures from the east came here to live. The entire island was thriving, without him and the skeleton beasts.
Nature had re-established its perfect ecological balance. Xu Jing finally came to the crack leading to the underground world. This crack was an immense, pitch black hole, emitting white smoke and a sense of an all-consuming, unknown fear. Last time,
in order to completely eliminate the threat of the skeleton crawler, he went deep into the cave for countless meters, but still couldn't reach the end. But now, he has grown too much and can no longer enter through the crack.
Xu Jing came here not to go to the underground world, but to send the pair of mutios in his hands down. By this time, the 2 little mutios had awakened and were struggling in his palms. Quiet! A faint light flashed in Xu Jing's eyes,
as if carrying a strange power, causing the little muto to gradually calm down. It's dangerous out there. Go, keep going down. Never come back up. The light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger,
radiating from both eyes and directly into the eyes of the young muto. He didn't know what the underground world was like, but even a young muto, a mortal enemy of Godzilla, possessed sufficient survival abilities.
Xu Jing didn't understand the delicate art of altering memories. He was simply relying on his soul, which far surpassed that of the little mutos, to forcefully hypnotize them. It did work. After he placed the 2 little mutos on the ground,
they quickly rushed into the crack and began to crawl downwards. Xu Jing sensed them moving downwards. After who knows how many kilometers, they stopped and headed in another direction. It was as if everything had returned to square one. He let out a long sigh.
As for what will happen in the future, he has no idea. Surizawa had been chatting with him frequently lately. Just as he always said, nature had a way of restoring balance. Besides Godzilla, this world also harbored terrifying monsters.
Hidden deep within, Xu Jing didn't think anymore. He turned around and found a mountain that was no smaller than his own. He broke it, moved it back, and sealed the crack. It's time to start. After finishing, he found a quiet place and summoned the system.
He wasn't sure if the power of faith could be used to strengthen the diamond armor. Now was the time to verify it. Improve physical fitness by 1 level. Xu Jing's mind moved. He clicked on the plus sign behind the first level, 3rd level physical fitness.
If his idea was correct, then this upgrade would transform the power of faith into source energy and integrate it together. 10,000 origin points were instantly deducted from the system interface. Simultaneously,
a large amount of origin energy appeared within him, merging into every cell. Perhaps it was because King Kong's body had transformed into an outer armor. During this strengthening process, Xu Jing didn't feel anything unusual. There was no pain.
There he was like a spectator, watching his body transform bit by bit. In just a moment, this source of energy began to dissipate. Xu Jing suddenly felt nervous. What he was doing was like discovering a system bug.
As for whether he could exploit it, it was completely unclear. Soon, the source energy in his body completely dissipated. Then no further source energy transformed from the power of faith appeared. Failed.
Xu Jing felt an inexplicable sense of frustration in his heart. Bite! At this moment, a crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Xu Jing quickly looked at the system. A system prompt appeared on the interface.
Are you sure you want to integrate the original energy transformed from the power of faith into the diamond armor? Yes, no. He was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly realized what was happening and nodded yes.
More source energy than before instantly appeared in his body and began to merge into every cell. A prompt popped up on the system interface. After reading it, Xu Jing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Initially had thought he'd discovered a system bug.
Turns out it wasn't. The system already had this functionality. Just like the conditions he'd first activated to redeem his armor, it was waiting for him to discover. It seems I haven't explored the system enough. Xu Jing shook his head,
temporarily putting aside his chaotic thoughts. Regardless, the diamond armor was now beginning to see a real improvement. This improvement is retained and will not disappear after the return. If you use it to upgrade a Midio, it will be like throwing it away.
It cannot be converted into the original source point when it returns level 5, level 6, level 7. With the infusion of a large amount of original energy, the diamond armor finally reached the first level and 9th level of physical strength before stopping.
This strengthening was equivalent to saving him a full 50 Zazen origin points. After the enhancement was complete, Xu Jing regained control of his outer armor. His body shape remained unchanged, but his weight had increased significantly, reaching nearly 30,000
tons. His various physical qualities, strength, agility, physique, resistance, and so on, had all increased exponentially, his entire body filled with explosive power. Xu Jing stretched his arms and legs.
He was eager to find Godzilla and have a good fight with him, however. Thinking of the other party's current unfortunate state, he gave up the idea. Chapter 284, Return. After most of the day,
Xu Jing became familiar with the changes in the diamond armor and stopped moving. He didn't rush back. Instead, he continued to summon the system and chose to receive the soul enhancement reward for Mission 3. The speed of time in the two worlds differs greatly.
The same is true for soul improvement here, and it can also save a lot of time. During the 13 years of cocooning and slumbering as a MOTO, his soul scanning range had increased to nearly 25 meters. After this enhancement,
it was directly increased to a radius of 40 meters. It's even more than last time. Xu Jing also didn't understand the rules, but he just wanted more. After receiving the reward, he didn't waste any more time and immediately chose to return.
Xu Jing slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken up naturally from sleep. His mind was clear. He summoned the system and looked at the origin column. Origin point. If you take into account the implicit
50,000 points that King Kong gained, the gains this time will be even greater. Xu Jing felt elated. After reaching the second level of spiritual energy,
the rewards he gained from each transmigration were almost greater than the sum of his previous transmigratings. However, he had not yet fully mastered the physical training required to increase the potential of the Xuanhuan Gong.
His main body could not be improved for the time being. Furthermore, the current situation was dire. The best option was to continue upgrading his zombie armor. This was also the quickest way he could think of to reach Class A strength.
Xu Jing looked at the zombie's outer armor. He had already strengthened it to the level of a hairy zombie. Just one more time, and it would reach the level of a flying zombie. Strengthen. He clicked on the plus sign after Maojang without hesitation.
The system interface vibrated with a humming sound, then returned to calm. The hairy zombie had surprisingly transformed into a flying zombie. Xu Jing was filled with excitement. The flying zombie was the final form of the zombie armor he had exchanged for.
It was equivalent to the A-level Black Demon Guard if placed in Mr. Zombie's world. It would be a legendary entity like the Drought Demon or the Fire Demon. On the system interface, the abilities of the zombie armor also changed accordingly. Outer armor.
Ability, Yang, Vision, Indestructible Body, Flying and Hiding, Transfiguration, The Way of Extreme Fire Range 10 miles Flea Summoning Origin, 12500 time. After reading this, Xu Jing wanted to summon the zombie armor immediately to try it out.
However, after seeing the summoning cost, he could only suppress the thought. Compared to before, although he lost the two abilities of blood, sucking evolution and yin, absorbing evolution, he was extremely satisfied with each of the additional abilities.
The system also gave a hint about the extreme fire. Zombies are extremely evil, but when yin energy reaches its extreme, it will transform into extreme yang energy. It is a typical example of the saying that yin leads to yang.
The sunlight that was originally able to suppress the zombies completely lost its effect, and was even absorbed and utilized.
The newly transformed flying zombie was born with the ability to control various fire abilities and release flames covering a range of 10 miles. Xu Jing could directly enhance this ability through his origin points, increasing its range.
He could also slowly cultivate using his outer armor. As a flying zombie, absorbing both yin and yang energy from the outside world had become instinctive. However, with the system, he didn't want to slowly cultivate while wearing the zombie armor.
The power upgrade to Flying Zombie had just consumed 75,000 essence points, and now there were only about 90,000 essence points left. Although the plus sign for the range of enhancement was present, Xu Jing didn't continue to strengthen it.
As long as he didn't escape beyond the main beam, the flying zombie with classless strength would be enough to handle any trouble. As for the advancement after Flying Zombie, the system also gave a hint.
The range of flame control will continue to expand as the Flying Zombie's strength increases. However, this alone will not allow advancement.
Only by understanding the corresponding flame rules can the flying zombie become a fire god and begin to control the domain. To comprehend the rules, one cannot use the origin points to strengthen.
One can only comprehend the corresponding rules through the soul. At present, Xu Jing's soul has not even reached the 3rd level, let alone comprehending the rules. He didn't think any more about it. He got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and went outside.
It was getting light and a little chilly. He immediately took up his stance and began practicing martial arts seriously. Although the outer armor was strong, it was not his true self after all. He couldn't move around with it on.
And the physical training techniques he had acquired in the world of a Chinese ghost story also required time and energy to master. Xu Jing quickly entered a state of cultivation.
Although he hadn't had time to practice during the previous few days of continuous missions, he had carefully studied all the techniques he had learned from the world of a Chinese ghost story while traveling or resting. At this point,
he practiced each technique one by one. With his physique, most of them only needed 1 or 2 times to go from unfamiliar to proficient. Then, his body would memorize them and display the status on the system. Every time he successfully mastered a technique,
he would allow the Xuanhuan to devour it. In just one morning, he had mastered nearly 20 martial arts techniques he had learned from the world of a Chinese ghost story. However, ever since his Xuanhuan had reached the 2nd level,
the impact of the Jianghu Gong techniques on his potential had become negligible. Only after he had absorbed nearly half of the Jianghu Gong techniques did the plus sign for the upgrade turn from grayback to white. Xu Jing sighed.
He estimated that all the techniques he had just practiced could only strengthen his Xuanhuan 2 or 3 times. It was not enough to elevate him to the high B realm. He had actually anticipated this situation, however.
He still felt confident because of the Arhat golden body he had obtained from the monk of Daguo Temple. Although this technique wasn't the legendary golden body technique that could achieve enlightenment,
it was still more than a level higher than the martial arts techniques used in martial arts worlds. The Daguo Temple in the world of a Chinese ghost story has been passed down for thousands of years. Its foundation is no less than that of the Kunlun sect.
According to the old monk who taught Xu Jing this technique, during the heyday of Daguo Temple, there were 18 methods of practicing the Arhat golden body, corresponding to the 18 Arhats. After each Arhat's golden body is cultivated,
it will gain supernatural powers. In addition, the body is incorruptible and difficult to be damaged by swords and knives. It has a strong resistance to spells and sorcery. Unfortunately, after thousands of years of the immortal's disappearance,
only 3 types of Arhat golden bodies remain in the Daguo Temple. The 3 types are the dragon subduing golden statue, the tiger subduing golden statue, and the pagoda holding golden statue.
The Arhat golden body is the core technique of the Great Kingdom Temple. Originally, it would not be easily surrendered. However, the remaining 3 techniques, after cultivation, all offer primarily physical strength. Unlike the other lost techniques,
which possess special abilities, they are also extremely difficult to cultivate. Xu Jing had also speculated that the old monk wasn't telling the truth. Perhaps there were other golden body techniques passed down, but at the time,
the 2 sides were exchanging ideas. Besides, what he lacked most was a body refining technique, so he didn't force the other party. Whether it can meet expectations depends on the next technique. No matter how difficult the golden body was to cultivate,
it didn't matter to him. His goal was to get started. Once he did, the system would begin to work, integrating the essence of the corresponding golden body technique into the Xuanhuan. The rest would be a simple matter of strengthening it bit by bit.
Chapter 285. You are not young anymore. Xu Jing didn't know about the other 15 methods of practicing the Arhat golden body, but he knew the remaining 3 methods of practicing the golden body. In fact,
each of them could be considered an independent practice. Perhaps it's because these 3 golden bodies primarily focus on physical training. The techniques all strengthen the entire body from the outside in, supplemented by mental techniques.
And Buddhist principles. None of these can be dispensable. Xu Jing began with the dragon subduing golden body. This golden body technique involved capturing dragons. It consisted of 18 moves.
He recalled the key points of the 18 forms one by one in his mind. Then he set up the stance, closed his eyes, and began practicing with the visualization method of the first form. At first, Xu Jing didn't feel anything, but gradually,
he felt as if he had transformed into a golden arhat. The Buddha's golden light shone, blessing him. This arhat was like the Vajra in the temple. His eyes were wide open, his hair and beard pointing upwards. He was mighty and powerful.
A strange energy gathered from all directions and poured into his body. At the same time, the scene he was visualizing suddenly changed. Evil dragons suddenly appeared, surrounded him, and lunged at him with roars. Drink. Xu Jing kept his mind focused.
Seeing a vicious dragon approaching, he naturally used the first move of the dragon capturing technique. Boom! The attacking dragon was shattered by his blow, dispersing into a golden light. The light was drawn to him and merged into the golden wheel.
Xu Jing suddenly felt a slight increase in strength. A sense of exhilaration washed over him. Gradually, he immersed himself in it. He unleashed his dragon capturing technique move after move. His inner visualization was synchronized with his outer body.
He seemed to have entered a wonderful state. I don't know how much time passed. Xu Jing opened his eyes. It was already bright daylight. Xuanhuan was standing not far from him. She seemed to have been there for a long time. Seeing Xu Jing finished practicing,
she ran over in a few steps. Her eyes sparkled, asked, "Young master, what kind of kung fu are you practicing?" She had taken care of Xu Jing for so many years. She understood the young master's temperament and was not afraid of breaking the rules. Besides,
she would eventually become his mistress. Xu Jing suddenly flicked Xiaolian's forehead. Before she could get angry, he smiled and said, "Do you want to learn?"
He had long harbored the thought of teaching his family the techniques he had learned from his time traveling through time to fight demons and monsters. Now that the situation was dire, this thought became even stronger. Can I learn this, too?
Xiaolian's face was filled with surprise. She stared at Xu Jing without blinking. Xu Jing nodded. His parents and sister weren't interested in cultivation. The only other people he could trust were Xu Maozong and Xiaolian. "Come with me."
He said hello and left the yard. Xu Maozong had only recovered a few days ago. Furthermore, demons and monsters were wreaking havoc everywhere. With Xu Jing's instructions, he certainly wouldn't go out and cause trouble.
He spent his days at home studying or cultivating. Xu Jing, accompanied by the excited Xiaolian, quickly found him in the study and expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, Xu Maozong took a deep breath. It was impossible not to be moved, however.
He had to think about it more. He asked, "Jinga, this is the Black Evil Guard stuff after all. Will there be any problems if you pass it to us like this?" As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaolian. There was a hint of warning and dissatisfaction in his eyes.
He briefly described the background of the Black Evil Guards. Xiaolian's back was covered in sweat. She finally realized what was happening. She knew the martial arts the young master was going to teach her were of great significance. She cried, "Master!"
"I know I was wrong, it's okay. Don't worry," Xu Jing reassured Xiaolian. He released his spirit and, after confirming the surroundings were safe, said, "I got this while on a mission outside. It's okay, just be careful and don't let anyone else know."
The Dalian kingdom relied on the Black Evil Guards for protection. The Black Evil Guards were all demonic beings. Even if ordinary people cultivated to the Xianxin realm, they could only deal with demons and monsters no higher than the sea level.
Xu Jing actually wanted to popularize the martial arts that could fight demons and monsters. He wanted to give everyone the power to protect themselves, and give the human race the strength to gain a foothold in the world. But now was not the time.
If the demons discovered that humans had the means to counter them, they would definitely not sit idly by. Humans were the most complex of minds. Without sufficient strength, he dared not make it public. The next thing was simple.
Xu Jing first taught the two the talisman technique from Uncle Jis notes, which he had obtained from Mr. Zombie's world. Xu Maozong had witnessed with his own eyes that night how Xu Jing used the talisman to unleash thunder and seal the doors, windows,
and walls, preventing the female ghost from entering. Naturally, he understood the talisman's function. Now, after hearing that even ordinary people could draw it, he understood even more its preciousness.
Xiaolian often bought talisman paper and materials for drawing talismans for the young master. Now I understand why. Since there were no missions coming up yet, Xu Jing patiently taught. Ordinary people without prior training could indeed draw talismans.
But they needed to use special ink, concentrate, and expend considerable energy to create a useful talisman. However, the art of talismans is indeed a popular method for dealing with demons and monsters.
Xu Maozong and Xiaolian studied diligently and made rapid progress. After a few attempts, they successfully drew the simplest talisman to ward off evil spirits. If you carry this kind of talisman with you and encounter a ghost or something like that,
it will spontaneously combust as a warning. The two were extremely excited and were about to continue drawing when Xu Jing stopped them and said, "I'll teach you another extremely practical talisman, this time."
he was teaching a technique known as the immobilization technique from the Kunlun school. This talisman was drawn directly on the palm of one's hand and released with a hand seal. As long as the drawing was done correctly, even using blood would be sufficient.
However, the power of the immobilization technique was directly proportional to one's cultivation level. Xu Maozong and Xiaolian quickly mastered the technique. They enthusiastically experimented with the birds and insects outside.
Their excitement almost like that of children. Xu Jing did not stop them. He waited until they had had their fun before continuing to teach them the formal exercises. Xu Maozong practiced the fiery blade technique.
Xu Jing had also practiced this technique before. He now strongly suspected it was a weakened version of the glazed flame fire phoenix mysterious classic. If his guess was correct,
Xu Maozong would not be able to practice Kunlun Qi refining technique because the fire attribute demonic power could hardly accommodate other internal energy. After some consideration, he passed the Arat golden body from the Dago temple to Xu Maozong.
If the Arat golden body were to be fully mastered, its ability to survive would undoubtedly be excellent, apart from other aspects. According to his estimation, it should be able to reach Class B strength. Furthermore,
its supernatural powers would be self-generated, preventing any conflict between its internal energy and the fiery blade technique. Xu Maozong gasped as he looked at the visualization diagrams Xu Jing had drawn from memory.
Along with the techniques and secrets, although his strength wasn't high, he had a keen eye. He immediately recognized the power of this body-building technique, which was even higher in level than the fiery blade technique. Xiaolian wanted to avoid him,
but Xu Jing didn't care. He pulled her back and said, "Look at it too. If you want to learn, then learn." Xu Maozong's eyes flickered between Xu Jing and Xiaolian. Suddenly, he said, "Jinga, you're not a child anymore. Uncle doesn't want to force you.
But if you don't want to get married soon, then take Xiaolian into your room first." Chapter 286. I'm not little anymore. Cough cough cough. Xu Jing almost choked on his breath. His face was speechless. Xiaolian's face flushed crimson.
Surprise flickered in her eyes. She glanced at Xu Jing sideways, then quickly avoided his gaze. She lowered her head, clutching her clothes tightly with both hands. Her joints were protruding, pale and blue. Her heartbeat was like a drum. The thump, thump.
Sensing Xu Jing's gaze, she lowered her head even lower. The blush on her face grew brighter, spreading across her neck. Xu Maozong knew what was going on. He had taken Xiaolian in specifically to care for Xu Jing.
She was destined to be part of his Xu family, but things had been done yet. He was still a little worried, especially now that Xu Jing had displayed so many extraordinary skills and methods, and wasn't shy about it.
Xu Jing met Xu Maozong's gaze and shook his head. "Uncle, Xiaolian is still young master." Before Xu Maozong could answer, Xiaolian suddenly interrupted, saying, "I'm not young anymore. In 3 months I'll be a virgin."
Xu Jing really didn't know what to say. In Dalian, women were considered to be of marriageable age when they turned 15. For a maid like Xiaolian, who was bought as a child, even if she was under 15 and served her master in bed,
no one would report her. Furthermore, even if someone did report her, the government wouldn't do anything. He looked at Xiaolian. She had practiced martial arts for years and had been well nourished. Not only was she slender,
but she also looked more mature than her peers. If she told anyone she was 20, they'd probably believe her. But the current situation, though Xiaolian is only 14 years old, Xu Jing himself was only 17 years old, he said helplessly.
"Then let's wait 3 months and then talk about it." Xiaolian pouted. Looking unhappy, Xu Maozong smiled faintly. He didn't push him. He knew Xu Jing's personality well. He was very opinionated about everything. He couldn't confront him. He could only guide him.
Xu Jing wrote down all the techniques of the Arhat golden body on paper, and then he also memorized the Kunlun Qi refining technique. Xiaolian was only practicing an ordinary low-level martial arts technique. However,
she could start over directly with Qi refining technique. She could also practice the Arat golden body. Xu Maozong carefully sorted and bound the papers containing the techniques. He felt completely dazed.
He had no idea where Xu Jing had gotten these techniques from, but he could see some problems. If Daliang State had such a technique suitable for ordinary people to practice and use against demons and monsters,
there would be no way there would be any rumors about it. However, in reality, not a single rumor had been heard in the martial arts world. He looked at Xu Jing deeply and said, "Jinger, Uncle won't ask any more questions.
But you must never let anyone else know about this technique." "I understand." Xu Jing nodded seriously. Xu Maozong was still worried. He repeatedly warned Xiaolian and only stopped after confirming that she understood the seriousness of the situation.
He still had many spells to teach. But for now, these were enough for Xu Maozong and Shaolian to digest for a long time. After all, they had no system. They could only follow the steps. There was no need to rush. It was almost noon.
The three of them went to the hall together again. Xu Jing's parents and sister were all in the hall. The table was laden with food. The family sat together and had a meal. Jinga, please accompany me to the sect.
Xu Maozong stopped Xu Jing, who was about to go back to continue practicing. Xu Jing had no objection. He said goodbye to his parents and accompanied Xu Maozong back to Lishan sect. Now the demons are invading. A war is imminent.
Word of the existence of demons and monsters has spread among ordinary people, but they are still unaware of the situation and are simply panicking. The Lishan sect, however, was different. It was, after all, a prominent sect within the martial arts world.
Many people had a general understanding of Daliang's current situation. As they walked along, the atmosphere within the sect grew more solemn. The disciples who came and went were all in a hurry, and everyone's face looked unhappy.
Xu Jing first accompanied Xu Maozong to the mission pavilion and handed in the mission he had accepted. Afterwards, the two of them were not interested in taking on new tasks and went directly to Master Xu Maozong's residence.
Although Xu Jing was a formal disciple, his status was not high. With Lin Yuanqing's care, it wouldn't matter if he didn't return to the sect for a long time. However, as a core disciple, Xu Maozong couldn't be too casual. The two arrived at Yangtze Tower,
but found the door locked. Apparently, no one was there. When they were about to leave, Lin Yuanqing happened to pass by and greeted them with surprise. Uncle, brother. Xu Jing and Xu Maozong also responded and then asked about the situation.
Lin Yuanqing said with a worried look on his face, an envoy from the imperial court just arrived. Master has been summoned by the headmaster. Oh, Xu Maozong pondered and said, do you know why the messenger came? I don't know.
I just heard a few words when the sect master sent me out. Lin Yuanqing shook his head slightly, but said, but you came just in time. The sect master asked me to contact all disciples, no matter who they are. They must return to the sect within 3 days.
Seeing you saves me the trouble of notifying you again. Xu Jing frowned. Given the current situation, he might be facing another mission from the Black Evil Guards in less than 3 days. He wouldn't have the time to deal with the Lishan sect.
Xu Maozong glanced at Xu Jing a little worried. He said to Lin Yuanqing, I understand, but we'll still be staying in Annie City for the next few days. We'll be back when the time comes. Lin Yuanqing expressed his understanding. He had other things to do.
After chatting for a few more words, he hurried away. Xu Jing watched Lin Yuanqing leave. He said to Xu Maozong, Uncle, you go back first. I'll go find out the details. Then be careful. Xu Maozong warned and left quickly.
He thought Xu Jing would use the identity of the Black Evil Guard to inquire about the situation with the Imperial Envoy. But Xu Jing had no such intention. After Xu Maozong left, the demonic power in his body gradually emanated,
carrying his will and spreading throughout his body. Then he took a step forward and walked towards the back mountain. As he passed by, the disciples along the way seemed to be unable to see him at all, nor could they sense any of his presence.
Regardless of the nature of demonic power, they all have one thing in common. They are extremely deceptive. Under certain conditions it can deceive all of a person's senses, achieving an effect even more terrifying than hypnosis.
Ghosts are skilled at deception, creating seemingly realistic environments to lure people in and kill them. Demons are also adept at this same technique. Without a specific method, or a powerful enough spirit,
ordinary people would be able to detect even a single flaw, even if they knew it was fake. As long as they couldn't break through, they could escape the fact that their senses had been deceived. Xu Jing remembered a news story he had seen.
The subject was a death row inmate, blindfolded and tied to a bed. The judge then arrived at the bedside and pronounced that the execution would be by bloodletting. At the command, the assistant scratched the prisoner's wrist with a small wooden splinter. Then,
a pre-prepared faucet was turned on, and water dripped into the copper basin, making a tinkling sound. As the dripping sound gradually slowed down, the prisoner felt a surge of fear. He eventually began to bleed and died.
The deceptive power of demonic power can only make the effect more real than this. If Xu Jing wanted to, he could easily create a terrifying environment, just like the fox demon in Geshui City. Through his demonic power, he could trap the whole family,
including all the guards, in a real illusion and then easily reap their lives. Chapter 287. Phoenix Feather. The meeting hall of Lishan sect is located in the back mountain. It is also the place where the leader and elders practice in seclusion.
Xu Jing walked along the flat blue stone road, passing through the neatly arranged palaces, pavilions, corridors, and soon arrived at a sycamore forest. This place seemed like a completely different world from the mountain in front.
There was no hustle and bustle. Except for the occasional chirping of insects and birds, it was exceptionally quiet. A square pavilion stood outside the forest. Inside, 2 core disciples, swords on their backs, stood guard along the pavilion.
A path led deep into the forest. Arriving here, Xu Jing suddenly stopped and looked into the depths of the forest with a hint of doubt. It was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, causing the demonic energy within him to vibrate.
It was as if something was constantly resonating with him. There is indeed a problem. Ever since Xu Jing began practicing the glazed flame fire phoenix mysterious cannon, he began to suspect that the Lishan sect was hiding some kind of secret.
Not only were there techniques, but also remedies for improving physical fitness. All of them bore suspicious similarities to the techniques he practiced. His abnormal behavior at this moment clearly confirmed that his suspicions were correct.
He felt a subtle emotion in his heart. Something that resonated with his cultivation method was likely related to the phoenix. Xu Jing didn't even bother going to the meeting hall to gather intelligence. He quickly quickened his pace.
Swaggering through the pavilion between the two guards and heading along the path towards the location he had sensed. This Wutong forest was clearly the core area of the Lishan sect. Disciples, either visible or invisible, would appear at intervals,
guarding the area. However, these individuals were at most at the third level of the fiery blade technique. Not even at the Xuanhuan level, they were unable to detect anything. He gradually strayed from the forest path and came to the edge of a cliff.
There were no trees around. Apart from a large, square stone over 2 meters high, embedded in the ground, there wasn't even a single building. Secret passage, mechanism. Xu Jing fixed his gaze on the large rock.
He released his spirit and began to scan it carefully. After a while his expression changed. He walked to the edge of the cliff, squatted on the ground, reached out to touch the cliff wall, and touched a movable protrusion.
Xu Jing took a deep breath and pressed the protrusion hard into the cliff wall. Click! Click! There was a slight sound of a mechanism being activated from behind. He looked back. On the back of the boulder, he saw a dark and lightless entrance. He
stood up and walked into the entrance. This was a narrow passage made of an unknown black stone. It led downward at a 45-degree angle. The steps were also black. This passage was like the mouth of a beast,
swallowing up all light and instilling fear in people. Xu Jing snorted coldly. This trick wouldn't work on him. He fumbled around on the wall at the entrance, found the mechanism that locked it, and flipped it. Buzz! The stone door behind him gradually closed,
until not even a crack could be seen. All light was blocked out, and the entire passage was plunged into pitch darkness. Although there was a mechanism on the wall to light the lamp, Xu Jing paid no attention to it.
He released his spirit and strode down the stairs. After walking up about 100 steps, the path turned straight and then curved in another direction. He didn't stop and continued deeper into the passage. After walking for about half a cup of tea,
the passage gradually widened. A bright light flickered ahead. A circular hall was vaguely visible. At this point, the demonic energy within Xu Jing's body began to vibrate faster and faster, almost uncontrollably. What is it exactly?
He was excited and rushed to the end of the passage. At this moment, a figure rushed towards the entrance, sword drawn. But to their dismay, the figure found the entrance empty. Impossible! Sun A's heart was filled with awe. He took a defensive stance.
He was a hidden elder of the Lishan sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the advanced Xuanhuan realm. His spirit was also not weak, and was at the same level as his cultivation. The Black Demon Guards were indeed strong.
But that all depended on their bloodline concentration and talent. Their soul strength might not always be up to par. Anyone in the martial arts world who could reach the innate level equivalent to grade C had spent countless years honing their minds,
understanding nature, and improving step by step. Sun O was convinced he was right, although the entrance to the passage was completely dark and the surroundings looked exactly the same as before.
He instinctively sensed that something he couldn't see had entered the hall. He held his long sword across his chest, sensing his surroundings with all his might, his face filled with vigilance. He slowly turned around and glanced at the center of the hall.
There was a pool. Floating in it was a strange feather. The feather was completely crimson, emitting bursts of red light that illuminated the entire hall. With Feng Yu here, any ghost that comes in will be courting death. It is a demon that is coming.
Sun Ao quickly made a judgment in his mind and knew that his senses were confused by the demonic power. Boom! He fiercely swept the long sword in his hand towards the surroundings. At the same time,
a tongue of fire emerged from the blade and spread in all directions. The next moment, right at the edge of the pool, ripples appeared in the air.
Found you! You are a coward! Die!
Sun A's face was filled with ruthlessness.
He moved with his sword and lunged towards his target. Xu Jing stood at the entrance of the passage. He watched Sun Ao frantically attack the right wall of the hall. He smiled slightly and then walked into the hall. The hall, with the pool at its center,
emanated a faint flame of demonic energy, making the air seem to be on fire. Could this be a phoenix feather? Xu Jing felt his heart pounding. He finally understood what it meant to resonate with his demonic power. He approached the pool step by step.
Walking down the hall, he felt not a single bit of discomfort. On the contrary, he felt quite comfortable. His entire body felt like it was soaking in a hot spring. The pure demonic energy that permeated the air gradually melted into his body,
making every cell in his body rejoice with joy. In the blink of an eye, Xu Jing arrived at the edge of the pool. After seeing the glazed liquid in the pool, he understood the source of the Lishan sex medicine for improving physical fitness. However,
the water in this pool was extremely viscous, like a ball of jelly, and was dug into many holes. It was obvious that this was all the original liquid. The liquid exchanged for disciples outside was just diluted decoction.
The entire perimeter of the pool was inscribed with densely packed runes, forming a unique formation. This connected to the feather in the center of the pool, keeping it in a state of slight excitation. It continuously released energy,
while also absorbing it from the heavens and earth. This is definitely not something that the Lishan sect can arrange. Xu Jing frowned slightly. He looked around and then looked up at the wall above him. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise.
And then his face showed surprise. Chapter 288, capsized in the gutter. Xu Jing raised his head and stared upwards without blinking. On the wall, there was a vivid picture of a fire phoenix reborn. The fire phoenix stretched its body.
Its magnificent tail feathers betrayed the noble demeanor of a king. It burned, experiencing the baptism of flames. Its eyes were resolutely poignant, foreshadowing destruction and awaiting rebirth. This is a visualization picture.
This was what Xu Jing had always dreamed of. With this diagram he was fully confident that he could deduce his self-created Luyan Hofeng Xuandian to the A-level realm. He instantly recognized the purpose of the pattern. However, the picture was incomplete.
There is a missing long feather on the tail of the fire phoenix in the pattern. Xu Jing concentrated on memorizing the pattern. Then, reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the feather in the pool. A flicker of realization crossed his face.
This feather should be the one missing from the fire phoenix in the picture. Although the lack of this feather does not affect the visualization, the existence of this pattern clearly has the ability to complete it.
Xu Jing instinctively sensed something was amiss. He released his spirit and carefully scanned the surroundings. Soon, he made another discovery. There was a small protrusion at the edge of the pool. Another mechanism. After thinking about it,
he reached out and pressed on the protrusion. Buzz, the ground began to shake. The black masonry surface surrounding the pool, where the formation was carved, began to blur, and the runes carved on it actually began to change. Xu Jing quickly retreated.
Leaving the formation's reign, he saw the phoenix feather in the pool slowly rising, supported by a beam of light. The pattern above also emitted a brilliant light, echoing it. Snap! At this moment,
the wall above his head where the fire phoenix image lacked feathers caved inwards, and the rising phoenix feathers directly embedded themselves into the caved-in wall. It's perfect. Xu Jing could help but hold his breath.
The fire phoenix in the picture seemed to come alive. It looked even more vivid than before. No, this is really alive, he suddenly gasped. He noticed that the fire phoenix in the picture had blinked. Then its head turned. Two flaming eyes stared at him.
Boom! He seemed to see a phantom of a fire phoenix swooping down from the sky and instantly disappearing into his body. The next moment, the demonic energy within him erupted with a bang, like a blast from a lit fuse. At the same time,
endless flames erupted from his mind, condensing into a flaming phoenix that pounced towards his soul. Damn! I capsized in the gutter! Xu Jing instantly turned into a burning torch. His eyes rolled back.
He staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground. The meeting hall of Lishan sect. Sect Master Xing Cheng sat at the head of the table, accompanied by a dignified middle-aged man, flanked by two elders and the sect's stewards. They sat below. Lord Min.
Rest assured, this is a matter of life and death for our race. Our Lishan clan is willing to serve the imperial court and do our utmost to help. Xing Cheng looked righteous and awe-inspiring, speaking with absolute certainty. Min Jun, sitting next to him,
looked satisfied. He nodded and said, Master Xing is righteous. The imperial court has already prepared a response to this demon invasion. Your Lishan sect only needs to deal with the weaker demons that have fled into Daliang.
Their strength will not exceed Class C. Xing Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. In a situation like this, if he didn't distinguish between good and evil, the imperial court would definitely not show mercy. And as far as he knew, it wasn't just them.
Other gangs and sects had also had envoys from the imperial court coming to visit them. Some of them, unable to understand the situation, were completely wiped out on the same day. Even the strongest innate masters were only at the high C level.
As an envoy sent by the imperial court, Min Jun possessed only low B level strength. If he encountered a disobedient sect, he would unleash swift tactics.
Although the Lishan sect had the phoenix feather as a trump card and was not afraid of Min Jun, it could only be used once. It was obviously impossible to challenge the imperial court. Xing Cheng felt somewhat helpless.
Even if he was only dealing with a few D-level monsters, it would be no easy task. He had been managing the sect for so many years, and it had finally started to improve. The sect was becoming increasingly prosperous. But after this incident,
he didn't know how many disciples would die. Thinking of this, he felt extremely heartbroken, but he still had to smile and chat with the other person. In front of everyone, Min Zhen pulled out a round, emerald green jade from his pocket.
He then had Xing Cheng cut his palm and pressed the jade into it. He then explained the jade's function and usage. This is a jade identity token with reduced functionality. Besides communication, it has no other use.
Xing Cheng's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. He remained skeptical of Min Zhen's words. He looked at him gravely and asked, I wonder if there's any way to remove this jade token. Min Zhen understood. He quickly reassured him, Master Xing,
once this crisis is resolved, I will come and retrieve the jade token for you. If the imperial court wanted to control or suppress the Jiangyu sects, it would not have allowed them to exist.
The reason why they did not impose restrictions and allowed the Jiangyu to flourish freely was to deal with the current situation. For example, when the demon tribe invades,
people in the Jianghu can be transformed into the grassroots of the Black Evil Guard to stabilize the domestic situation. After Min Zhen's explanation, Xing Cheng understood the reason. His expression eased slightly and he said, I'll trouble you then, sir.
He wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, the hall they were in suddenly began to shake. Waves of heat rose from the ground. The secret mechanism is opened. Xing Cheng's expression suddenly changed. He stood up.
Two other Xiantian elders reacted in the same way. The three of them exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly becoming extremely solemn. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. After all,
the elders guarding the secret underground place knew the serious consequences of opening the mechanism. How could they do such an unwise thing? What happened? Other sect managers asked one after another. Min Zhen calmly asked, is sect leadership in trouble?
Do you need help? Everything went smoothly on his trip, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lishan's sect. Xing Cheng shook his head and said, this is my sect's business. I won't bother you, sir, then I'll take my leave.
Min Zhen knew what was going on. He stood up tactfully and said, Master Xing, there's no need to see me off. Yes. Xing Cheng was anxious as a raging fire, but he remained patient. He winked at the elder on his right and said, Elder Su.
For me. Elder Su understood what he meant. He walked to Min Zhen's side with a smile and said, please come in, sir. Min Zhen smiled faintly. He didn't care. He didn't have any other thoughts.
He clasped his fists and walked out the door accompanied by Elder Su. As soon as he left, Xing Cheng immediately arranged for the other managers to return. He then called another elder, Qin, and hurriedly left the hall. Chapter 289, Founding Father.
Absorbable energy was discovered. Can it be converted into the origin point? A shock to the host's consciousness has been detected. System protection mechanisms have been activated. External energy detected poses a threat to the host.
The system automatically absorbs it. Xu Jing had a very long dream. In the dream, he was the founding father of the Dalian kingdom. His mother was an ordinary woman, but he had an extremely powerful father. His father is a fire phoenix.
This is a world where demons reign supreme. As for humans, they are merely food kept captive by the demons. Living elixirs to enhance their cultivation. Materials to refine demonic weapons. Tools to vent their lust.
Xu Jing being the son of the fire phoenix doesn't mean he can rest easy. Because his father had only come to this world by accident. He was an outsider, and here was the demon king. There is a saying that goes, I will not allow others to snore beside my bed.
Huo Feng understood this principle. Furthermore, he had suffered a serious injury when he was stranded in this world, so he had been living among humans. He even developed worldly desires, married and had children.
Xu Jing was originally unaware of his father's identity. One day he was bullied by a demon clan. Near death, he broke free from the seal within him. His bloodline awakened and erupted completely.
His powerful bloodline was suspected and coveted by the demon clan. During the hunt, his father couldn't help but take action, ultimately triggering the first great battle with the demon king. That time, the whole world was just two colors.
One half, the other half was a surging ocean. After several days, everything returned to normal. The human race was safe and sound under the flames, but the demon race was reduced to ashes.
It was from that day that Xu Jing learned about his father's identity and began to think about establishing a foundation for the human race. So, under the protection of his father, the state of Dalian was established. He then united humans with demon bloodlines,
teaching them how to develop their bloodlines and control their powers. These people were the earliest black demon guards. There were many of them. They were born during the period when the demons enslaved humans,
committing sins after using them to satisfy their lust. However, these people were not recognized by the demon race. On the contrary, because they possessed bloodlines, they were more valuable to the demon race than ordinary people.
and therefore lived a more miserable life. Under the protection of the Fire Phoenix and the maintenance of the Black Evil Guards, humanity finally ushered in a new life and had a stable life. Lishan sect. Underground in the back mountain.
The sea of Arju fire in the hall blocked Xingcheng and the three elders in the entrance passage. It was unknown what materials were used to build this underground secret place. The black bricks and stones remained intact even under the burning flames.
Sun O stood beside Xingcheng with a sullen expression and recounted in detail what had happened. If the enemy hadn't activated the trap, leading to this situation,
he probably wouldn't have been able to break free from the confusion and was still hacking at the wall. You mean the demon clan? Xingcheng frowned as he listened. He shook his head and said, I don't think so. The flames in the hall blocked their view.
When Sun O regained consciousness, he saw the flames approaching him. He was so busy escaping the hall that he didn't have time to check. Elder Sus' expression changed when he heard this and said, What does the sect master mean?
Could it be the Black Evil Guards? It's very likely, Xingcheng sighed. They were still receiving Min Jun when something went wrong. What a coincidence. Elder Qin hesitated and asked, if they are really from the Black Evil Guard, how should we deal with them?
The Lishan sect was merely a martial arts sect. Even as a Xuanhuan, he lacked the confidence to oppose the imperial court. The gap between ordinary people and those with bloodlines was simply too great. After the innate, there is no path.
This is an insurmountable gap. Sun O snorted coldly and said, let's talk about it after he survives. They all knew exactly what would happen once the mechanism in this secret place was unlocked. In the past,
Lishan sect had several masters who had reached the limit of the innate realm. They tried to find a way to break through and activated the mechanism. But without exception, they were all burned to ashes. Although it was the first time they had seen it.
It was clear that the records in the classics were not exaggerated. The flames in this hall. Sun O thought to himself that even if he entered, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Xingcheng said with a hint of worry, I'm just afraid that he might survive.
If the person inside is not dead and is indeed a black demon guard, then it will be difficult to deal with. Having just received his identity jade token, he knew full well that the black evil guards could communicate with each other through the jade token.
Even if he risked his life to mobilize Feng Yu's power to kill them, there was no guarantee that the information would not be leaked. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this.
Cultivating the innate limits of Fiery Blade technique was equivalent to a high-level C-rank Black Evil Guard. If someone within that rank set a B rank, no one could guarantee that the flames would incinerate them. Time passes by little by little.
Just as they were getting anxious, the fire in the hall finally went out. Xingcheng glanced around, his heart skipping a beat. He saw a naked young man lying on the ground not far from the edge of the pool. The man's eyes were tightly closed,
and he seemed to be in a coma. However, his body was intact without even a trace of burns. Hiss! Several people took a breath, a trace of fear rising in their hearts. Sovereign, what should we do? Elder Su asked in a low voice.
Xingcheng calmed himself down and said, let's go over and take a look. He said this and took the lead to step into the hall, moving forward cautiously. The other three looked at each other, drew their sword. Soon,
they arrived at the unconscious person and surrounded him. His still alive Elder Sus lips moved. The sound reached the ears of the other three. He then suggested, why not us? He made a chopping motion and questioned the others.
But he mainly looked at Xingcheng. Xingcheng's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he seemed hesitant. The founder of the sect discovered this place and obtained the first 3 levels of the Fiery Blade technique and the method of using the phoenix feather.
This is how the Lishan sect came into being. The power of the Fiery Blade technique was renowned throughout the martial arts world. It could even challenge masters of the same level. It was no less powerful than those of the bloodline.
Capable of inflicting damage even to demons and monsters. This is the foundation of the Lishan sect. Although it's unknown who built it, if it were lost, it would mean the loss of the source of medicinal herbs.
Without medicine to improve one's physical condition, even if one spent their entire life cultivating the Fiery Blade technique, they would never be able to reach the Xuanhuan realm. If this continued, the Lishan sect would sooner or later decline.
Xingcheng's face showed signs of struggle. Finally, he made a decision. He glanced at the 3 elders and said with a firm look, do it! A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the 3 elders. Without hesitation,
they raised their long swords and stabbed the man on the ground in the throat, heart and between his eyebrows. But at this moment, the person on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. He looked over calmly and shouted,
How dare you! Boom!
The 4 people from Xingcheng seemed to be witnessing a peerless emperor. They felt a powerful pressure throughout their bodies. Their minds were shaken, and they couldn't help but step back several steps. Their faces filled with horror. Chapter 90.
The origin of Zhenghu. Xu Jing silently climbed up from the ground, ignoring the 4 people from Xingcheng. With a complicated expression, he looked at Feng Yu in the pool, lost in thought.
This phoenix feather is a gift from the fire phoenix that wandered into this world, given to its child. It is a powerful protective item. What he experienced in his dream was the life of the son of fire phoenix and the founding father of Daliang state.
Zhao Wuji, not Zawuki is dead. Xu Jing. Xu Jing closed his eyes, trying to calm the complex emotions within him. He felt like he couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. This dream was too real, and too long, hundreds of years.
Or thousands of years. He almost lost himself. If it weren't for his many experiences of time travel, he would have really thought he was Zhou Wuji. The 4 people from Xingcheng looked at Xu Jing, who stood still with his eyes closed.
They looked at each other in bewilderment, but they didn't dare to act rashly. It was unknown how much time had passed before Xu Jing opened his eyes again. He scanned the 4 people one by one, finally settling on Jing Cheng. There were 4 people present.
Elder Su and Elder Qin. He had fought them when he had previously robbed the library. The one guarding the hall was obviously also an elder. Only Xingcheng. He had never seen him before. And he was the only one of the 4 who didn't have innate strength.
Xu Jing instantly guessed the other party's identity and asked, "Are you Xingcheng, the leader of Lishan sect?" Xingcheng met Xu Jing's gaze. He felt a wave of doubt and uncertainty.
He felt that the other person's demeanor was completely different from when he had previously dismissed them. It was as if they were not the same person. But no matter what, this person gave him the same unfathomable feeling.
It was as if he was facing an insurmountable mountain, constantly pressing down on him, even to the point of being speechless. The 3 elders suppressed their palpitations and quickly gathered around Xingcheng, protecting him.
Xingcheng finally felt a sense of security, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, it's me." Xu Jing nodded. Then he said in a deep voice, "Then do you know who I am?" Xingcheng originally wanted to ask. Upon hearing this, he immediately said,
"May I ask about your origins, Senior?" He knew that the Black Evil Guards had demon blood. While they weren't immortal, they all lived long lives. It was impossible to judge their age by appearance. "No need to call me Senior." Xu Jing smiled and shook his head.
"My name is Xu Jing. I'm a member of the Imperial Black Evil Guard. But I'm also a disciple of the Lishan sect." A wisp of his soul sensed the identity jade token. Just when he was unconscious, a message came from it.
This message informed him of the Lishan sect's allegiance to the Black Evil Guards. It also placed the Lishan sect under his control. This included several surrounding cities and numerous villages, including Ain City. If a level D event occurred,
the mission would be assigned to him first. He would then assign the mission to the Lishan sect for execution. When Xu Jing saw this message, he knew there was no need to inquire about the purpose of the Imperial envoy. Besides,
he had to deal with Xingcheng anyway, so he could no longer hide his identity. Before the Xingcheng people could react with surprise, he raised his hand, activated his identity jade token and said,
"I will distribute the tasks that Lishan sect will be responsible for in the future." Xingcheng sensed the familiar vibrations emanating from the jade token in Xu Jing's hand. He opened his mouth, a hint of bitterness in his eyes.
He had considered using the phoenix feather to kill Xu Jing earlier, but now he didn't dare. The identity jade token could be used to locate members. Min Jun had explained it clearly to him, as a member of the Black Evil Guard,
and assigned by the Imperial Court to manage the future missions of the Lishan sect. If Xu Jing died within the Lishan sect, it would be a clear signal to the Imperial Court that something was wrong. Xingcheng glanced helplessly at Elders Su and Qin.
He shook his head slightly. Then remembering Xu Jing's words, he asked uncertainly, Are you a disciple of my Lishan sect?" "That's right. Yang Yu's disciple Lin Wanqing is my uncle." Xu Jing made his way clear. He glanced at Xingcheng with a half smile.
Then he turned and glanced at Feng Yu in the pool. With his spiritual strength, he naturally sensed the other party's previous thoughts. But he didn't take it to heart. Having experienced Zhao Wuji's life, he knew better than anyone how Feng Yu controlled him.
With the little inheritance the Lishan sect had received, there was no way they could compete with him for control. He turned around and suddenly said coldly, "Everything here was originally arranged by the Imperial Court.
The Fiery Blade technique is just a modified version of my Black Evil Guard's Glazed Flame Fire Phoenix Mysterious Classic. It was created to find a way for ordinary people without bloodlines to fight against demons and monsters."
"Do you think all this belongs to the Lishan sect?" Xu Jing didn't lie, but he didn't tell the whole story either. After Zhao Wuji established the Dalian kingdom, he ruled for a full 500 years. During this time, the human race enjoyed peace and thrived.
Ordinary people who had experienced the dark ages of demon enslavement had long since died. Later generations had even begun to forget the demon race's existence.
The existence of the Fire Phoenix made even Class A and Class B demons afraid to set foot on Dalian territory. But the Class D and Class C demons were inextricable. The Fire Phoenix wouldn't care about these little demons.
Nor would it constantly devote its energy to dealing with them. Therefore, this became the mission of the Black Demon Guards. It was the efforts of the first generation of Black Demon Guards that brought lasting stability to the Dalian Kingdom.
But 500 years later, the Black Evil Guards who had experienced the Dark Ages, either aged or died, unable to break through, or died while on missions, with the massive loss of personnel.
And the bloodline of their descendants becoming thinner and weaker. The entire Black Evil Guard began to decline.
Zhao Wuji organized a large number of personnel and compiled the methods for developing different bloodlines and mastering various sorcerous arts into a manual for the Black Evil Guard to learn.
He also showed leniency to demons who entered Dalian but did not commit evil, using their love for humans to inject new blood. But all this still couldn't reverse the fact that the number of Black Demon Guard members was dwindling. After deep thought,
he turned his attention to ordinary people. If every human being could possess the strength of a bloodline person, then there would be no need to worry about the human race not being able to rise up and compete with the demon race. Under Zhou Wuji's arrangement,
a large number of weakened versions of the techniques suitable for developing the bloodline of demon vein holders were circulated among the people. But even if these techniques were weakened, they were still not suitable for ordinary people to practice.
And they wouldn't yield any results. But this was like a seed. After a long time, a brilliant and intelligent person finally found the path to evolution based on the demon cultivation techniques he had obtained. The first to appear were body refining techniques.
Once one emerged, two followed. Numerous body refining techniques sprang up like mushrooms after rain, forming various schools and evolving into the prototype of the martial arts world. And as time went on, some people, working from the outside in,
finally developed internal energy. If the demon race's bloodline is powerful and has extreme attributes, then the human bloodline is a fusion type that is extremely mediocre.
Body refining techniques evolved from demonic cultivation techniques designed to develop bloodlines. Internal ki, in turn, was generated from these techniques. Ultimately, it was simply the result of developing a certain, often mundane and invisible,
human bloodline. After the emergence of internal energy, Zhou Wuji led his team through research, ultimately finding a way for ordinary people to cultivate it directly. Consequently, various internal energy techniques were created,
leading to a flourishing development of the martial arts world. Chapter 291, Urgency Crossing. The Lishan Sex Fairy Blade Technique was a technique Zhao Wuji developed based on his own bloodline. This technique is very powerful for ordinary people.
But the internal energy it cultivates also places a greater burden on the body. In order to improve this situation, Zhou Wuji came up with a method of using phoenix feathers to make medicinal soup to improve the physical fitness of ordinary people.
He secretly built this underground secret place in the Luofeng Mountains and planned to send people to test it out and then perfect the technique step by step. But plans couldn't keep pace with events. Before he could even begin,
a strange area suddenly appeared near the capital of Dalian. A large number of ghosts emerged from it. Similar areas also appeared across the country. The demon tribe also launched an attack on Dalian state as if they had planned it in advance.
The war began too quickly amidst internal and external troubles. Fire Phoenix struck again, severely injuring the Demon King. However, he himself suffered irreversible injuries. Finally, he was forced to seek rebirth through Nirvana.
He used this opportunity to seal the passage to the underworld that had appeared in Dalian. Zhao Wuji lost his greatest supporter, and the Dalian kingdom also lost its strongest protection. He suppressed his grief, blocked the news,
and devoted himself again to perfecting his fiery blade technique. Only when the human race becomes truly strong can it win space for survival. He carved a picture of his father's nirvana.
And from this he came up with the idea of developing his bloodline step by step in conjunction with the visualization diagram. At that time, none of the martial arts techniques had visualization techniques.
It was Zhao Wuji's thinking that completely opened up a new situation. Just when he was about to perfect the fourth level of the fairy blade technique, the demon tribe returned. Although the Demon King was severely injured,
he still had doubts about the Fire Phoenix situation. This was a test. At that time, the most powerful people in the entire Dalian kingdom were Zhao Wuji and his descendants. These were the first few direct descendants of the Fire Phoenix bloodline.
To preserve the human race, they left behind only one member to carry on the family line. The rest of them gathered their bloodline power, even their souls, into the tail feathers left by the Fire Phoenix.
They unleashed a powerful attack, no less powerful than when the Fire Phoenix was alive. This attack sent the Demon King fleeing in panic, and all the invading demons were destroyed. Xu Jing recalled the memories in his dream,
and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Zhao Mu Qi was dead, and all his descendants who had participated in that attack were horrified. What had assaulted him and sent him into a dream wasn't Zhao Wuji's spirit,
but the combined obsessions of all the deceased Zhou family members. This obsession carried a strong sense of unwillingness. It even sought a suitable person to possess and merge with. In reality,
the most suitable fusion target would be a descendant of the Zhao family, one with the Fire Phoenix bloodline. However, since that attack, everyone who knew about this secret place had died.
It wasn't until a long time later that a man in the martial arts world discovered this secret place. He used it to establish a sect and became the founder of the Lishan sect. Everything here was hidden.
Even the imperial court and the royal family didn't know what was here. Over the years, several individuals within the Lishan sect have reached the limits of their innate abilities. Seeking further breakthroughs, they have activated mechanisms.
But without exception, all who attempted could not withstand the combined power of obsession and the accompanying flames, ultimately being reduced to ash. Xu Jing recalled this moment, feeling a bit scared. If it weren't for the system, even if he didn't die,
he would have suffered a great loss. Even if he didn't go crazy after the obsession merged with him, he might have lost himself. He didn't intend to report everything here to the court, but it was not a good idea to just kill people and silence them.
Just like Xing Cheng didn't dare use the phoenix feather against him here, he was also afraid that killing him would attract the attention of the Black Evil Guards. After all, he also had an identity jade token on him.
Xu Jing understood Xing Cheng and the others' thoughts very well. They were just like him. They didn't want the Black Evil Guards to know about this.
He tried to calm the emotions that were surging from these memories that did not belong to him, and looked at the four people from Xingcheng. The four people from Xingcheng looked at each other in bewilderment.
They had never imagined this was arranged by the imperial court. But after thinking about it, they felt it was only natural. Whether it was the phoenix feather or something else.
Only the Black Evil Guards in the entire Dalian kingdom had the ability to deploy it. Furthermore, there was a theory circulating in the martial arts world that the origin of all cultivation techniques actually originated from the bloodline of the demon race.
Xing Cheng observed Xu Jing's expression and asked carefully, I wonder what the court is planning now. Now they felt even more insecure. They had originally thought that others were coveting their things. But now the situation was reversed. Xu Jing said calmly,
Everything is as usual. I just received a mission today and came to check on the situation here. He planned to first stabilize the people in Xingcheng and take advantage of this opportunity to recruit the Lishan sect into his own hands.
This would also prevent his uncle from being controlled by the sect and avoid any risks. As for the people in Xingcheng, threats and other methods are only inferior means. The best approach is to win over their hearts. This is the long-term solution.
Xu Jing was somewhat confident about this. As he traveled through various worlds, he would acquire more and more techniques, becoming stronger and stronger. He would try to accomplish what Zhao Wuji had failed to do. As long as he lives, soon or later,
the human race in this world will truly rise and no longer be enslaved. After hearing Xu Jing's words, Xing Cheng showed a hint of joy on his face. He felt relieved and began to get close to him. Xu Jing seemed to be disdainful of Feng Yu.
Without even glancing at her, he took the initiative to leave the secret place. This action reassured the four people in Xingcheng. They couldn't help but believe his words even more. Then they went to the meeting hall.
Although Xu Jing claimed to be a disciple of the Lishan sect and was only 17 years old, Xing Cheng did not dare to treat him as an ordinary disciple or even a junior. Instead, he acted very reserved, but after talking for a while,
he found Xu Jing to be very easy to get along with. He didn't look like he was only 17 at all. He was steady and mature. He was well versed in social relationships. There wasn't a trace of arrogance or contempt for others.
After getting Xu Jing's permission, he sent someone to inform Yang Yu and Lin Yuanqing. Yang Yu was the master of Lin Yuanqing and Xu Maozong. He was also Xu Jing's grandmaster. He was the little old man who was about to break through to the Xuanhuan realm.
Since Xu Jing was planning to take over the Lishan sect, there was no need to hide some things any longer. It would be better to just speak out. Soon, Yang Yu and Lin Yuanqing arrived at the meeting hall after receiving the news.
Yang Yu hadn't forgotten his disciple. He had originally planned to let Xu Jing hone his skills for a few years before properly training him. He had never imagined it would turn out this way.
Seeing Xu Jing sitting confidently at the head of the conference hall, he and Lin Yuanqing nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. They were speechless for a long time before they recovered. Xu Jing's respect for his elders remained unchanged.
After Yang Yu and the others sat down, he briefly explained the details of his awakened bloodline, but he didn't mention that it was a bloodline. After all, it was private information, and he had already hidden it on his identity jade card.
Even if Xing Cheng's identity jade card was fully functional, it wouldn't be visible. Then they started talking about business, the arrangement of tasks and completion reports.
The missions assigned by the Black Evil Guard to the martial arts sects were all of the D level. Managers like Xu Jing primarily served as supervisors and report back, receiving no commission or other benefits. At most,
they would receive a small amount of additional meritorious service. This was also the reason why no one with greater strength competed for them. If his family was not in any city, it would not be his turn to supervise Lishan sect.
Arranging the missions wasn't difficult. Xu Jing and Xingcheng exchanged contact information for their identity jade tokens. This way, even if he wasn't in Lishan sect, he could still assign the missions he received. The main thing is to complete the report.
This is troublesome. Whether the dispatch personnel completed their mission or not can only be determined by their return with evidence. If they fail the mission or die, timely intelligence will not be received in a short period of time,
which can easily delay things. Unless Xingcheng is willing to split the identity jade cards and let all disciples carry identity jade cards, then they can always know the life and death of the disciples who are out on missions.
Min Jun told Xingcheng the benefits of this, but he didn't force him to do it. It's like fishing. It takes the bait if you're willing. Facing Xingcheng's question, Xu Jing shook his head. He said meaningfully, first and foremost,
I am a member of the Lishan sect. I have deep feelings for the sect, so I advise you, sect master, not to do this. Through Zhao Wuji's memories, he now has a clear understanding of the identity jade token.
This thing is not simply a positioning function as Julai said at the beginning. This is something that Ho Feng personally refined. The longer the identity jade token is carried and the more it is used, the more the user's spiritual aura,
and even their soul itself, will be quietly drained away without their knowledge. Ultimately, they will be controlled by the owner of the identity jade ring. Even if the identity jade token is forced out, it will not change, of course.
No one except the previous Jade Ring Masters would know about this. As long as they didn't defect or flee, the Zhao family wouldn't target any of them for no reason. Although Xu Jing admired the Zhao family's contributions to the human race,
he did not want to be controlled by others. He wanted to control the Lishan sect, and he would not allow his disciples to be controlled. Fortunately, this time he also found a way to break free from the control of the identity jade token,
completely putting an end to a major worry in his heart. But if he used this method alone, it won't attract attention. But if the entire Lishan sect used it, it would be exposed. Xingcheng understood what Xu Jing said. His eyes flickered a few times,
as if something had occurred to him. His expression darkened slightly. At the same time, his impression of Xu Jing began to change. He no longer cared about what had happened before.
Xu Jing had already said that he had received a mission and only broke into the secret place to check the situation. Xingcheng hesitated for a few seconds before asking, the Imperial Envoy, Min Jun,
said he would come and remove my jade badge after this crisis. I wonder if that will have any impact on me. There are some, but nothing serious. Xu Jing thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll check on you every 10 days also.
Regarding already figured out a plan, just wait a few days and wait for my news. Xingcheng nodded gratefully and said, okay, it's all up to you. Xu Jing didn't waste any more time.
He said goodbye and left the sect without asking for anyone to see him off. As soon as he left, Xingcheng quickly grabbed Yang Yu and said, Brother Yang, we haven't had a good chat in a while. Lin Wanqing was also surrounded by several elders,
who asked him about everything about Xu Jing. Their words were full of flattery and respect. This made both the master and the disciple feel dizzy. Some of them could not believe what happened today.
Xu Jing returned to his home in Annie City with a smile on his face. He first went to find Xu Mazong and told him the purpose of the Imperial Envoy. Then he explained his own role in the mission. Xu Mazong was completely relieved after hearing this.
Xu Jing was now the strongest person in the Xu family. Moreover, his nephew possessed a stability that was not typical of a young man. This made him feel very relieved. He was a very sensible man. He now sat comfortably behind the scenes.
He knew that this was the only way to relieve Xu Jing from constant worry. It allowed him to do things with fewer worries. Xu Maju was the same as him. The two brothers had always stood together.
Xu Jing cherishes having such a family in his life, and is grateful for his family's efforts. He gave some more instructions, and after having dinner with his family, he returned to his room. It was getting dark. He just lay down on the bed with his clothes on.
Xu Jing first looked at the origin column. Absorbing and transforming the obsessions of Zhao Wuji and the others had brought him nearly 60,000 origin points. Furthermore, after experiencing that dream,
his spiritual power had more than doubled. His scanning range had also expanded to approximately 200 meters in diameter. If it were in the past, such a huge improvement and gain would make him laugh even in his dreams. But now,
Xu Jing didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt more anxious and worried. He knew the current situation of Daliang better than anyone except the Zhao family. Through the fire phoenix tail feathers,
he could clearly sense that the other party had not been reborn. Something seems to be wrong with Nirvana. Xu Jing knew exactly what this meant. The demon tribe's current attack is merely a test. If the demon king learns the truth, the end of humanity will come.
By then, the entire Dalian kingdom would likely fall apart in a short period of time, and humanity would once again face the darkest era of slavery. I must not relax. Xu Jing had originally considered waiting a while before crossing over again,
giving himself some time to recover, but the current situation didn't allow him to waste even a moment. He had to seize every opportunity to improve himself. Even if the Dark Ages really come again, he will try his best to make himself stronger.
Xu Jing's face showed determination. He clicked on the option to travel through time with 10,000 origin points. In an instant, he fell into a coma.
It was unknown how much time had passed before Xu Jing regained consciousness and opened his eyes. There seemed to be a patch of grass before him, and the long weeds looked as tall to him as trees to humans. How small a creature have I become this time?
He subconsciously opened his mouth. The thin skin under his neck vibrated. Jiang-ang, Jiang-ang. 2 consecutive roars, like the mooing of a bull, emanated from his mouth, causing the surrounding grass to tremble slightly.
Demi-gods and semi-devils, the childlike grandma of Tianshan. Jing-ang! Jing-ang! Xu Jing's tiny body contains great energy. The huge roar was like that of a ferocious beast, causing all the small animals around, including mosquito,
to flee in all directions in fear, as if they were avoiding the plague. Even he was startled by his own scream and quickly shut his mouth. Could it be? Xu Jing already had a guess in his mind. He quickly summoned the system and looked over. Movie.
The childlike grandma of Tianshan. You can choose to return at any time. Currently 1600 origin points can be converted. Identity. Manga Zhuha, king of the 5 poisons. Xuanhuan. Abilities. Fairy eyes. Poison breath.
Evolves by consuming poison. Mission 1. Escape the calamity of death and evolve into the king of all poisons. Origin points 10. So as in Mission 2. Obtain Yu Linglong. 1000. Enhanced abilities unlocked. Mission 3.
Defeat or kill Kun. Soul enhancement. It is indeed the Mangu Juha. But this world. Xu Jing looked at the system interface and fell into deep thought. He had guessed about the identity of the body he was traveling through this time.
But this world was not what he imagined. The system also provides a series of tips below the task. Several rows of them are densely packed. He read it carefully, word by word, and gradually sorted out his thoughts. This is a world populated by gods and spirits.
Legend has it that in the deep sea to the north of this world, there lives a fish named Kun. While not thousands of miles long, it is like the mythical Kun that Xu Jing knew. It can also transform into a rock and feed on dragons. In this world,
the most powerful martial arts sect in the history of the Central Plains is the Tianshan sect. If the leader of the Tianshan sect is male, he is known as Xiaoyaozi. If he is female, he is known as Tonglao. Legend has it that the founder of the Tianshan school,
while traveling outside the Central Plains, had the good fortune to witness the battle between Kun and the dragon. With his extraordinary comprehension, he created the Beiming divine art,
which established the Tianshan school's supremacy in the martial arts world. He also obtained the precious Jade Linglong. Mastering the Beiming divine art grants immortality and indestructibility. Yu Linglong, on the other hand, is a spiritual dragon ball.
Only those with a predestined connection can obtain it. Those who find it can harness its nearly limitless power. This is a world of high martial arts. Xu Jing narrowed his eyes. A golden light flickered in them. He felt both happy and worried.
He hadn't seen the strength of martial arts in this world, but he had some idea of it after watching the movie. Ordinary masters in the martial arts world have the ability to release their true energy. Sword and knife energy are just child's play.
King Gong can really allow people to fly freely in the sky. The battle between top-tier warriors like Wu Xingyan and Liu Shui was like an interstellar war, with laser shells blazing and destructive force galore.
Such strength would definitely be considered grade B in the main world. Furthermore, some techniques have unique effects. For example, Ding Chengqiu, who cultivated the Beiming divine art,
could be shattered to pieces and yet be reborn and regain his youth. Wu Xingyan, who cultivated the Tonglao divine art, had endless vitality on full moon nights, and Xu Zhu and Azi, who cultivated the instantaneous transmigration technique,
were able to perform teleportation. There were also spiritual techniques, such as Wu Xingyan's 1,000-mile transmission technique, as well as magical weapons and various treasures. Xu Jing kept reminiscing. This was just what he knew.
There was definitely more that wasn't shown in the movie. 18 dragons subduing palms, 6 meridians divine sword star shift golden bell cover, pure yang kung fu, 7-star sword manual. After all, it was a different world.
He wasn't sure if some techniques existed. He had only glimpsed some, and he couldn't tell their power. But he could imagine them. If they existed, none of them would be simple. I really want to strengthen it to the maximum immediately. Grab all of these?
Xu Jing felt as if a raging fire was burning in his heart. He was so anxious that he couldn't wait to take action. Unfortunately, the plus sign behind the 5 Poison Kings on the system interface is grayed out, indicating it cannot be enhanced.
To strengthen it, you need to complete task 2. This wasn't because the system restricted him, but there was a reason for it. Xu Jing also understood some things after seeing the system explanation.
The reason why the origin points consumed during the journey differed at each level was because the system consumed energy. This energy was used to travel through time and to defy the rules of the world entered, to seize the body,
to conceal the identity of the outsider, and so on. Generally speaking, the more powerful a world is or the more perfect its rules are, the more essence it consumes. It's not that Xu Jing could immediately strengthen himself in this world. However,
if he did so, he would quickly be retaliated against by the world and expelled. This world is guarded by 8 celestial dragons. These beings, seemingly human but not quite, observe the world, listen to its happenings, judge good deeds,
determine cause and effect, and control the fate of the human world. The cycle of reincarnation is endless. Nothing can escape their control. If the 8 departments discover something unusual and cannot find the cause, they will not intervene directly,
but they will respond accordingly. For example, Xu Jing instantly strengthened himself upon entering, reaching peak strength in a short period of time. Perhaps before he could reap the benefits, the rock would descend from the sky to find him.
If he defeated the Peng bird, the 8 heavenly dragons would likely be next in line. The consequence would be that he wouldn't have enough time to complete all the tasks, and the system won't get the maximum benefit.
Xu Jing had long deduced that the system's purpose in taking him through various worlds wasn't simply to serve him. Quite the opposite, he was merely a laborer for the system, until today, through the system's explanation of this mission.
He finally confirmed his long-held suspicions. The system had assigned him a mission. Its purpose was to use him as a medium to obtain vast quantities of source energy and analyze the world's rules. Once successful,
they could even change the rules and exclude those who created or managed them. If the current world is the house of the 8 celestial dragons, then after the system succeeds, it can change the lock or add another lock to the house,
making it impossible for the 8 celestial dragons to enter for a short period of time. Xu Jing could then destroy or loot the house at will. In the process, the system would only gain more benefits.
This reminded him of the 9-sided divine crystal that had fallen from the sky in the world of a Chinese ghost story. It had originally belonged to him, but it had been devoured by the system. In general, the system accounts for the majority,
while he accounts for the minority. By the time the creator or manager of the world found a way to take over the house again, he would have already returned to the main world with the help of the system. No one knows what created the system.
Xu Jing felt a sense of emotion. Compared to this being, the power of his own world was like an ant. Even the Fire Phoenix was probably countless levels behind him. He was also a little worried. Although he was a paid worker, he could be fired at any moment.
If his boss was even more ruthless, he might not even let him go. Chapter 293. The Divine Wood King Cauldron. Xu Jing's thoughts were a little scattered for a moment. His mind was full of random thoughts. At this moment a melodious flute sound came from afar,
waking him up. I'm really worrying too much. I better work hard. As long as I reach the level of ability, I'll know everything one day. What Xu Jing wants most now is to continue to improve his strength so as to deal with the crisis in the main world.
Could it be that my second life in a dangerous world like the main world was intentionally arranged by the system to urge me to work hard? Suddenly, this idea popped up in his mind. If it were still the orderly technological world of his first life,
perhaps he wouldn't have felt such a sense of urgency. He wouldn't have traveled through time and space so recklessly. Perhaps in the world he traveled through, he would have to painstakingly complete every mission.
His pursuits might have had different focuses. The sound of the flute is getting closer and closer. Xu Jing temporarily put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He released his spirit and scanned the direction of the flute sound. In the blink of an eye,
the image of a large and well-organized ceremonial guard appeared in his mind. The outer 2 rows of the procession were men holding flags. The inner 2 rows were beautiful women in purple gauze skirts, playing the flute. In the center,
8 strong men carried a magnificent sedan chair. Inside sat an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair, imposing and imposing. At the front of the procession, 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in various styles, led the way.
After Xu Jing's spirit scanned everyone, he felt a little surprised. The lowest level cultivator in this team was about the same level as his uncle. Meanwhile, some of them were comparable to the innate level masters in the main world.
The old man in the sedan chair was the strongest. He gave the impression of being at the lower B level. When his spirit swept over him, he seemed to have a hint of awareness. For a moment, his face looked uncertain. This seems to be Ding Chunqiu.
But he was also deeply surprised. He hadn't expected Ding Chunqiu in this high-level martial arts world to be so high class. After all, when he thought of Ding Chunqiu,
the image that popped into his mind was definitely not the one before him. Instead, it was a large motley crowd, noisy and boisterous like clowns, accompanied by the clamor of gongs and drums in flattery. They chanted the words of the starry old immortal.
Bound to paternal bliss and a lifespan equal to heaven. Xu Jing was alert, thinking of what Ding Chunqiu in this world had done. He put away his contempt. If nothing had changed, the Ding Chunqiu of this world would have swept across the central plains,
destroyed Shaolin, instigated a fight between Wu Xingyan and Li Qiushui, stormed onto Piamiao Peak, and killed Xu Jing. This guy is a ruthless villain from beginning to end. Is this guy coming for me?
Xu Jing remembered the condition for escaping death in Mission 1. His heart skipped a beat. He finally understood. As expected, Ding Chunqiu's team stopped in an open area several dozen meters away. One of the women who had cleared the way turned around, knelt,
and said, reporting to the immortal, "This is where I learned the mango red clam is found. Those passing by recently have often heard its ox-like cry." Good. Ding Chunqiu, seated high on the chariot, flicked his cloak and laughed heartily. "Azi, you've done well.
Once you catch the mango red clam, tell me what reward you want." Azi was dressed in embroidered clothes. She had a pair of large, round, bright eyes that spun around. Her face was full of cleverness. Upon hearing this, her face was overjoyed.
But she lowered her head and said, "Azi doesn't take credit for anything. I just want to be able to stay by Master's side and serve him." The other 4 people behind her snorted coldly. Jealousy flashed across their faces. Ruguang stabbed Azi like a knife.
Dante Chunqiu saw this and burst into laughter. He no longer mentioned his previous words and instead shouted, "Az, you hold my treasure, then lead the others and capture the mango juha for me." Yes. Azai lowered her head.
The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She paid no attention to the gazes of her 4 fellow apprentices behind her. She quickly walked to the side of the sedan chair. There were several young women holding gifts. One of them opened the box in her hand.
6-inch tall wooden tripod, a deep yellow jade-like color. The tripod was exquisitely carved, with faint traces of red thread emerging from the wood. It exuded a unique aura. The Sacred Wood King tripod.
Xu Jing's spirit remained focused. Not only did he see everything clearly, he even heard every word the other person said. As soon as the small tripod appeared, his entire body was filled with an urge to rush into it without hesitation. "Can't stay here long,"
he cursed inwardly, then turned and jumped without hesitation. The Divine Wood King cauldron of this world should not be underestimated. It is even more powerful than that of the other Tianlong world, even before the spices were burned inside.
His body was already showing abnormalities. If he didn't leave and was so close, he had no idea if he could control his instincts. "Run for your life first." Xu Jing tightly shut his mouth, not daring to make a sound. He was too weak now.
He could improve himself. He had no chance of winning if he stayed. Who did I offend? As soon as I traveled through time, I had to face the villain Ding Chunqiu. Xu Jing leaped rapidly through the tall grass, but remained careful not to jump too high,
thereby catching the gaze of Ding Chunqiu, who was looking down from above. He was currently at the lower B level in the main world. He was very aware of the strength of this level, not to mention a distance of tens of meters.
Even within hundreds or even thousands of meters, even the smallest insects and ants were clearly visible. Oh right, why did Ding Chunqiu want to arrest me? As Xu Jing fled, he was filled with doubts and guessed at the other party's intentions.
He knew that Ding Chunqiu was practicing the Huagong Dafa. Even if this method was different from the one in the demi-gods and semi-devils, it was probably of similar nature. This technique is a unique martial art that evolved from the Beiming divine art.
During practice, one absorbs the toxicity of poisons. The more poison one absorbs, the more potent it becomes. The more powerful one becomes, the more powerful one becomes. When attacking, the poison transforms into internal energy.
The Divine Wood King Cauldron is specifically designed to attract poisons. Combined with the Huagong Dafa, it's incredibly convenient to practice. Could it be that this guy wants to use me to practice martial arts? In just a short while,
Xu Jing had already escaped over 100 meters. With his current spiritual power, if he released it in a straight line, he could reach nearly 200 meters. However, he was about to escape from the 200-meter range.
And he did not hear the other party's purpose. Zai had already opened the Divine Wood King Cauldron and placed some yellow, black, purple, and red spices inside. She then lit them and closed the lid. Streams of white smoke appeared,
rising from the tiny holes in the cauldron. They gathered into clouds which were then swept by her zhenki and quickly spread out in the direction of Xu Jing. Rustle in an instant, the tall grass rustled,
and countless poisonous insects and beasts burst out from their hiding places, running wildly towards the Divine Wood King Cauldron. Chapter 294. 7 Insects and 7 Death Potion. A strange fragrance entered Xu Jing's body with his breath.
His entire body suddenly felt as if it was stimulated. His blood-red skin began to glow red. Bang! His body, which had just leaped, was like a plane that had lost control. It plummeted headfirst. Then, his consciousness gradually became more aroused.
His control over his body began to decline, much like the feeling of someone who has had too much to drink. At the same time, every cell in his body was filled with an extremely intense desire. This desire constantly assaulted his soul.
It was as if a demon was constantly tempting him to approach the source of the fragrance. So domineering, Xu Jing felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly held his breath and stopped jumping. The thin skin under his neck trembled constantly.
He resisted the urge to open his mouth and sing. All sorts of poisonous creatures kept appearing in his sight, making all sorts of strange noises. Then, completely ignoring his threats, they rushed past him towards the Divine Wood King Cauldron.
It's too late to escape. I have to find a place to hide. The effect of the Divine Wood King Cauldron completely exceeded Xu Jing's expectations. It was no longer an attraction, but a control. At this moment, the poisonous creatures rushing out were like zombies,
completely unable to control their body's instincts. Sob, sob. Several poisonous creatures that passed by him were swallowed by his tongue. Xu Jing couldn't hold his breath for long. Continuing to flee now was clearly not the best option.
His mind quickly scanned the area dozens of meters around him. Then he changed direction and leaped towards the nearest rat hole. Soon, he arrived at his destination and entered the cave. This was a rat hole, over 10 meters deep.
Xu Jing had already thoroughly scanned everything inside. He entered with ease, winding deeper and deeper. He chose the right fork and headed straight for the deepest point. Squeak! At this moment,
a shadow several times larger than him pounced towards him in the darkness like lightning. Call! Xu Jing opened his mouth slightly. A faint red mist gushed out, heading towards the approaching rat. The cave was narrow and cramped.
The mouse had no time to dodge. The red mist sprayed across its face. It screamed and fell to the ground. It struggled a few times with its limbs before becoming motionless. It's still quite powerful. Xu Jing quickly crawled on all fours, leaping over the rat.
He reached the bottom and then lay flat on the ground. At this point, the strange fragrance emanating from the Divine Wood King Cauldron still lingered. This fragrance blended into the air, causing some kind of chemical reaction, spreading everywhere.
Jing maintained his weak breathing. His forepaws dug into the ground tightly. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. A red mist emanated from his body, spreading outward. His current state was like a drug addict's drug addiction.
His will and body engaged in a fierce battle. Fortunately, his soul had reached the second level. His will had been tempered by numerous journeys. Becoming as strong as iron, he was able to completely control himself for a short period of time.
He even had enough energy to release his soul to observe the situation outside. Ding Chunqiu sat upright on the sedan chair. Two maids set up a small platform before him.
They brought out a few small dishes and wine jugs and glasses from the boxes they had brought with them, and served him attentively. RZ led his men to guard not far from the Divine Wood King Cauldron, observing the surrounding situation. At this moment,
around the Divine Wood King Cauldron, densely packed poisonous creatures rushed towards the small cauldron. Poisonous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and toads made up the majority of the group. There were also quite a few bizarre creatures,
none of which Xu Jing had ever heard of or seen. These creatures engaged in a fierce battle around the Divine Wood King Cauldron. Those with weaker toxicity were directly killed or devoured by the stronger ones. Time passed slowly.
The area dozens of meters around the Divine Wood King Cauldron had become filled with smoke and a foul, poisonous odor. It was also littered with the corpses of various insects and beasts. The Xingxiu sect disciples around them retreated again and again.
Staring intently at the Divine Wood King Cauldron, fanaticism, desire, greed, and covetousness crossed their faces. But Ding Chunqius' expression gradually darkened. He didn't even look at the poisonous creatures, only staring at RZI.
RZI felt Ding Chunqius' gaze and sweat began to form on her forehead. Once this Divine Wood King Cauldron was activated, no poisonous insect within a 10-mile radius would be able to resist the aroma. If the mango red clam was nearby,
it would have appeared long ago. But now, almost an hour had passed, and not even a cry had been heard. The other 4 disciples around him had long since lost their jealousy. They all now had a look of gloating delight on their faces.
RZ knew the situation was dire. Although Ding Chunqiu was her master, the competition within the Shinjuku sect was brutal. Cases of fellow disciples killing each other were common. If she made a mistake,
those who wanted to stand out would pounce on her like hungry wolves smelling blood and tear her apart. They wouldn't give her any chance. Master, perhaps the manga Juha has run too far and hasn't arrived yet. RZ knew she couldn't delay any longer.
Regardless of whether she could find her target or not, she had to react quickly. Why not let me search the surrounding area now? Okay. Ding Chunqiu said coldly, looking at the other 4 disciples. You guys go with RZ, yes. The other four were all smiling.
Their goal was to keep an eye on RZ and prevent her from escaping. RZ remained calm. She found a direction, stepped lightly, and flew out. The others scattered around and followed closely behind.
Xu Jing scanned Azai and the others as they passed overhead. He felt relieved. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to survive this ordeal. What puzzled him was that Ding Chunqiu didn't come to capture him to practice martial arts,
but had other motives. His soul couldn't remain in a state of release. After withdrawing it and resting for a while, he once again scanned Ding Chunqiu's location. The two women serving Ding Chunqiu had already left the sedan chair.
The other Xingxiu sect disciples had also dispersed into the bushes, searching for the manga Zhuha. Xu Jing only took a glance and understood the reason. On the small table in front of Ding Chunqiu's seat lay a clump of withered weeds.
A few red spots remained on the weeds. These were the remnants of the toxins in his body. Apparently, Arzi left to search the surroundings. She did find some results, at least that proved she wasn't lying. Ding Chunqiu put down his wine glass.
He grabbed some dry grass from the table and stroked it. He muttered to himself. The poison here is obviously left over from the past 2 days. But where did this mango Juha go? He closed his eyes, rubbing the weeds together with his hands.
He began to gather his energy. In a flash, he absorbed the remaining toxins into his body. Then, his face lit up with a look of ecstasy, as if he had reached the pinnacle of comfort. You old immortal, once I find the mango red clam,
I'll have the key ingredient to refine the 7 insects 7 deaths potion. Even if you possess 100 years of Baiming divine art, it'll definitely make you die without a burial place. A ferocious look flashed across Ding Chunqiu's face.
and the weeds completely turned to ash. Xu Jing suddenly opened his eyes inside the rat hole. 2 golden lights shot out over a foot away. He finally understood the reason. Chapter 295. Want to understand the meaning of life.
So that's how it is. Xu Jing, who was at the bottom of the rat hole, had a look of realization in his eyes. The martial arts world is in turmoil. Each sect wants to dominate the world. As the most powerful martial arts sect in the world,
The Tianshan sect holds a transcendent status and behaves with unrestrained ease. Although any of its unique skills are invincible, they have no desire for supremacy. They only seek freedom and ease. This generation of Shiaozi has 3 junior sisters.
Wu Xingyan and a pair of twin sisters, Li Qushui and Li Kanghai. The 4 of them grew up together, studied together, and were very close. As time went by, Li Qushui and Li Kanghai fell in love with Shiaozi. However,
Wu Xingyan was particularly kind to his junior sister, Li Kai. However, Xiaozi was attracted to Li Kai. He saw Wu Xingyan's ulterior motives, so he took Li Kanghai and retreated to Piaomiao Peak, no longer associating with the other 2.
love triangles homosexuality. The damn Tianshan sect. Xu Jing sorted out this complicated relationship. A strange look appeared in his eyes. The current time should be when Xiaozi and Li Kanghai are living in seclusion,
Enjoying a wonderful world for the 2 of them. Ding Chunqiu, Xiaozi's apprentice, is an ambitious man who refuses to be lonely. However, Xiaozi is an obstacle he cannot overcome in order to realize his ambition.
Xu Jing now understood not only the reason but also the current timeline. His mind immediately became active as he began to think about a plan. The name 7 insects, 7 deaths is self-explanatory. It must be made by finding 7 poisonous insects.
And to deal with a master like Xiaozi, those 7 insects must be strong. Ideally, they must be the kind that cannot be detoxified. It's a bit troublesome. After Xu Jing figured it out, he became a little worried about his situation.
Since he was listed as the main medicine, Ding Chunqiu obviously would not give up so easily. Wave after wave of Xingxiu sect disciples passed over his head, launching a carpet search. Fortunately, even though some people started searching the bushes,
No one thought he was hiding in the rat hole. Half a day later, all the people who were looking for him returned to Ding Chunqiu. Gall of it! Ding Chunqiu was furious and loudly scolded all the disciples present. Everyone fell to their knees.
not daring to move or even say a word in rebuttal. Keep looking for it. I don't believe it can still fly. Ding Chunqiu was absolutely certain that the mango Juha was still in the area. In 2 days at its speed, it could have gotten very far.
Then the Xingxiu sect's disciples dispersed again and went to search further away. Ding Chunqiu wasn't idle either. The Divine Wood King Cauldron attracted nearly all the poisonous creatures within a 10-mile radius. After a brutal fight,
The remaining creatures had undergone some strange evolution. He stayed where he was, using the remaining poison to practice the key transforming technique with his eyes closed. Sush helplessly.
all the poisonous creatures within a 10-mile radius were wiped out. This made completing his mission exponentially more difficult. After all, for a toad-like creature no taller than 2 inches, a 10-mile radius wasn't considered close.
If only I could obtain and use the Divine Wood King Cauldron. His mind centered around the small cauldron, examining it inside and out several times. He couldn't find any core or runes that controlled the refining process.
This divine wood king cauldron is truly an object carved from a special material. All its functions are entirely determined by the material itself. Xu Jing was amazed, but also a little disappointed. He hid at the bottom of the cave until dark.
Ding Chunqiu finally gave the order to leave. However, he had not given up yet. He still kept Azi and ordered her to continue the search with some of her followers. Watching Ding Chunqiu and the others walk away,
Azi snorted coldly and slapped the nearby tree in a rage. Bang! The tree, so large that a person could hug it, trembled violently. Leaves fell like rain. At the same time, the entire trunk turned black and scorched. Wisps of green smoke rose.
What's so great about that? One day, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. She also practiced the Hua Gong Dafa, but she only mastered a portion of the technique, without the Divine Wood King Cauldron.
It was simply wishful thinking for her to surpass Ding Chunqiu. But she will not give up. She also has the ambition to dominate the martial arts world. Azi saw it clearly. There was no such thing as a master-disciple bond within the Xingqiu sect.
Chunqiu accepted them as disciples simply because they were more useful than others. If they were no longer useful, he would be merciless in his actions. She had already sent the others out to continue the search.
And she sat down where the Divine Wood King cauldron had been placed. Ding Chunqiu looked down on these dead poisonous creatures. But for her, they could still provide some benefit in her cultivation. Xu Jing felt that he was too optimistic before.
Ding Chunqiu not only left this group behind before leaving, but also said he would continue searching tomorrow. This put him in an extremely awkward position. If I leave the rat hole, I won't be able to get far. I'll also risk being discovered.
It's far better to stay hidden here. However, even if Xu Jing survived this disaster, it would take him a long time to leave this area and find a place with more poisonous creatures. He might even encounter more dangers after all, even if he was a Manguzhu.
Despite his powerful poison, his body wasn't made of steel and was small. There were many things that could threaten him. He also wanted to obtain various secret manuals. Even if he evolved to the king of all poisons, it would be difficult to obtain Yulinglong.
Should we take a risk? Xu Jing's mind locked onto RZ, who was meditating, and he fell into deep thought. Through the movie and everything he had seen and heard before, he was certain that the other party and Ding Chunqiu were indeed not on the same page.
This presented an opportunity that could be exploited. However, Xu Jing absolutely did not trust Oz's character. This woman's personality remained the same no matter which Tianlong world she was in. Although beautiful,
she was extremely ruthless and unscrupulous. She also knew how to adapt to changing circumstances and was extremely ambitious. After Xu Jing thought for a while, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. Where there are risks, there are benefits.
If I had followed my original plan step by step, I might have missed out on many benefits. And if I remember correctly, it was Azai who finally got Yu Linglong. He quickly recalled the techniques he knew.
He wasn't sure he could convince this guy with his eloquence. If you want to take advantage of someone, you must first offer them something sweet. And you must also offer enough temptation to keep them hooked. Otherwise, they might turn around and sell you out.
After making a decision, Xu Jing waited quietly. After about an hour, Ozzy finally completed her training. As she finished, she slowly opened her eyes. The poisonous corpses around her had all become stiff and dried. A light breeze blew them away,
instantly turning them into powder. Just as she was about to stand up, a powerful voice suddenly rang out in her mind, as if it was the creation of the world. Want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to become the leader of the martial arts world?
Want to be immortal? Chapter 296. First strike. Oz's mind was buzzing. She was startled by the sudden thunderous sound, although the other party's words were full of temptation.
The awe-inspiring majesty of the other party made her feel terrified. This is not the secret communication in the underworld. She made a quick decision and rejected the idea that someone was joking with her. Ozzy tried to calm her fear and confusion.
She looked around and asked loudly, "Who are you? Who is talking to me? Ha ha ha." Xu Jing laughed loudly. The sound of his laughter shook Oz's mind. It gave her a strong hint, as if her head was about to collapse. Stop, stop, stop laughing.
Ozzy covered her ears in pain. She even used her inner strength to block them, but it didn't stop anything. She was getting more and more terrified. She yelled, "Who are you?" Xu Jing stopped laughing. This was exhausting for him.
Now that his goal had been achieved, his voice, slightly softer yet still commanding, rang out. "Who am I, little girl? Before I answer you, I have a question for you." Oz's pained expression gradually faded. Her heart began to pound.
She felt as if she had met an extremely remarkable person. In the martial arts world, there is no shortage of stories about adventures. Hearing them often will lead anyone to fantasize about them. She is no exception.
Could it be that today is the day when I, a fairy, will have an adventure? She recalled the words she had just heard. Martial arts leader. Immortality. These were all things she had longed for. Her heartbeat quickened.
A flush of excitement appeared on her face. She replied cautiously and respectfully, "Excuse me, senior." Xu Jing was secretly happy. He said calmly, "Do you know the origin of the Mangajoha?" Zi's face showed a look of uncertainty.
Her eyes rolled around as she pondered the meaning of this. Could this be a test? She thought for a moment and replied carefully. The mango red clam is known as the king of all poisons. According to legend, it is the mount of the god of plague.
You're quite knowledgeable, Xu Jing praised. Before Zi could even begin to rejoice, his tone suddenly turned cold. A thunderous voice exploded in her mind. "Since you know the origins of the mango red toad, why did you bring people to capture him?"
You dare to your crime? What? Zi opened her mouth wide, as if it could fit an egg. She was stunned. After a long pause, she stammered, You can't. Just as Zi was about to speak,
Xu Jing unleashed the Kunlun school's immobilization technique, which he had painstakingly prepared, directly through his soul, freezing the opponent in place. He could even speak. He experienced Zhou Wuji's entire life. Although his memories were not complete,
he still gained a lot. Among them were some demon cultivation techniques and soul skills that were on the exchange list for the Black Evil Guard Identity Jade token. Like the soul transmission and special spells I just used, they were all harvested from dreams.
Unfortunately, in Zhou Wuji's era, all martial arts were still in the exploratory and creative stages. Not only were they crude, they also had many flaws and were mostly incomplete. They were far inferior to those on the current Black Evil Guards list.
The golden light in Xu Jing's eyes dimmed. He looked a little tired. If he wanted Zi to believe him, he would have to use extraordinary means to shock her first. And the effect is indeed very good, although Zi couldn't speak or move.
Her eyes could still move slightly. At this moment, they were filled with shock and fear. She didn't feel any of the slightest attack on her body, not even the kind that involved the release of ki. The opponent simply spoke a single word.
And she was frozen in place. Are there really God? Zi's mind raced with thoughts. She was both excited and afraid, but she could utter a word. Xu Jing carefully sensed Zi's thoughts. Although he couldn't hear her thoughts,
he could still sense her emotional changes. This girl was incredibly cunning. He didn't dare let his guard down at all. After confirming everything was all right, he rested and recovered. Time passes by little. Zi remained motionless.
She grew increasingly anxious. The others she had sent out to search would soon be back. If her situation were discovered by her fellow disciples, and if anyone harbored ill intentions, she would be completely doomed. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death,
she tried to mobilize her inner ki, attempting to break free from the immobilization. However, upon trying, she discovered that she had lost all sense of her dantian.
This is definitely not acupressure!
Zi was certain in her heart.
She thought she might have really met a god. At this moment, 2 Xingqiu sect disciples appeared in his sight. They were rushing back quickly. This made her heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Reporting to senior sister.
We searched the east but still found nothing. The 2 disciples lowered their heads and reported to ashram 3 meters away, but received no response. After a long while, they mustered up the courage to look up. They saw us sitting on the ground.
Without saying a word, what is going on? The 2 were baffled. One of them bravely looked up and asked, Senior sister. He waved his hand as he spoke. Zi blinked, a fierce glint in her eyes, but her body remained motionless.
Another person also noticed the problem. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. They exchanged glances, called out senior sister, and approached Zi step by step. Zi was panicking. She stared at the 2 men fiercely.
Help! Immortal senior! Zi knew she was wrong. Zi screamed in her heart. No matter if it worked or not, she had to try her best, but no matter how she cried out, she couldn't move an inch.
Seeing these 2 lowly disciples approaching, she was filled with despair. Auntie! Just as the 2 people in front of her reached out with ill intentions, Zi finally heard a familiar voice in her mind. It can move. She didn't have time to think.
She subconsciously mobilized her ki and thrust her palms forward. Bang bang, the 2 disciples screamed, vomited blood and flew backwards. Zi, filled with fear, soared into the air, catching up to the 2 men who hadn't yet landed.
A flash of sword in her hand. With a swish, 2 heads, eyes wide open, flew up simultaneously. Then, along with the 2 blood-spurting bodies, they fell to the ground one after another. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior. She sheathed her sword.
Without even glancing at the corpse before her, she bowed respectfully and spoke. Xu Jing opened his eyes at the bottom of the rat hole. Although he was recovering, he still kept a wisp of his consciousness on the scene.
The reason why the 2 Xingqiu disciples dared to act so directly with ill intentions was also because they were influenced by his soul. He was originally a person with bad intentions and weak will. With just a little hypnosis and suggestion, he succeeded.
The mango red clam is my mount. All of them, regardless of their status, are under my protection. This is only a minor punishment. I hope you will keep it in mind. Oh my goodness. Ozzy stuck out her tongue.
She thought to herself that she had indeed encountered a deity. She quickly replied, Ozzy, I won't dare to do that again. She relaxed. Her mind became more active. After hesitating for a few seconds, she boldly asked,
What the immortal said before about becoming the leader of the martial arts world and immortality. I wonder if it still counts. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she was afraid she would regret it for the rest of her life.
As for the first sentence she heard about the meaning of life, she was not interested at all. Chapter 297, See Who Takes Advantage. Oz's reaction was exactly what Xu Jing had expected. Even if she hadn't asked, he would have directed the conversation back.
Now is the perfect time. He paused for a moment before saying, it's a deal, but you need to do one thing for me. If you do it well, you'll definitely get what you want. Very good. Ozzy was so excited that her whole body was trembling with excitement.
Without hesitation she said, Senior Immortal, please tell me anything. Ozzy would not hesitate to do anything for me, even if it meant going through fire and water. This was her greatest opportunity. Thinking of this opportunity, Ding Chunky was nothing.
She seemed to see herself commanding the martial arts world. Invincible. Xu Jing had an idea in mind. Then he asked, do you know why I came to the mortal world this time? I see. Ozzy nodded and said, you are here for the manga Juha.
Her expression shifted slightly, as if she had guessed something about what Xu Jing wanted him to do. Xu Jing was impressed. This girl was indeed clever, he said without hiding anything. What you need to do is help me take care of this mango red clam here.
This. Ozzy looked hesitant. It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that I can't come here often. I'm worried about being discovered. Xu Jing had anticipated this. He then said, then you can take this mango red clam with you and take care of it.
Ozzy opened her mouth, her face filled with surprise. She felt the awkward sensation of having her thoughts completely seen through, but when she thought of the other person's identity, she felt relieved. She simply said, is this okay?
Although she had never seen the mango red clam, she had heard many rumors. It was said that if an ordinary person came into contact with the mango red clam's poisonous aura, their entire body would instantly dissolve into a pool of pus and blood.
Others said that the poisonous aura emitted by the mango red clam could blind a person and cause them to die instantly. As a disciple of the Xingxiu sect, she knew a lot about poisonous creatures.
She knew that poisonous creatures like clams had poisonous properties on their skin. Carrying the mango red clam with her was like taking her own life too long. Moreover, this creature's cry was so loud and unique.
If it cried a few times after returning to the sect, Ding Chunky would definitely not let her off. The more Ozzy thought about it, the more uncertain she became. She gritted her teeth and spoke out all her concerns. After listening to this,
you will know soon whether it works or not. Ozzy was stunned for a moment. Then she understood Xu Jing's meaning and said, then Ozzy is willing. Okay, Xu Jing said, you go forward now. I'll remind you the direction.
Ozzy did as he was told. Not long after, with Xu Jing's help, he found a rat hole less than 200 meters from his previous location. Is the mango juha right here? She stared at the rat hole in silence during the day.
The Xingxiu sect disciples had practically turned the entire area upside down. Who could have imagined their target was right under their noses? And this mango juha is indeed worthy of being a divine mount. It's incredibly magical, even so close.
It wasn't attracted to the divine Wood King cauldron during the day. Xu Jing crawled quickly inside the rat hole. Soon, he jumped out of the hole and appeared in front of Ozzy. It was the first time Ozzy had seen a mango red clam.
She hadn't expected it to be so small, less than 2 inches long. Its body was a deep red, a blood red hue. But its eyes shone with a golden light. So beautiful. She squatted on the ground and tentatively reached out her hand, wanting to touch him.
But she didn't dare. Don't worry. Xu Jing's voice echoed in Ozzy's mind. He then controlled his body and lightly leaped onto the other person's hand. He continued, from now on, find some poison every day and give it to him. The more, the better.
In 2 or 3 years at most, you'll be able to complete the mission. If nothing unexpected happened, Ding Chunky would soon poison Xiao Yaozi. Without the mango juha, someone like Ding Chunky would definitely look for a different poison and not give up.
Even if Xiao Yaozi had profound skills, he couldn't hold out for long. The speed of time in the main world, and this world was so fast that 1 night was equivalent to 5 years here. That was more than enough time for him to complete his mission.
After experiencing Zhao Wuji's life, even if it was just a dream, the nearly 1,000 years he had spent there felt incredibly real. Xu Jing no longer cared much about traveling through the world for just a few years. Ozzy held the mango red clam in one hand.
With the other she extended her fingers and gently stroked its skin. Her face was filled with fondness. Unexpectedly, the mango jua suddenly leaped up and dived into her shirt. Then, it quickly slipped inside and lay firmly between the 2 erect soft lumps.
You dare to take advantage of me. Let's see who takes advantage of whom. Xu Jing's forepaws pressed firmly against Oz's smooth skin. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. Ah! Ozzy finally reacted and screamed.
She was about to reach inside her clothes, but Xu Jing's voice laughed in his mind and said, "He won't hurt you." But Ozzy blushed. "I think this is great," Xu Jing said logically. "Bringing him with you can save your life in a critical moment."
If you're unable to move like before, if someone covets your beauty, do you understand? He wasn't really trying to take advantage, but rather preparing for a future fight for you Linglong. This position was not only convenient for hiding,
but also allowed him to take the initiative at any time. Ozzy understood immediately. It was common for Xingxiu sect's inner disciples to place poisonous snakes and other creatures inside their clothes, so putting a toad inside her clothes was nothing.
And this is a mango red clam. It's small, so it's very convenient for sneaking up on people. Thinking about it this way, she felt that this was the best situation. It would be even better if we could recruit Mangu Juha for our own use. Oz's mind raced.
If she had handed it over to Ding Chunqiu, at most she would have received some reward. Nothing would have changed. But now, things were different. This was her great opportunity. She was inexplicably excited. Then she said cautiously, "Senior Immortal.
How do I communicate with this mango red clam? I'm afraid it might make a noise. I've already told him that he won't chirp." Xu Jing was more concerned about his own safety than Ozzy. How could he just yell so carelessly? Ozzy was completely relieved.
But she was also a little disappointed. She actually wanted to know how to communicate with the manga Juha. Since Xu Jing didn't mention it, he was smart enough not to say anything more. Instead, he asked, "Senior Immortal, do you have anything else to say?"
Xu Jing said, "I'll leave a trace of my divine consciousness on the Mangu Juha. If there's anything urgent, you can try speaking directly like I'm doing now. Perhaps you'll get a response from me. Also, I'll teach you a spell first."
Consider it a deposit for this mission. After a blow, there should always be a sweet reward. A blank check is always worse than real benefits. Ozzy was overjoyed upon hearing this. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What? Magic? Spells?"
The first thing that came to her mind was the spell that had just immobilized her. If I learn this kind of magic, maybe I can even deal with Ding Chunqiu. Chapter 298. Why not be a portable grandfather? Xu Jing now knows a vast array of spells.
Besides some special spells, attack and defense spells, their power is related to the strength of one's own cultivation. He explained this to Aziz, then listed a bunch of spells and let her choose one. Aziz's eyes lit up when she heard this.
She first ruled out offensive and defensive spells. She could understand that without strong cultivation to back them up, these spells wouldn't necessarily outperform martial arts techniques. In the hands of a god, it could move mountains and overturn seas.
In her hands, it was powerless, so she wisely set her sights on special spells: soul-snatching technique, beauty, enhancing technique, immobilization technique, earth escaping technique, fire, repelling technique, wind, controlling technique.
Oz's mouth was dry after hearing this. She wished she could learn all these spells. She no longer had any doubts about Xu Jing's identity. If someone who knew so many legendary spells wasn't a god, then who else could be a god? Have you decided yet?
Can I only choose one? That's right, Xu Jing smiled and said, "If you want more, just complete the task well." After struggling for a long time, Ozzy finally chose the beauty care technique. Xu Jing's mind paused for a moment.
He felt amused and speechless. However, he still taught the mantra of the beauty-enhancing technique to the other person. After finishing, he gave some instructions and said nothing more, leaving Ozzy with the feeling that he had left.
Ozzy had no idea that the Mangu Juha hiding in her body was actually Xu Jing. She was enthusiastically experimenting with the beauty techniques she had just learned, and was full of fantasies about the future.
Several more groups of disciples returned to report, but none of them had found Mangu Juha. Ozzy naturally wouldn't tell the truth. She pretended to be furious and scolded everyone. Then she sent people out to continue the search. Soon a night passed.
Shortly after dawn, Ding Chunqiu arrived with his men again. After hearing Ozzy's report, his face darkened. He then expanded the range, using the Divine Wood King Cauldron at several locations 10 miles away, although Xu Jing did not use telepathy anymore.
He began to move back and forth on Ozzy's body. Ozzy was extremely intelligent. She sensed the uneasiness of the Mangu Juha on her chest. Using the excuse of searching nearby, she led Xu Jing away from the range of the Shemu Wangding.
Ding Chunqiu was doomed to find nothing. A day passed without a trace of the Mango Juha. "Master, there are many wild animals here. Perhaps the mango red clam was eaten by some beast." Aziz's face showed resignation. She didn't reveal a single flaw.
She seemed disappointed that she had been able to achieve any merit this time. Ding Chunqiu's other 4 disciples, Daxing, Ah Qing, Li Gao and Gu Dao, were the exact opposite. They looked relaxed and even somewhat gloating.
Ding Chunqiu sat high on the sedan chair. He stared at Ozzy and said, "Forget it, you may not have done anything meritorious, but you haven't done anything wrong either." He didn't question Ozzy again. After all,
They had indeed found traces of the mango red clam in this area, and within the past few days. As for not finding it, perhaps it was simply bad luck. Azai breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside with her head lowered. At this time,
Ding Chunky's eldest disciple Daxing stepped forward and said, Master, I heard there's a kind of ice silkworm that's extremely poisonous and cold, and it's not inferior to the manga juha. Ding Chunky was in a bad mood.
He glanced at Daxyang expressionlessly and ordered, let's go back to Xingxiu sect and talk. He could find the mango crimson clam. He did have plans to capture ice silkworms to refine the 7 insects, 7 deaths potion. Furthermore,
ice silkworms were relatively plentiful, making them easier to find than the mango crimson clam. RZ glanced at Deshong, who looked embarrassed. She raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Senior brother, junior sister.
I wish you in advance that you can please the master. Nobita snorted coldly, walked away and said, Well see. Ozzy watched them walk away. She touched her chest, a look of satisfaction on her face. Then she followed them.
The Xingxiu sect was located near a swamp 100 miles from the Tianshan Mountains. Poisonous gas and venomous insects filled the air. For Xingxiu sect disciples, skilled in the use of poison, this was an ideal place for cultivation. In less than 7 days,
everyone returned to the sect. Ozzy had been extremely cautious throughout the journey, showing no unusual behavior. The quiet behavior of the mango jua hidden within her body also put her mind at ease. Xu Jing watched Ozzy's actions all along the way.
He didn't seek trouble, he just lay there motionless, eyes closed in a semi-dormant state. Xingxiu sect inside the room, Ozzy checked her surroundings, locked the doors and windows, and then pulled Xu Jing out.
She placed him on the table and gently pointed at Xu Jing's head. Xu Jing suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Azai and met her gaze. Az's face showed surprise. She poked Xu Jing and said, Little toad, can you understand me? Xu Jing, do you have a name?
How about I give you one? Ozzy was like a child with a pet. She pulled a chair over and sat at the table. She leaned over in front of Xu Jing, staring at him. Xiao Hong, Xiao Shuju, what's a good name? Xu Jing was speechless again.
He felt a little regretful now. Seeing Azai about to make a decision, his eyes flashed with a golden light. A different voice rang out in her mind. Don't give me these messed up names. You know this trick too. Az's eyes widened, then she became excited.
She sat up straight and said, Great, I did expect you could actually talk. I am the reincarnation of the plague god's mount. Xu Jing thought about it and simply made up another identity for himself. So that's how it is. Az's face flashed with enlightenment.
She finally understood why the plague god had appeared before. Then she said excitedly and nervously, Well, senior, do you also know magic? Even if it was just a mount for a god, it was still a great opportunity for her.
Calling him a senior wouldn't be an exaggeration. Xu Jing saw through Oz's thoughts at a glance, but he didn't feel disgusted. He replied, a little. Ozu was in high spirits, rubbing her hands. She said, This, can you teach me? No.
Then he looked at Azai, who was full of disappointment, and said, But what? Seeing that there was still hope, Ozzy cheered up. She saw hope again. Xu Jing said bluntly, Go find me some food first.
I want it alive. He had originally planned to just hang around and eat, drink and get some benefits, waiting for Yu Linglong to come, but now that he thought about it, it seemed like being a companion grandfather wouldn't be so bad. After all,
some benefits can't be obtained by passively waiting. Taking the initiative provides more opportunities, and all he has to pay is a few spells. Oz's eyes sparkled with her intelligence. She excitedly said, Senior, wait.
I'll be there right away, she said as she hurriedly left the room to prepare food for Xu Jing. Chapter 299, Stealing the King's Tripod. In the next few days, Xu Jing lived the most decadent life since he traveled through time.
Ozzy took incredibly good care of him. Every day she would bring him all sorts of poisonous things that had lost their ability to resist. She would feed him and make sure he was full. When they went out, she would hold him in her arms so he could sleep.
She would even help him bathe at night. Xu Jing felt that he had fallen. This was the first time he had experienced not having to struggle after traveling through time. In just 2 days,
he reached the level of the king of 100 poisons by consuming other poisonous creatures, and began to evolve towards the king of 1,000 poisons. However, during this process, he discovered that some poisons were too weak to work on him.
The progress bar on the system interface, which is similar to the experience value, does not increase after swallowing any poison. It would be convenient if we had the Divine Wood King Cauldron.
Xu Jing thought about the effect of the Divine Wood King Cauldron he had seen that day. Even if most of the poisons within a 10-mile radius were ordinary, there would always be some that were unusual.
But now wasn't the time to go to Z into stealing the Divine Wood King Cauldron. The Xingxiu sect was growing stronger, and Ding Chunky was becoming increasingly powerful. He was ambitiously preparing to sweep across the martial arts world.
Having Az follow him as a Xingqiu sect disciple would make it easier for him to reap the benefits. A few days later, Ding Chunqiu, who had been away for nearly half a month with the Divine Wood King Cauldron,
returned to the sect and immediately announced the beginning of his retreat. It only took 3 days for Ding Chunqiu to come out of seclusion and leave the sect again. In the room, Az used clean water to help Xu Jing wipe his body, she said casually.
It seems that the old man really listened to Nobita's advice. He caught the ice silkworm the past 2 days. Nobita has been walking with his head held high, looking like he is being pampered. This makes her particularly unhappy.
Xu Jing followed Azai around every day. He guessed everything she could guess, and he knew even more. If nothing unexpected happened, Ding Chunqiu would have already left for Pyamiao Peak these past few days, listening to Azai's narration.
He had already sorted out the world's Jiangku structure. Although the Tianshan sect is the strongest, it has never been interested in fighting for supremacy in the martial arts world.
Ever since Xiaozi took Li Kanghai away from Tianshan to take refuge at Pyamiao Peak, Li Qushui also left the sect and established Tianyahai Pavilion thousands of miles away. Wu Xingyan, however, remained in Tianshan.
He began to regard himself as the head of the Tianshan sect, calling himself Tonglao. He established the Lingjiu Palace and subjugated the 72 caves. Ding Chunqiu also took advantage of the situation at that time to establish the Xingqiu sect,
which now has 3,000 disciples. In the Central Plains, the Shaolin Temple and the Quanjin sect held sway, while countless other factions, both large and small, existed. There was no Qiu Feng of the north or Morong of the south. As for whether Duan Yu existed,
this was because Dali also existed in this world. The royal family had the surname Duan. But even if Duan Yu were there, he wouldn't have had the chance to obtain the Northern Ocean Divine Art and Lingbo Weibu.
This is because Xiao Yaozi and Li Kanghai were always in seclusion at Pyamiao Peak, not near Dali. Xu Jing understood what Azi meant. This girl had diligently practiced beauty techniques. After seeing the benefits,
she desperately wanted to learn other spells from him. After thinking it over, he made a decision and said, I don't think Ding Chunqiu will be back soon. In the next 2 days, take me to his training place and steal the Divine Wood King Cauldron.
Azi's body froze. She stood there in a daze. Her plan was to leave the Xingqiu sect after completing her mission of caring for Jing, obtaining the immortal technique, and achieving success in cultivation. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade.
The Xingqiu sect was also related to the Tianshan sect. Coupled with Ding Chunqiu's strength, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. I meant to borrow the Divine Wood King Cauldron for 2 days, Xu Jing explained, adding,
I'll return it after I'm done using it. Azi breathed a sigh of relief, but she hesitated and said, the old man's training place is guarded. He rarely leaves. Don't worry about that. Xu Jing already knew about it. He stopped worrying and said,
I'll teach you the earth escape technique right now. Well, go underground. Azi was overjoyed and couldn't contain her excitement. Then one taught the other and the other learned. I have to say this girl has a very high level of comprehension.
After just a few times, she completely mastered it. Late at night, Azi brought Xu Jing and prepared a cloth bag. They avoided the patrolling disciples and arrived near the hall where Ding Chunqiu usually practiced. After arriving here,
she hid behind a stone pillar, made hand gestures, and whispered a spell. After all, what Xu Jing taught was only a low-level earth escape technique. It could only be used in soft ground. Azi still used internal energy to cast the spell. While it worked,
it couldn't last long. 40 The Xingqiu sect's buildings are very rough. The ground is made of compacted soil or bluestone. As long as the location is chosen well, it will not affect the effect of earth escape.
Azi successfully performed the spell on the first try. She led Xu Jing past the guards and into the hall. The hall was brightly lit. A large bed-like bench sat in the center. Not far from the bench, a small platform shaped like a wellhead was built.
A flame blazed within the platform. Within the Divine Wood King Cauldron was placed. Ordinary people might not know this, but every disciple of Ding Chunqiu knew the location of the Divine Wood King Cauldron, although the incense was not lit at the moment.
A faint and strange fragrance still lingered in the entire hall, making Xu Jing's body stir. Azi took a few steps closer, spread the cloth bag on the ground, and prepared to extinguish the flames. Dig out the Divine Wood King Cauldron, and then leave with it.
But at this moment, Xu Jing suddenly reminded him, wait, hide quickly. He released the soul scan and happened to discover Nobita's arrival. Azi didn't hesitate to hear that. She collected her cloth bag and quickly hid behind a bench.
She looked towards the entrance to the hall. Not long after, she saw Nobita swaggering into the hall. What is he here for? Azi asked in a low voice.
He took Ding Chunqiu's token and told the guard that he had received orders to come and take the Divine Wood King Cauldron. What? Azi was shocked. Could it be that the old man is back? I don't think so. Xu Jing sneered.
His cultivation has improved again in the past few days. It is obvious that Ding Chunqiu has already taught him the subsequent part of the Huagong Dafa. I understand. Ah Zi's eyes lit up and she said, he came here to steal the Divine Wood King Cauldron.
That should be right. Xu Jing's thoughts turned. He urged, why don't we wait for him to take the Divine Wood King Cauldron and leave? Then we can catch up with him and kill him. We can take the Divine Wood King Cauldron for ourselves. Ah Zi's heart.
Then his cultivation is higher than mine. I can't beat him. Don't worry. Here. Xu Jing wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He killed Daxing and destroyed the body this way.
Not only could he obtain the Divine Wood King Cauldron, but he could also shift the blame. With the guards as witnesses, Ding Chunqiu would simply think that Daxiang had stolen the Divine Wood King Cauldron and defected. Okay, done. With Jing's assurance,
Ah Zi was equally unwilling to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing that Daxing had already packed up the Divine Wood King Cauldron and put it on his back, and quickly left the hall,
she immediately activated her magic formula and followed him underground. Chapter 300. I almost want to give you a little golden statue. Nobita packed up the Divine Wood King Cauldron, slung it over his shoulder,
and walked out of the hall with a dignified manner. Then, under the watchful eyes of the guards, he disappeared into the corner passage. He had made a great contribution this time. Ding Chunqiu had already passed down the entire Huagong Dafa.
After obtaining all the formulas, he began to think about stealing Wang Ding and escaping. If they stayed in the Xingxiu sect, even if they had all the skills, they would not be able to escape Ding Chunqiu's control.
There was no way they could surpass him in cultivation. The most crucial reason was the Divine Wood King Cauldron. Without it, relying solely on catching ordinary poisonous creatures would result in a vastly inferior quantity and quality.
The Huagong Dafa would also be unable to reach the highest realm. Nobita tried to remain calm, walking through the sect without making a sound. The disciples along the way gave way and saluted him upon seeing him.
Even those who noticed he was carrying a bag didn't think much of it. Soon, he left the sect safely. Then he quickened his pace and began to run wildly. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. The world is so vast.
He only needs to find a remote and deserted place to hide away and practice diligently for 10 or 8 years. When he emerges again, it will be his time to dominate the martial arts world.
Nobita couldn't help but tremble with excitement when he thought about the future. He wanted to roar loudly. But at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and in the blink of an eye, it hit his back.
Nobita thought to himself that something was wrong, but he reacted very quickly. He ducked and rolled over without any decency. Although he dodged the fatal blow, a stream of qi still instantly pierced his left shoulder blade,
causing a ball of blood to bloom. Come out! Nobita covered his wound, half crouched on the ground, and looked warily towards a large tree not far away in the darkness. Ah Zi calmly walked out from behind the tree. She looked Daxing up and down and said,
Brother, it's so late. Where are you going in such a hurry? It's you. Nobita's eyes changed. He looked around intently. At the same time, he said, Junior sister, what do you mean? As he spoke, he tapped his left shoulder several times with his right hand.
The bleeding stopped temporarily, but this arm would be unable to circulate Q for a while. Ozzy said disdainfully, you're still asking me what I mean. You're really good at it. You stole the Divine Wood King Cauldron while Master was away.
Do you think him blind? Do you dare to take out the things you're carrying and let me see them? She was now in a difficult situation. Originally, she had the courage to chase after him and plot against Nobita because of Xu Jing's assurance. And
Xu Jing told her to handle it on her own. Thinking about it carefully, she realized that she had been a little arrogant recently. It was true that Mangu Juha was the reincarnation of the plague god's mount, but it was obviously not very powerful now.
Otherwise he wouldn't have been hiding in the rat hole before and dared not come out. Ozzy wanted to cry but had no tears. However, she had to bite the bullet and pretend to be calm. At the same time her mind was racing.
She was thinking of a way to deal with Nobita. Daxon was exposed by Oz's words. His pupils suddenly shrank, but his face remained calm and he said, Junior sister, you misunderstood. I received a secret mission from Master.
I was asked to deliver the Divine Wood King Cauldron to him. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask the guards. Senior brother, I went to get it with Master's token. I have a mission to complete now. I don't have time to waste with you here.
You plotted against me. I will be magnanimous and forgive you. I won't argue with you. He stood up naturally and took out a unique token with the word D written on it and threw it to Azzi. Azzi reached out and took it. After just a few touches,
she was sure the token wasn't a forgery. However, she didn't believe Daxiang's words at all. She immediately lied. A mission. Master just got back. Where are you going to deliver the Divine Wood King Cauldron to him? What? Nobita's face showed panic. Shocked.
Master is back, Ozzy snorted coldly. Of course. As soon as Master returned, He discovered the loss of the divine Wood King Cauldron and has already summoned all the disciples to capture you. I simply arrived the fastest, senior brother.
I advise you to abandon your cultivation and return with me honestly. Perhaps Master will spare your life. No way, even if I give up my own cultivation, with that old man's personality he won't let me go. Nobita flatly refused.
Then a tender look appeared on his face. He looked at Azi with a burning gaze and said, Junior sister, do you know that senior brother is doing this for our future? Azi's eyes widened in surprise. She looked as if she didn't dare to look Nobita in the eye.
Daxing approached slowly, speaking sincerely. Think about it, living under someone else's roof isn't a good thing after all. My original plan was to master the Huagong technique. Once I surpass Ding Chunkyu, I'll come back to find you, then
we can join forces and dominate the world together. Azi's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. She took 2 steps forward and said shyly, Brother, you're so kind to me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's not too late to say it now.
Nobita's face was full of affection. He said seriously, Junior sister, why don't you come with me? Okay, senior brother, from now on I'm counting on you. Azi greeted him with a face full of joy like a girl in love. Please don't let me down.
Nobita stretched out his arms, pretending to hug Azi. He said loudly, How could I let down my junior sister's affection? The two of them were getting closer and closer. Just when they were about to hug each other,
they suddenly attacked each other at the same time.
The bitch!
Daxing's face was grim. He flipped his right hand, and the Xingqiu sect specially made retractable longsword, hidden in his sleeve, sprang out. He fiercely slashed towards Azi's head.
Azi had already secretly made hand gestures and silently chanted a spell before diving into the ground. Nobita's sword strike missed. He watched Azi disappear into the ground, completely stunned. Then, the next moment,
a soft puff sound came from behind him. His heart skipped a beat. He was about to turn around and attack, but it was obviously too late. Bang bang, Azi pushed forward with both palms. The internal force in her body burst out with all her might,
hitting Nobita on the back. Nobita screamed. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. He flew out involuntarily. Azi chuckled, unsheathing the same longsword.
She quickly caught up with him like a shadow and thrust out with her sword. Chi! Nobita's body was pierced by a sword. Bang! Azi showed no mercy. She tapped the ground with her toes. Her body floated up lightly.
She drew her sword and kicked out at the same time. Nobita tumbled and flew out, then fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a few times, he completely lost his voice. Humph! Azi sheathed her sword. A smug look on her face, she said.
Senior, how did Azi perform? Xu Jing crawled out of Azi. He glanced at Daxyang's body and sighed. Very good. I almost want to give you a little golden statue, although Azi didn't understand what the latter part meant.
Receiving Xu Jing's praise made it all worth it. She flattered him. Senior, you just taught me a little magic, and it made my strength soar. So, no matter how powerful Azi is, she's not as good as you. All this is thanks to your good teaching.
The audiobook for chapters 251 to 300 of this issue is concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, share and leave your comments. I will continue to update the subsequent content.